Kingdom of Jera. Lazier, the only heir to the throne of his country. On the heir's birthday, a famous musician was invited to the royal palace. Looking at the Lazier, he called the birth of the boy the second coming of the holy angel and sang songs. All the servants and subjects beamed with happiness and instantly fell in love with the child, who had all the qualities necessary for a prince, ideal in appearance and origin. However, they did not yet know how deeply they were mistaken. It didn't take them long to realize the scale of the impending disaster. Looking towards the servant, the prince said that he had clearly stated that his hands and head should be cut off from his shoulders. This idiot broke his valuable statue. The employee tried to explain to the prince that the punishment was too harsh. But he didn't listen and ordered him to be quickly cut in two. The man begged His Highness for mercy, but he did not even look in his direction. His servants killed him. His Highness, looking in his direction, silently rose from his chair, grinned and left. Looking at the man, His Majesty asked, "So, you can use it to summon demonic creatures?" The man replied that it was true. This is a grimoire for summoning demons. Laughing, the man said that it was a pity that demons could only enter their world through a contract. These strong, beautiful, wise, and impudent creatures are capable of finishing them off in no time, just by wanting to. Seeing His Majesty looking strangely at the book, the man asked what it was, or did he not like his gift? Or does it not inspire confidence? Turning to the man, His Majesty said, if it were so, he would have already gone to his forefathers. The man said that the book should be opened when he is alone. If extraneous energies are mixed, it will be difficult to make a call. To summon demonic creatures, you need the energy of a pure soul and a truthful heart. His Majesty asked if they would kill him. The man replied that he could be sure that the demon summoned with the help of this grimoire would never harm him. The grimoire is considered a forbidden book. He risked his life to present it to His Majesty as a gift. His Majesty himself knows that the owner of the grimoire will be severely punished, as required by state law. Therefore, if life is dear to him, then let him keep his mouth shut until the end of his days. And if the truth comes out, His Majesty will personally deal with him. The man said that he would not dare to do this to His Majesty. His secret will go with him to the grave. Did he say that he works as an archaeologist at the temple of the sea goddess? His Majesty asked the man what his name was. He replied that his name was Soul Holter. Great, Holter. His Highness said that when he makes a contract with the demon, he will give him an even greater reward. In the meantime, he can return to the temple and wait, enter into an agreement with demonic creatures, take possession of a powerful force, and with your own hands write the events of an unprecedented war into history. At this moment, he hears a glass breaking behind him. It turns out that the maid was standing behind him all this time. Turning around, His Highness asked if she heard everything. Falling to her knees, she began to lament that she had committed a mortal sin and asked for mercy. Looking at her, His Highness said that this is precisely a mortal sin, that's why she needs to die. Taking hold of the ball, His Majesty still killed the girl. The bloody body was left lying on the floor. Throwing the sword away from his hands, he rubbed his hand on his white jacket. Looking in her direction, he walked up to the body and kicked her. How dare she come here at such an important moment? Turning around and walking away, he thought that it would be better to engage in the call. Having opened the book, he could not believe his eyes, because it was empty inside. Absolutely white pages. How dare a man mock him? He himself did not understand how both his hands ended up on the pages of the book. At that moment something incredible began to happen. The book seemed to come to life. Rising above the table, the book began to spin in the air. Reaching out to the book, he began to ask her to give him the greatest power. He demanded that the book make him the ruler of this world. But at some point, blood poured out of his nose. He didn't understand why the hell this was happening. At one point, he fell to the floor unconscious, and the book still remained floating in the air. When he woke up, he couldn't figure out where he was. There is only viscous darkness around. Perhaps this is a summoning circle? He only remembers how a person dared to summon him, the Demon King. And he, tired of the tedious everyday life, responded out of curiosity. What happened next? Did the contract fail? What? Sweat? He, the Demon King, shed sweat? Whose pig hands are these? He became the executor of the contract. Lazier Lu Jiraiya gave birth and died at the time of the conclusion of the contract. His body and soul were transferred to the demon. Is this the transmigration of souls about which the demons are making noise among themselves? Where we couldn't understand why he died immediately after signing the contract. The vessel made from it was initially worthless. Damn, the situation couldn't be worse. The demon couldn't understand how the call even came true. Maybe the fact is that his summoner is the only prince of the kingdom of Jeriira, under the protection of the goddess of the sea. If so, then, no matter how much of a sucker he was, he could have been summoned. He carried out the call, but could not withstand the power of the purest magic, and eventually died from asphyxia, coughing up blood. Since the summoner died, he, as the performer, is obliged to remain in his body until he fulfills the terms of the contract. Like two fingers on the asphalt, he believes that he has stopped for tourists in the world of people. Let him say thank you, that he, King Imbilden, is such a sweetheart. So, what was he punishing there? First, endow him with powerful power. Second, make him the ruler of the world. How did he manage to beg as many as 2 wishes in such a short time? After wandering around the room, the demon decided to sit down. This is shameless pork. At this moment he hears a crash and falls to the ground with a roar. For starters, I would like to lose weight. Looking at the large number of dishes at the table, His Majesty asked the employee if this was all for him alone. The man answered yes. His Majesty, wishing him a speedy recovery, ordered the large table to be set. Everyone seems to think that that maid tried to poison him. But it even plays into his hands. The king definitely cares about the health of his offspring, and is not fattening him for slaughter. The employee asked His Highness whether the dishes he came with were not to his taste, and he offered to order more to be cooked. But the man ordered everything to be removed. The employee did not hear His Highness and decided to ask again. But the emperor said that he was not a parrot and did not like to repeat things, and asked to remove everything. The employee agreed and quickly ordered the maids to clear the food from the table. His Majesty said that he plans to go in for sports from tomorrow, so let them prepare everything he needs. Prince Lazier, who was not only too lazy to walk, but was even too lazy to breathe, decided to become an athlete. This is how the employee thought the news. Having gone to his room, His Highness lay down on the bed and wondered how this pig fat infuriates him. He, of course, could lose weight with the help of magic, but a contract is a contract. Once the contract is concluded, he must use his power only for the purposes of the summoner. And this is also a kind of challenge to himself. If he used magic, he lost. Moreover, if his true identity was revealed by using magical power, he would not be able to return to his world, and would become the first demon king to end his life under a coffin in a human body. He thought that he needed to fulfill the contract as quickly as possible. It would be difficult for him alone, so he thought that he should call a servant. T. Thanatos. True, he's still a blabbermouth. Sometimes your hands are itching to shut him up, but you have no choice. Summon demon servant. A portal opened and His Highness summoned his dragon. From the big and evil dragon, Tay turned into a little dragon and crawled under the blanket. Turning to him, His Highness told him to quickly get out of there. Not recognizing his master, Tay said, how could a worthless little man dare to summon him, a demonic dragon? Looking at him and smiling sweetly, the demon in the body of His Highness asked him if he did not recognize his master. Are you tired of living? Tay asked to repeat the words he said. Why did the man become his master? Looking at him, Tay realized that the look and grin were quite familiar. It was the king who called him. The dragon was glad that he was alive. He can't even imagine how many nerves were spent searching for him, and then a lot of questions started pouring in. Is the king comfortable in a pig's body? What actually happened? How is his health? Did he eat? Isn't anyone bothering him? Did the king miss him? He asked the king to give orders. He, a lower being, will fulfill any order. The king knew that calling him was a bad idea. Looking at his master in surprise, he asked, so he became the executor of the contract. The king asked if he knew about this, and he replied that he was his servant. He asked his master, what wish did that stupid man order? His Highness asked his subject to watch his language. He may be worthless, but he is still his summoner. Having asked for forgiveness, he asked what the Lord Summoner wished from his king. The king replied that he asked to be made stronger than everyone else. The dragon said that His Majesty had already dealt with this. But why is he still a contractor in this body? The king sadly said that this impudent man managed to make 2 wishes. He wanted to make sure that the island state of Jerai, which is the size of a gulkin's nose, would rule the whole world. The dragon was surprised. 2 wishes? He said it couldn't be. According to the rules of the demonic contract, 1 wish is granted per soul. His Highness asked, and who came up with these rules? Tay replied that it was the first demon king, Lord Aaron, who did it. The king simply replied that it is clear. But Tay was not going to give up. How is that clear? Something that is basically impossible happened to him. The king is not the kind of demon who would worry about such things. Lack of reaction is normal for him. He can laugh calmly even if a knife is put to his throat. The king asked to leave this conversation for now. Let him say better, is there a way for a person to lose weight quickly? Tay is the son of the demonic dragon family. He was born with knowledge passed on to him by his ancestors. Surely, his head stores all sorts of information not only about the world of demons, but also about the world of people. Looking lovingly at his king, he asked why he needed this, because he was already beautiful. The king looked at him angrily and asked, have you already forgotten how he called it the estate of a man with a pig? To lose weight in a short time, people exercise and reduce the amount of food they consume. The king said it goes without saying. He had already informed the servant that he would begin training tomorrow. QED. He always knows everything. But this method is as old as the world. We need something more effective and innovative. Sweetly smiling, Tay suggested that the king take up training. He meant fencing or reading. Looking at him angrily, the king asked whether he, such a carcass, should take the sword in his hands. What's the point of reading here? The human body is designed in such a way that when you put your heart and soul into the body, energy is expended. Therefore, you can lose weight even from strenuous mental activity. Although the effect will be insignificant, the king said that it sounds reasonable, but in any case, in order to fulfill the second wish, you need to get your butt off the bed and try all the methods available to a person. He ordered Tay to monitor his diet. But Tay thought that it would be a little awkward for him to carry out his duties in his current form. A servant knocked on the door and asked permission to enter. Looking around, he thought that the king was sleeping. Sneaking up from behind, the king asked what his name was. The servant was very scared. Falling to his knees, he said that the king had not yet given him a name. So he is nameless? The king said that in this case he would be called Tay. Looking towards the dragon, the king ordered it to devour the servant. Now he has a new look. Walking next to the king, he said that it was a great honor for him to serve him in this world. The king asked if Tay had gotten used to the new body. He replied that of course. With his abilities, he would be comfortable even in the body of a saint. The king ordered him to remove his tail, because it was sticking out from under his jacket. Looking at Tay, he asked him how far he said from there to the training ground. Holding the horse, the man asked if His Majesty would be able to mount it. Did the king think that he was hinting that he was so fat that he couldn't get on a horse? Although, if you think about it sensibly, a lump of fat on horseback sounds dubious. I'm not sure whether the mare will withstand it in principle. Tay asked His Highness, does he need help? The king replied that there was no need, that they would go on foot. Looking at His Highness, she showed that he was a little overworked. The king was angry. If he said that they would go on foot, then he would go on foot. Fucking summoner. The king just wanted to punch him in his pig's face. Here, in the eyes of the king, everything suddenly swam. He fell unconscious. Waking up in his bed, did the king think seriously? He was knocked out 20 minutes away. He agreed that this body was more like a bag of dung, but the fact that it was so terrible in terms of endurance was a surprise. He tried to get out of bed, but he was stopped by Tay. He said that the king should not stand up. The royal doctor prescribed bed rest because he had difficulty breathing and his strength was at 0. Does he think that the king will just throw everything to hell? He will reach the training ground himself, no matter the cost. After just a month of hard work, His Highness can now walk for as long as 3 hours. In all this time, he only lost 1 chin, and there were 3 of them. Looking at Tay with a malicious smile, the king noticed that he was used to calling him Your Highness. Tay confirmed, saying that he had adapted to the human body. Tay asked His Highness if he was worried about what was happening in the demon world. The king said it was an interesting question. He really wonders if everything is okay there. A month has already passed, there must be complete bedlam there. The king asked why would this be? Tay replied that since his disappearance, the situation in the demon world has become much worse. Well, that was before the king called Tai here. The king was surprised, because only a month had passed. A month, a short period, but let the king not forget that in the world of demons time flows 10 times faster. That dimension is completely different. The worlds of humans and demons are very far from each other. Much further than the stars in the sky. In other words, a day in the human world is equal to 10 days or even a month in the demon world. Because of the damn contract, the king will be absent for a long time. Without him, of course, the world will not collapse, but what if the heavenly world begins to plot something? Calling out to Thea, the king said that he needed to quickly fulfill the terms of the contract and return back to his world. They finally reached the training ground. His Highness the Prince. The man noticed that he had shed a lot of sweat and had become somewhat pale. Why did he walk to this outback? They were contacted in advance, so they prepared for his arrival. Why did you get up? Escort His Highness. The king probably absorbed the water at her speed. One of the employees decided to ask what business he came to them for. The king replied that he wanted to train endurance. The man was surprised, but why suddenly out of the blue? He understood everything. Since this is His Majesty's will, they will do everything. Preparations will begin now. The king is very tired from the road, let him rest a little. The king must have had a hard time. Even knights accustomed to training cannot complete such a long route. It is amazing. So, he means that the royal knights are not able to walk even that distance? The man replied that officially appointed knights can, of course, but those big guys still have to plow and plow. Looking towards the guys, the king thought, are they students who have not yet officially become knights? That's why he's amazing. From birth he was endowed with incomparable stamina and concentration. A small amount of training, and soon he will announce himself to the people. Well, yes, of course, he will announce it. There is not an ounce of truth in the words of this sly fox. Remembering, the man asked to wait a little. They will bring the king a bun and energizing tea. Rising from the bench, His Majesty said that the man looked like his ears were blocked. He came here to train his endurance, not to drink tea and buns. And the sight of his mustache lost all my appetite. Passing by the young men, the king looked at their training process. Seeing His Majesty, everyone bowed before him. The king's gaze was drawn to one of the swords. It belonged to a fair-haired young man. His sword is not double-edged like others. Look at him, and he didn't bat an eyelid in the presence of the prince of his country. Interesting guys. There's no way he's going to lose. As he said, victory is his. He noticed the king's red eyes, but before he could blink, they immediately changed to blue. The young man bowed to the king. But the employee called him impudent and ordered him to quickly get on his knees. The man asked His Majesty for forgiveness for this fool. He is a commoner and does not know the rules of decency. The king asked what a commoner was doing with him in the same space. As far as he knows, this training ground is reserved for honorable persons who have received the favor of the royal family. The employee said his name was Hwaiyan Vale. He won the Royal Martial Arts tournament that was held last winter. He is a commoner by birth, but is currently an aristocrat training to become a knight. An aristocrat from the common people? So this is where this ferocity in his gaze comes from. The king liked the boy. Looking at the boy, the king, without thinking twice, said that he wanted this boy to become his teacher. Is he the same prince that there are rumors about? What does he mean? The king said that he had a sword with him. This is an heirloom of the royal family of Jurer. Taking out his sword, the king asked the boy if he was familiar with the name Carver. He used to wear it as decoration, but recently a very unpleasant situation happened to him. So, if this sword had not been next to him, then things would not have ended well. Therefore, he wants to learn how to properly operate his toy. However, as the guy could see, the king has problems. It has become too spherical. His goal will be to help the king lose weight. The guy said that someone like him has neither the right nor the talent to teach fencing lessons to the great principal. The king clarified that he was refusing. The guy wished him to really find a worthy teacher. The principal that flew into a rage when things didn't go according to plan and just gave up. The king said that he understood. The guy wouldn't give a damn if the only prince of his country died from blocked blood vessels, swelling even more, or if someone made an attempt on his life again, right? It would be better if that maid managed to poison him. Then he wouldn't have to do dreary work. The guy said that not at all. The king asked him to be honest with him. With his gut he wanted the king to go to the next world. The guy asked, how is this possible? He only believes that his level is not enough to train such a noble person as His Highness. What's wrong with him? The boy said that the fact is that he is a commoner. The king proposed a duel. He did not expect such an offer. The king said that he wanted to see if he had enough skills to become his teacher. But didn't the king say that he was not familiar with the art of fencing? His Highness replied that he did not propose a duel with himself. The guy asked, with whom then? The king replied that it was his servant. Tay did not expect such a turn. I'm sorry, what? With him? The king replied, that's right, with him. What was the king up to? Out of the blue he said to take part in the duel. Looking at Tay, the guy said that from his movements it was clear that he had held a sword in his hands many times. Tay asked that he understood this just by looking at him. A person not accustomed to weapons could not even hold a wooden sword with such ease and without a drop of fear. Tay replied that in the whole wide world he is afraid of only one person. The guy asked, is he talking about his owner? Tay replied that of course. He is His Majesty's most devoted servant. It feels like he's talking about some other person, and she feels as if he is asking about another owner. Tay suggested moving on to a duel, but asked the guy to give him a small head start. The duel has begun. Tay noticed that the guy was fighting with one hand. He said he was joking about the handicap. Was the guy really going to fight with one hand? The young man replied that it was not in his principles to fight at full strength with someone who was not a knight. Tay himself would not have gone out of his way to fight a human. An equal duel began. Just because he can't fight at full strength doesn't mean he can relax. Tay agreed. He said that he would take their fight seriously because his master wanted it. The guys fought with dignity until the knight surpassed Tay. Tay fell to the ground while managing to grab a handful of sand. Turning around, he managed to throw it in the knight's face and at the same moment attack him. The knight exceeded all expectations. In the end, Tay lost, and Huayan Vale won. On the way home, Tay whined that his shoulder hurt. Since the emperor was angry, he shouted at the girl to shut him up. Laughing, he thought that the king was probably furious that he would also have to walk to the palace. He turned to His Highness with a question, is it true that the skills of that young man are parasitic? For the first time in a long time, he sees a person who can handle a sword so skillfully. When he snatched his sword with his bare hands, Tay even doubted whether he was really a man. Turning to it, the king shouted for it to finally slam shut. Steam is coming out of it now, like a teapot, so let this lizard shut up. Falling to the ground, the king said that he could no longer walk. Tay got scared and asked if he was okay. Looking at him, His Highness said that he was more interested in him. What was it like to lose to a knight's apprentice? Why does he glow after a loss? Tay said with a smile on his face that he made him use his second hand once. The guy lost to the knight, as His Highness asked. He, a servant, was not allowed to win. Looking into His Highness's eyes, he realized that he seemed to like the boy. The king said that yes, this is indeed so. Huayan Vale is, of course, quite strong for a human, but will he make a suitable candidate for the role of a teacher? The king asked his assistant if he thought the knight was bad. Tay said that his instincts are good, but his skills are not that outstanding due to his young age. Although against the backdrop of the rabble there he would have been more useful. Huayan is now like an untreated gemstone, and the king will have to process it himself, which is quite tedious. In other words, there is no point in using it at the moment. The king agreed with Tay's thoughts. The king thought that if only he were nearby, he would not have to waste his nerves on such things. Ray Ribido. His weapon and his faithful demon dog. Surely he is still doing an excellent job of leading the demon world, just as the king ordered. According to ranks in the demonic world, Ray is in 4th place, and Tay is in 3rd place. And on the 2nd, Sinner Lucifer. The king is considered to be quite suitable for the role of a weapon for the Prince of Lasia. The king told the girl that the knight was left-handed. Tay was furious. What a cheeky little man, you dare to play with him. Looking up at the sky, the king saw a beautiful sunset. Seeing such a landscape, he truly feels that he is in the human world. The sun, as if shedding blood, breaks through the split clouds. Looking at the knight, the king asked him if he had changed his mind. The guy replied that even after 3 days his decision would not change. Running around the king, the servant kept wailing that he had heard that his highness was overworked. He said that the king was very thin and he was worried about him. Without thinking twice, the king asked which side does he look thinner on? The employee didn't understand what he was talking about. The king repeated, he said that the king had lost weight. Where did this barrel decrease in volume? The king asked why he was silent. He asked the question, in what place? The employee replied that the chin, as well as the fingers and earlobes, had become thinner. His Majesty got angry. The employee continued to say that if you look closely, it's there too. The king asked again, is there? The servant began to make excuses and say that the king had understood everything wrong. The king asked him to leave. The servant did not hear. Then the king repeated that he should shut his mouth and disappear out of sight. His highness asked the knight if he saw how that goat humiliated him. He replied that yes, he saw it. The king continued to talk about the knight becoming his teacher, helping him lose fat quickly. Huayan asked the king, was this his goal in the first place? He replied that in his free time he would like to twirl a sword. The guy thought that he would have said that right away. The king asked, is he suggesting that he not talk nonsense about the teacher, but tell it like it is? The knight didn't quite put it that way. His highness said that he is a descendant of the royal family, and he always needs some kind of excuse. Huayan asked again, an excuse? The king said that yes, all eyes and ears are focused on the one who stands at the top. He is the prince of this country. There is no one who could prevent him from doing anything as a high-ranking official, but despite this, there is one thing that is beyond his control. There is no one who follows him out of his own convictions. The knight asked if it turns out that he behaves this way towards him because of that very pretext. The king said that partly yes. Looking sarcastically at the knight, the king asked him again. So will he become his teacher or not? A little while later. Looking at himself in the mirror, the king thought that this was the result of 5 months of his labors. How perfect he is! Terribly beautiful. The king did not stop admiring himself in the mirror. Then, at some point, Tay appeared behind him. He asked the king, what is he doing here? Not expecting his appearance, the king asked when did he arrive? Was the king really admiring himself in the mirror? Tay remembered that he had come to give jewelry for his Majesty's clothing, but he said that he did not need such a trinket. Tay ran after the king. Why doesn't he want to wear jewelry? Today is such an important day. The king asked the Huayan if his suit was good enough. Today is a significant day for him. The knight replied that his outfit suited him completely. Looking at the knight, the king remembered his words that he did not plan to remain only his servant. The king asked the Huayan, why does he think that being the prince's fencing teacher is not a great position? Does he want to reach great heights among the aristocrats? Huayan said that as the king remembers, he was a simple commoner, but winning a martial arts tournament allowed him to rise to his current position. However, this was not what he was striving for, and being the prince's assistant was not his goal either. He is a man with much greater ambitions. The king sat and listened attentively. At the same time, he asked how high he wants to rise. The guy replied that to a position where he could fight with opponents, standing in the vanguard, to the commander-in-chief. The king cannot imagine how such an ambitious young man could not have any interest in his current place. It's a strange shot. Huayan didn't really want to hear something like that from the gentleman. The king asked that the protests have already begun. He is his master, so let him be kind enough to listen to everything he says. The guy replied that he understood. Commander-in-chief? This is definitely a high position. The knight asked for forgiveness if he crossed the line. The king said that a man cannot be blamed for his aspirations. However, the position of commander-in-chief has long since disappeared. Unfortunately, war cannot break out in Jiraiya. But still, the knight wants exactly this position. Therefore, even if he fails to achieve what he wants here, he will leave the country, cross the sea, and become commander-in-chief in another place. He says he wants to. It seems that the king does not consider the king to be a member of the royal family at all. The knight's words only made him laugh, not angered him. He heard that the prince is a very selfish man. It turns out that this is not entirely true. The king told the Huayan he hopes that in fact escaping the country is not part of his plans. After all, if they fail, then without the opportunity to fulfill his dream, he will have no choice but to put his head on the chopping block. And anyway, why on earth did he allow himself to be familiar with his future king? Insolent face. If the king had been the same, he would have taken his head off his shoulders, since he is so stubborn about it. However, unfortunately, he is ideal for the king. Huayan saw the king's eyes turn red again for a moment. He asked the Huayan if he knew what the king wanted, and the king just wants to conquer this whole world. And nothing more, that's all he needs, an ideal day to celebrate the sea goddess festival. It starts today. Tay said it was held once a year, right? He said that yes, this is a large-scale event for the entire kingdom. It is organized in the fall during the harvest period. The festival is a kind of gratitude to the goddess of the sea, who protects their kingdom. For 5 whole days they will bring her offerings in the form of the selected harvest collected during the year. At noon on the first day, the offerings would be loaded onto a huge ship and sent to her. There is a law according to which a member of the royal family must board the ship first. Will I need to climb this year? As far as Tay knows, the prince is afraid to sail on ships. He refused each time in tears and never took part in this ritual. Now the king wants to meet the goddess even more. Tay said that he wants it too. According to rumors, she is very beautiful. Is Tay interested? The assistant said that he just wanted to see if the rumors about her beauty were true. To gather troops, it is necessary to obtain permission from the goddess of the sea who surrounds the island state of Jeriira. Therefore, the festival will serve as a great opportunity for him. There is nothing wrong with showing your good side to the goddess. This will only benefit the knight, but if it fails, then she must at least secure her favor so that she will allow the troops to cross the sea. The submitted one approached His Majesty, greeted him and said that the carriage had been delivered. It would take him to the sea pier. The king said that he did not need a carriage and asked to bring him a canna. The servant obeyed and brought him a wonderful white horse. His name is Khan. He is so simple-minded, but he has no love for people. Tay handed His Majesty the cloak. Having put it on, the king climbed onto his horse and rode off. Preparations for the holiday were in full swing. Almost everything was ready. While loading the boxes, the men discussed that the prince would not appear again this year because he is afraid of water. Because of that incident that happened 10 years ago, this is about the case when the nanny did not notice, and the prince fell into the pond. The men thought it was an excuse and nothing more. Many years have passed since then. The man ordered his friend to be quiet, in case someone heard him. Did he tell a lie? Everyone in Jeri knows about what happened. It seems to be starting. On the horizon of the lands, waters, and skies of the honorable kingdom of Jeriira there is a guardian who gives them all freedom. They, the people of Jeriira, together with the descendants of noble blood, thank the goddess of the sea for her blessing. The time has come. Let us say the name of a noble lord who will enter the ship and begin the ritual of offering to protect the honor of their kingdom. At this moment, the prince himself rode up to the celebration. Not recognizing him, all the employees pulled out their swords. One of them asked who he was to interfere with the sacred rite. Without thinking twice, the king answered that's who, and took off his cloak. This cannot be. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. He is exactly like His Majesty in his younger years. Wasn't Prince Lazier a fat man? But this gentleman also has white hair, a symbol of the royal family, bestowed by the goddess. Everyone thought, was His Majesty hiding another child? Poor queen, she turned pale from fright. The queen said that Lazier asked not to look for him before the festival. She couldn't believe that their boy had lost so much weight. If she knew that this would happen, she would come to him every day and look after him, even if he was against it. Go, my son. Lazier walked towards his father and mother. The father ordered the assistant to continue reading. The assistant continued, let us pronounce the name of the noble gentleman who will step on the ship and begin the ritual of offering to the goddess of the sea, who protects the honor of our kingdom. Lazier Lu Jeriira gave birth. People couldn't believe their eyes. It was Prince Lazier. The fat prince lost weight. The queen asked His Majesty to come to his senses. How could this happen to him in an instant? The queen asked His Majesty to cancel the order. He said that the speech to the goddess of the sea had already been made. They can't undo anything. Prince Lazier will lead the offering party. The king told his subjects to rejoice and beat their drums. The day has come when the prince will open the sea goddess festival for the first time. Looking at everything that was happening around him, the prince said that they were a handful of clueless idiots. The drums began to beat, the music began to play even louder, and the ship set off. Looking down, Tay turned to His Highness with a question. Doesn't it seem to him that that creature over there is somewhat similar to Ray? The king replied that never. Ray is much nicer. Unlike Tay, the king is sure that Reinai is creating problems in the demonic world and is keeping an excellent eye on everything. Looking at His Highness with an angelic face, he asked, but he's nicer, right? The king asked to protect him from the pretense of the girl. He got goosebumps. Tay was upset, thinking that His Highness was the only one who hated him. The knight turned to His Highness with a request not to stand too close to the edge, because it is dangerous. The waves in the sea are fierce. Huayan asked the king who is Ray they were talking about. He replied that it was his dog. He raised him since he was just a puppy. The king asked Sir Huayan, how long does it take to sail to your destination? He replied that at the current speed they will arrive when the moon rises. The target is closer than expected, but they sail to the guardian goddess of Jerira. The king wondered, could the goddess of the sea really be a goddess? He dreamed of meeting her as soon as possible. He was curious to see her true face. In the depths of the ocean, a creature chained in chains suffered. Prince Jerira Lazier did this to her. She will never forgive him. They arrived at sacred territory. They asked everyone to send their clothes and fall on their knees. The knight said that this was the priest of the temple of the sea goddess. Priest? No, that man had a different face. It's about who gave the grimoire to Prince Lazier, thereby provoking his call. Who is he really? His goal was only to transfer demonic power to the prince. He asked Tay to find that priest, but to no avail. Is there any other way to find him other than combing every temple in the country? Turning to him, he asked if he remembered their conversation. When they returned, the king asked to resume the search he had stopped. In order to summon the sleeping goddess of the sea, the blood of a member of the royal family is required. The girl asked to admit the noble bloody tongue. His Highness said that he allows. Taking his sword in his hands, His Highness put it to his palm and ran the tip along it. He clearly overdid it. A couple of drops from his finger would have been enough. Stretching his hand out over the water, drops of blood flew down. The water began to boil. The goddess of the sea awakened. She's coming towards them. Bright red eyes suddenly appeared in the water. The goddess emerged from the water. So he is a descendant of the royal family of Jerira. A child who had not come to her for 15 years. She grabbed the king. Everyone suddenly fell to their knees and began to pray to the goddess of the sea not to be angry. The king only managed to silently say with his eyes that they should wait. The king just thought that the water was cool. How long will he have to sort out the prince's mistakes? The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Are you afraid, baby? Asked the goddess. Baby? Fair enough, the prince is only 15 and still very green. She said that she had been living in this place for 2,000 years. All previous members of the royal family always came to her, but in 15 years he never bothered to visit her in this dark and cold place. Showing him the shackles, she said that the damned king of heaven imprisoned her in the depths of the sea. He heard that heavenly creatures put shackles on the feet of sinners and throw them to the ground. So, the creature in front of him is a sky fox. They promised that they would come to her in exchange for protecting Jerira. And subsequent generations will do the same. He broke the contract by leaving her alone for 15 years. That's why obviously, he himself would not be delighted if he were imprisoned in such a place for a couple of thousand years. He has no idea why the heavenly king, instead of normal punishment, continues to be stubborn and resort to perverted tricks. Okay, he understood that she was offended. However, is it right to grab a noble person out of the blue? The sky fox didn't expect this. Is the person talking to her telepathically? He knows the king of heaven and called her milady? King asked her why she did this. She pouted because she was forgotten here alone. He didn't leave her, but still, out of respect, he asked for forgiveness. However, he asked not to do this in the future. People by nature are much weaker than they might seem. They may well die from such outbursts of anger. The king asked if she had calmed down. Having said that yes, she asked a counter-question. It turns out, is he not a person? The king replied that he was a man. She asked him not to lie to him. He said for now. Looking at his red eyes, she realized that he was a demon. Did the heavenly king dislike you because of your poor judgment? She said no. She's not at all scared because he's a demon. She was punished by the king himself. Why should she be afraid of some demons? Noticing a cut on his hand, she told him that he had hurt himself. Showing her his hand, the king asked about this. This was what had to be done to awaken one sleeping lady. He really didn't expect that she would drag him straight to her home. Angry, she said that this was not her home. She was sent here. Previously, she was a noble creature and lived in heaven. The king said that he understood. Looking at the cut, she said that it was deep and asked permission to heal it. The king asked her what healing abilities she had. She replied that of course. Let him not take her for being stupid. She cannot get out of there, but her strength is with her. The king told her to forget about the cut. He is interested in something else. She's not sulking anymore, right? She said that she wasn't sulking at all. Rising from the floor, the emperor was about to leave, but she did not let him go. If he can't stay, then at least let him stay with her a little longer. Looking at her, the king asked what is her wish? Desire. The fox did not understand what he was talking about. The king asked again, what would she want now? Lisa replied that it was obvious. But he thought that she would probably want to remove the shackles and free herself. But she said something completely different. She would like people not to forget about her. She doesn't want to be here alone. Doesn't want to live alone. Asks him to promise that he will not forget about her again. And he will continue to visit her. The king asked again, does she want to ask for such nonsense? What does he understand? Does he have any idea how painful it is to be alone? She has no one to talk to so much that she has started making up names for fish and algae and is trying to start a conversation with them. Does he know how many vile creatures there are on the seabed? Then the garbage will float by, or even a corpse will come into view. The king asked the little fox what was scary. Lisa said that of course she was scared. He seems really scared to her. Let it change quickly. It's his fault, he should be ashamed. Just let him tell her to forgive him. Is she completely stupid? He told her to stop seeing in the clouds and make a wish. Let him not wait until he decides for himself and take advantage of the right to say what she personally wants. What does the sea goddess want? Her real desire is for him to help her. She wants to get out of here! And she has a name. Let him call her by name. And what is her name? She replied that her name was Sedna. And so, the king said that he would now try to help free her. Grabbing the angelic ring, the king tried to break it. Not bad, Sky King Markilos. If he were an ordinary demon, he would have fried in a second. In this case, the king grabbed the ring with both hands. Sedna said that's enough, don't. Thank you for trying to save her, but he could die. The king said that she should not worry about him, but about the king of heaven, whose pride he trampled to smithereens by destroying his angel ring. The fact that he, a demon, managed to destroy the angelic ring proves that Markilos is weaker than him. Sedna was free. She couldn't believe her eyes. No more annoying shackles. She wanted to tell Lazia that he was just something. But turning around, she saw the Lazia's body falling to the floor. Crap. He knew that the human body could not withstand his magic. Grabbing his almost lifeless body, she rushed outside. At the same time, she told Lazia not to die. His Highness said to wait for him here. But what the hell is going on down there? The storm raged stronger and stronger. At some point, a Sedna emerged from the depths of the ocean. The king was in the magic ball. The dark blue ocean suddenly turned blue, the clouds in the sky cleared, and the sun came out. Approaching him, she immediately saw that he was a demonic dragon. The subjects bowed before her and begged the goddess of the sea not to be angry with them. She opened her dome, and the knight immediately ran up to his Highness. He was alive, but unconscious. The priest said what a joy, His Majesty returned unharmed. The Sky Fox addressed everyone. She said that she was giving her blessing to this child, who would soon become the new ruler of Jerira. She recognizes him as her second contractor and opens up for him any sea route he desires. The very name Lazier is evidence of their contract. After some time, the king woke up. He saw Tay next to him. The king asked him how much time had passed. Tay replied that 2 days had passed. Does he have any idea how worried Tay was about him while he was unconscious? He asked if anything hurt him. Surely he needs to call a doctor. The king asked him not to fuss. He acted stupidly and was struck by the heavenly king's angel ring, nothing special. Tay couldn't believe it, the heavenly king's angel ring. The king said that the goddess of the sea turned out to be a heavenly fox. For some sin, the king chained her with an angel ring. And he broke it. Tay asked what did he do? If the goddess was wearing an angel ring, then she committed a monstrous crime, for which she was chosen from the heavenly world. The king asked, so what? Tay answered like this, so what? I should have consulted him first. He almost died. Let the king not forget that he is in a human body. Can you imagine what will happen if you are a demon executing a contract and die in a human body? Asked Tay. The king asked to surprise him. Tay said that such cases are rare, so he is not sure, but in the worst case, for failure to fulfill the contract, the performer simply disappears. In other words, if this happened to him, his soul may not return to the demonic world. He understood this even without them. The guy asked then why did he do this, since he knew everything? The king replied that he did not want to lose to some heavenly king. Tay asked the king to be careful. He replied that he understood everything. That is why the king called him. So that he would help him properly. The will of the king is the law for they. The king asked him if he would like to remove his wings and tail. He still hasn't gotten rid of the habit of showing them when he gets excited. Standing at the window next to his father, the king did not understand what was happening. His father told him that the people were rejoicing when they learned that he had made a contract with the goddess of the sea. This is a monumental achievement, the first of its kind since the founding of their state. He rescued the Sedna so that it would not block the sea route, and she overdid it much in trying to preserve his reputation. Bowing, the knight asked the king to accept his congratulations. His achievements will be praised for a long time to come. The father suggested that since he came to his senses, let's celebrate this significant event together. A lot of aristocrats are waiting for him in the auditorium. The king was only thinking about why doesn't anyone praise him for losing weight? He cleaned up his 100,000 chins like damn. The knight led His Majesty to his room and wished him a good rest. Falling on the bed, His Majesty thought, why is everyone so talkative? Ray went up to the king and said that he should wash himself before going to bed. The king said that he was lazy, he was tired. At that moment something flew into the room. As it turned out, it was grey hair. We recognized Taki. She said that in her previous form she would have felt a little cramped in human buildings. She asked, is it cool that they met again? The king replied that of course, but how did she get here? She asked, what do you mean, how? They signed a contract, so she can find out where he is in no time. And in general, the sacred contract stigma has already appeared on him. Didn't he notice? Is she talking about the mark on her neck, or what? Dying does not rise. The heavenly creature blesses the demon and leaves a stigma on it. Does she think this is the right thing to do? Sedna said that she made this decision consciously. He helped her, and besides, he liked her, so she doesn't care about the rest. She realizes that this contact will turn into an agreement between a celestial being, a demon, and a person. As he is temporarily in a human body due to his contract, she asked what's the problem? The king said nothing. Well, good. She wanted to choose him, so she chose him. Looking at her, the king asked, did she still intend to stay here? She asked what, it's impossible. He doesn't want to be with her? The king said as best he knows. Wants to stay, let him stay. Thank you, Lazier, morning has come. Sedna woke up from the slightest rustle. Opening her eyes, she saw that he was standing in front of her. The king also woke up and asked Tay what he was doing. Can you wake me up more quietly? Tay asked the king for forgiveness. He said that the king slept so soundly that he did not react to the knock on the door. He said that he brought what the king asked for. Sedna asked, what else is this? Containment bead? The king replied that if she wants to continue to stay here, then she should not take off the pendant. She is a sign of her belonging to him. She became the messenger of the goddess of the sea, and her pendant confirms this. Sedna said she didn't like the suspension. She's 5 years old or what? She wants the whole neighborhood to know that she is a goddess? At this rate, it will reach the ears of the heavenly king that he freed her from the angelic ring. Sedna said that this should under no circumstances be allowed to happen. She clarified that the pendant can be removed whenever she wants, right? The king told her not to worry. She is a simple trinket. If she doesn't want to wear it, then it's up to her. It's up to her to decide. She said she wanted to be with the laser, so she wouldn't take it off. Just like he said, she will be the messenger. The king said that she was very smart. Tai was angry. Are they crazy or what? Not only did she, being a celestial creature, enter into a contract with a demon, but also become his pet? The king thought about, is everything good in the demonic world? Ray is there, but he's still worried. The demonic world is now without its king. Walking down the corridor, everyone paid attention to them. The girls were discussing that there was some kind of fox next to the prince. Another advised her to be careful with her words. This is not just a fox, but a messenger of the goddess of the sea, Lady Sedna. She is proof of the goddess's affection for the prince. Mrs. Sedna's white fur coat matches the color of the prince's hair. They look great together. What Sedna did was confess her love to the prince. The king asked if he loves her. She replied that it's wrong. She really likes him. The king said that sympathy and love are two different things. Sedna didn't understand what the difference was. The king began to explain to her. The cat likes the mouse, but in the end she will eat it. However, a person who loves a mouse will feed and care for it. That's the whole difference between sympathy and love. She replied that she understood now. She doesn't want to eat it though. She gave him a blessing and wants to help him in every possible way and eat different delicacies together. It turns out that she really loves. Calling His Highness, he said that ambassadors had just arrived in Jerry. He needs to go. The king is already waiting. Ambassadors? The king was clearly surprised. Sedna said that she thought he was about the ambassadors of the great power of Karnas, where a new emperor had recently ascended the throne. If His Highness is not mistaken, then Tay said that the new Emperor Karnasa took the throne by killing all his older brothers, right? Tay replied that yes, it seems that the ambassadors arrived to them to convey an invitation to his coronation. So, His Highness can see the emperor in person? Now this is interesting. Should someone from their royal family attend the emperor's coronation? The ambassadors answered that it was true. Only members of royal families are allowed to attend the emperor's accession ceremony. The king understood and said that his son would go. Turning to His Highness, the ambassadors said that as far as they know, he has only one son. He meant the heir, Prince Lazier, didn't he? His Highness replied yes. The ambassador generally expected that they would be refused even before arrival. What's on the king's mind? Doesn't he cherish that sleepy Lazier like a jewel? They were sent here only as a courtesy. He didn't think it would turn out like this at all. Why send that loser? At that moment, someone behind them greeted them. It turned out to be the prince, and he came to accept the invitation. They were very scared. The prince asked why be afraid? The crazy prince is so scary? They bowed and greeted His Highness. He asked his dear ambassadors if they didn't like him attending the coronation. They asked His Majesty to be generous and forgive them. They were rude and tactless. The king heard that the state was very strong. So why does he tremble like an aspen leaf? Shouldn't the ambassador of a great power talk to him completely calmly? It's decided. I ask you to love and favor me, my friends, said the king. While in his room, he complained about how tired he was. She asked if his mother made him so angry. What the hell kind of child is he? Sometimes it seems that conquering the world is easier than communicating with your mother. Demons appear from eggs in the Virgilmere spring. They have no concept of parents, so this whole circus is not clear to him. He got a glimpse of the life of a summoner and realized that it sucks. And he will have to rake it. He was so greedy that he wanted to enslave the whole world, and he himself set sail for the next world. She also does not understand the institution of family. There were times when he and the Heavenly King got along well. Family, is this some kind of relationship? Does she like the heavenly king even after he threw her to the bottom of the sea for 2,000 years? She asked why. Now she can't even stand him. The king said if it was true, then let him call him a fool. She said that the king of heaven is an idiot. Patting her on the head, the king said that she was smart. Approaching the king, he asked him for permission to return to the demon world for a while. He is worried about the situation there. The king said that such thoughts could not get out of his head either. You never know who rebelled there while he's gone. Tay said that if chaos engulfs him, then he will return, he will have to figure it out. That is, he, the king, will have a lot of trouble. He, his faithful servant, will check how things are in their world and return back. The king asked Tay to wait a little. There is another way to find out what's going on there. You can check mortality and birth rate statistics. At some point, he, Imbilden, summoned the book of the demon king. Out of nowhere, she suddenly appeared in his hand. Sedna asked him, was he a king? And she thought she was a fool? There are no changes to the rank sequence. No large deviations were found in the calculation of the average number of deceased demons. Nothing unusual. She said it was cool that something like this can be checked from a great distance. It turns out that all entries are immediately transferred to the book. The king said that from this book you can find out everything, from the birth of demons until their death. However, among the demons, the ideal contract of obedience will only work with those who have sworn a blood oath. By the way, when the previous demon king gave him the book, he thought that it was of no use. I didn't realize that it could be useful in such a situation. The king remembered that he had the ability to subjugate everything, being the master. Can he use it here too? After performing several magic tricks, another book appeared in his hands. Sedna was surprised. Another book similar to the first? The king said no. The first contains records about the demons he controls, the second describes his special relationship with people. Special relationship? He told Sedna, since he entered into a contract with her, the first entry of the name will go to her. She would be incredibly happy to be the first. Tay asked his king what he thought the book would be called. The king thought about this, since the book with the names of demons is the book of the demon king, and the book with the names of celestial beings is the book of the heavenly king. He came up with it. Laziest book. From now on it will be called the laziest book. A beautiful title, because he came up with this book himself. They went to the coronation in Karnas. Looking at the large number of servants, the king asked the king, why did they follow him? Tay replied that this was a knightly detachment of Sapphire, belonging to His Majesty the King. He ordered them to protect him. Now the king understood, so that's why the queen was calm. Can't he tell them to get out of here? Hwaiyan said that it would be problematic. The king himself gave them orders to remain within his sight and ensure his safety. Does it hint that the main thing here is not he, but the king? He has a principle of not keeping another owner's mongrels near him. Perhaps soon these dogs will show him their fangs. They will follow all his instructions without contradicting the royal order to protect him, right? The employee answered yes. Nice, then he asked them to write their names in this book and sign them. Since things like this let's go, he said that first there will be a knight. Having looked, the knight asked what kind of book this was. The prince replied that it contained records of those faithful to him. Taking the book in his hands, the knight signed it. And all the employees followed him. Having returned the book to the king, one of them said that everyone had signed it. The king said excellent, good job. The prince ordered them to return to their rooms. They all listened in unison, turned around and left. Sedna said that the relationship is actually good, they obey his every word. Anyone who is recorded in this book will never be able to resist his order. Until he dies, they swam to the place they needed. The local population was surprised that ambassadors from the island of Jerira had arrived. They were very attracted to the prince's hair. They can't even believe that such a beautiful color exists in the world. It turns out that this gentleman belongs to the royal family of Jerira. People showed serious interest in him. Looks like someone started a rumor about his arrival. They were welcomed into their empire by the Karnas. And they escorted me by carriage to the hotel. The king was told that the coronation would take place in the capital in 22 days. To keep him from getting bored, they made a schedule for him for the next 10 days. Does he have any objections? The king replied that he was satisfied with everything. He entrusts all concerns about his daily routine to the man. The man said that if anything happens, let him call him at any time and wished him a good rest. Sedna suggested that Lazier go for a walk. They are traveling now. It was the first time she found herself in such a large country after she found herself in the human world. She asked if he had seen Empire Street. They are not at all similar to those in Jerry, and since they are in a large city, various goodies are probably sold here. There are also many beautiful buildings and squares here. She wants to look at the people of Canada. The king said that he had passed. Tired as a dog. He will leave his choice of activities on the bed. Sedna asked him, isn't he interested in the country? He said that it was interesting, but in a slightly different way. He thinks about how everything is arranged here, how strong the troops are, what noble titles there are, and how powerful the rights of the emperor are. He said that he would rest. If she wanted, she could go for a walk alone. And it is advisable not to get him. Sedna thought that even if Lazier said that he would not go out with her, she would not just give up. Sitting in a chair, the king asked T, where is the Sedna? He replied that he did not know. He said that he had not seen her for a long time. If he is talking about Mrs. Sedna, then she went to the village early in the morning. Said the knight. The lady said that he ordered her to walk alone. That's not true, is it? The knight asked for forgiveness. He should have asked him what to do. He said that he would immediately go for Mrs. Sedna. The king said that it was not necessary. He assumed that this could happen. Thanks to her, they will be able to have fun on this trip. Going to the servants, the king asked for forgiveness for distracting them from the meal. He said that it seems that the fox that he brought with him got lost in the city. She would have to be found. Did the employees not understand what he meant? The king said that he would arrive for the coronation. So that they go to the capital first, he will find his little fox and catch up with them. The employees began to be indignant and said that they would go with him. The king repeats for the deaf. He will sort out his affairs himself. We will see each other in the imperial palace. The employees agreed with him. And what should they do? What can they do? I'll have to go without him. But if someone has no guts, then let him go and try to dissuade him. I'm walking around the city. Sedna thought that walking alone is actually fun too. All people paid attention to her. Someone wanted to take it for themselves, someone wanted to stroke it. Someone was trying to persuade her to go play at their house. She asked for an apology and said that she already has a close friend with whom she plays. Children asked, is this another fox? She replied that no, it was not a fox. The boy invited her to be friends with him as well. Jumping over the boy, she told him to back off. She has no desire to play with them. Previously, she would have been happy if they had invited her to become friends, but now for some reason she's not happy. There is pure beauty all around, delicious food, people everywhere. But it's more fun with Laser. No matter what she does, nothing makes her happy. There was a Laser nearby. She thought that it was time to return. We need to try our luck again and invite him to have fun together. Seeing white doves, she thought that white wings were a sign of heavenly beings. Running up to them, they all scattered. Lucky for them. Can fly away whenever and wherever. And she cannot return to the heavenly world, even if she wants to. Here, one of the pigeons called her by name. Frightened, she screamed that the dove was talking. He said that she was a fox, but he also spoke in general. Sedna asked how he knows her name. He knew it was her. She asked who he is. How does he know her name? The dove said he was Jakiel. Long time no see, friend, moms, it's actually him. She asked what he was doing here. He asked how is this? Said he was on a mission. Does his duties as a clerk even allow him to descend into the human world? He said that this order was given personally by the king himself, and now she was followed by a counter question. What was she doing here? He personally heard that the king chained her in an angelic ring and exiled her to the bottom of the sea. Looking around, she realized that Jockey had put up a barrier. No one sees them. He guessed what happened. No choice. He will return to the heavenly world and report what happened to the king. She quickly managed to jump on his leg. But while it hangs on his leg, he cannot cast the spell. Sedna said that she no longer wanted to go back there for anything in the world. It's better to let him kill her. Let him finish, and then rise to heaven. Sedna asked the Jaki not to say anything to the Sky King. The guy asked her to leave. He didn't understand how she had so much power. She spent 2,000 years as a punishment, that's enough. It only cost her efforts to get out of the angelic ring. He did not understand how the network could not be freed. She replied that the ring was broken. How dare Sedna? Does she even realize how serious a sin she has committed? Sedna begged him to pretend he didn't hear anything. The guy kept wondering how she got out. It is clear why the situation seemed strange to him. Let's not create more problems. And until her punishment is determined, let her return to her place of exile and wait there. This is the advice of an old friend. Just then, a voice came from behind Jackie. I'm afraid nothing will work. Foxy and I have other plans. It was a laser. He asked earnestly. She hadn't forgotten about their pact, had she? The guy did not understand. Who is this guy? How could he get inside the barrier? Wait, white hair, same as grey hair. Is she under contract with this man? The fox replied yes. It even has a stigma on it. Stigma on a person? Does she know what that means? She replied that of course, stigma is the most significant label in the world. A pact bound by stigma is even more important than the order of the Heavenly King. And this very contract, she concluded with some person. Lazier told the guy that she obeys him. Therefore, he will not be able to take it while he is alive. He is clearly a difficult person. The fact that he managed to destroy the barrier does not seem strange now, since they have a contract with grey hair. However, something is not clear here. An ordinary person would not even be able to raise his head in front of such a heavenly being like him. The laser called the fox to him. Jiki said that he would report everything to the Sky King. The laser replied that most likely nothing would come of it. In truth, his servant is a demonic dragon. His name is Thanatos. Usually he behaves very obediently, but at the sight of celestial beings he loses his composure. Is the demonic dragon currently in the human world? If he opens his mouth to complain to the Heavenly King, he risks provoking a war between the demonic and heavenly worlds. War has already happened several thousand years ago and claimed a colossal number of lives. Today, a fragile truce reigns, which the inhabitants of both worlds are trying to maintain. However, nobody knows at what moment the spark can break out into a new bloody battle. Jackie began to resent that the laser did not powder his brains. He had heard that the demonic dragon had a phobia of being away from the Demon King. Moreover, a demonic dragon wouldn't become a servant of a human like him in real life. Lazier said the guy didn't have to worry about that. He is the Demon King. Running up to Jackie, Sedna asked how he was. What to do with everything that happens? The demonic dragon Thanatos and a boy who calls himself the Demon King. He is clearly finished. Lazier told him not to worry. After all, he has no intention of unleashing a war with them. Of course, if only he keeps his mouth shut and no one finds out about anything. He replied that it was good. He now urgently needs to go to one place, so for some time he will keep the information about the laser and Sedna secret. For some time? Whatever the case, Jackie can't lie to the Sky King. If he suddenly asks something, he will have to tell the truth. The Demon King himself must understand this, right? The inhabitants of the demon world also dare not disobey the orders of the Demon King. Who are you calling chicken? Lazier said he was starting to get on his nerves. With what fright does he turn to him on you? Damn, and you cannot argue. Let him be a demon, but a king, after all. Even the ambassadors addressed him with respect. He has no right to be rude. In general, chick, I understand you. Being a celestial being, he cannot lie to his king. Jackie asked if he could fly now. First, let him promise that he will not tell anything to his king until he himself asks. Handing him the book, the king asked him to put his signature here, and he could be free. She will keep the promise. If his stupid chicken head suddenly forgets about him, there will be problems, right? Jackie asked if he'd let him go after he signed. Another pawn in his hands. The guy asked if he could fly now. Ladia answered yes. And yet, if the Heavenly King suddenly finds out about the Sedna, let him immediately report to him. Looking at how the guy flies away, Sedna said that thank God, she was not dragged to the heavenly world. What else is God? Her own friend bullied her. Is she sure they're actually friends? But he is also a heavenly being. They are all cold, obey only the rules, and do not show any warm feelings, and she is their cousin. And treat him exactly the same as that guy if he suddenly gets into trouble. Angry, Sedna said no, she is not like that. She won't do it for nothing. Lazier is her friend and the dearest person in the whole wide world. Turning around, he replied that he was lucky to have such a friend from the heavenly world as her. A servant galloped anxiously on horseback and told Prince Laria that there was a large bridge ahead that crossed the river. T explained that it was called the Solar Bridge because it glows brightly from afar. But as soon as you get closer, it will become transparent, so you can safely see everything that is below. Transparent bridge? Yes, completely transparent, which gives the feeling that you are walking in the sky. That is why the inhabitants of the empire still call it the Bridge of Dreams in a different way. Servant Hwyan said that such a large structure crossing the ferocious water currents is difficult to erect. It is even difficult to imagine how it was built. The prince said that their kingdom of Jeriara is not strong in the art of building. And who then made this bridge? The prince asked. According to the book Te read, the builders were not human. It was hardly a bull or a horse. The prince became interested. Speak faster, Lazier hit they lightly on the head. He probably really likes to receive from him. Holding his aching head, Tai said that the Earth Elves built that bridge. Servant Hwyan was surprised. Do elves live here? Aren't they all dead? Tai is not so knowledgeable, but he has heard that the Kana's empire is trying very hard to protect the elves. And with regards to those that live in other places, he does not know the details. However, the book says that Earth Elves make holes underground and live in groups there. These very holes sometimes stretch so far that they can look like a real castle. It seems that it was thanks to this approach to building that the elves developed their skills. And what do they look like? Asked the emperor. Had he ever seen them? No. But they say that they look like a cross between a butterfly and a cat, and in size they are close to human. Lazier found this very strange. Entrust the construction of some butterfly cat. This bridge is actually transparent. It's like you're walking on clouds. I would like to master the same building skill. Earth elves are incredible creatures. The servant said that carriages were not allowed to enter the other end of the place. He asks to understand and accept such inconveniences. Emperor Lazier asked Hwyan if he was afraid of heights or that the bridge was transparent. Yes, he is a bit unused to such elevations. His Majesty suggested that if he was afraid to walk on an invisible bridge, he should simply walk looking at the back of the person in front of him. Since there is someone ahead, it means that there is a road under your feet. The servant thanked him and said that he would remember his words. Suddenly, birds flew in the sky. Those heavenly creatures again? They didn't come for me, did they? Sedna asked anxiously. Lazar, thinking, said that they were flying in a hurry, which means they were looking not for her, but for something else. Alas, Sedna is restless. After all, if she catches their eye, they will definitely seize her. Everyone in the heavenly world hates her. The emperor asked if she could be reincarnated as a human. Unfortunately not, it can only change itself in size. Lazier ordered they to find out by any means where the Earth Elves live. Since they built this bridge, they must live somewhere nearby. He also clarified that at the moment he can entrust this task only to him. Looking at the sky, Tay remembered that now heavenly beings were flying over the city with might and main. The king is perplexed. And this one got scared. Do they have competitions on who will lay the most bricks? After thinking, Tay turned to the prince with a question. Should he really leave his post? After all, he will not be able to help the king if something happens. Looking at his employee, Lazier threatened. Does he dare to disobey him? Let him go quickly to look for the elves. Tai understood. Crouching on one knee, the emperor told Sedna that he would endow the pendant with demonic energy. She will protect her from heavenly beings. Tay in search of elves. Not just detect those who live on Earth. Is there anything that can lure the elves? Need to find out. Suddenly, Te met with the locals. Someone from the crowd called out. Does he have any questions? The girl asked. Is this his first time in this city? If you need any help, they can provide it. T just couldn't believe his ears. He asked if they could find Earth Elves for him. and he clarified that his master gave the order to find them by any means. The locals did not understand what T was talking about. Earth elves? What is he carrying? This is the command of his master. If he does not find the elves in a short time, he will become very angry. The man asked. It turns out T's servant? Why does he walk around here alone without his master? Since we are talking about his owner, I must say that he is simply incredible. He can do whatever he wants. Very respectful and majestic person. No matter how much he bothers him, the owner always forgives nobly. But when it comes to work, he is extremely strict. If he does not fulfill the order as it should, he will be severely beaten. However, he beats the owner only to such an extent that the beatings do not interfere with the further performance of the work. It is a great honor for him, Thea, to be a servant of such a charismatic and caring master. So, if they know something, where are the Earth Elves, then please let them tell. One of the townspeople said what to tell, they will tell anything. But first they would like to solve the money issue. T was waiting for this. It would be better if they said so. How much do you want for information? Suddenly, someone from the crowd hit Tay in the head with a stick. Picking up the bag of jewels, they opened it. Here is the catch. Are they all real? Where does a servant get such values? The guys decided to send these stones to the master to check for authenticity. And a rich life will begin, but not everything is so simple. Someone behind him coughed. Turning around, the bandit saw that T had woken up and was slowly getting up. Now Thay's body is in a terrible state. It will take a lot of blood to restore it. People do not understand who he is, a monster or what. Theus will have to take their life force to heal his wounds. He covered his face with blood. Hearing a rustle and looking around, he shouted loudly. Did the Earth Elves enjoy the show? Showing themselves, they asked how did Tay know that they were here. He kindly replied to them that he wanted to first find something that would attract their attention. But in the end I decided to dance from the opposite. I heard they don't like blood very much. No one would like it if their house was a mess. Therefore, he thought that they would smell the blood and be sure to come to clean up the mess. He had to play along with those people, although he intended to kill them from the very beginning. Did they like it? He asked. Yes, they liked it. Perfect. That's very beautiful. T suggested that they take the gems. But one of them thought it was strange. Does he just give them without conditions? Nothing in the world is free, she said. Yes, Tay said that his master was looking for them. If they follow him, then all these pebbles will go to them. When they reached the king, they introduced themselves. One is named Long Xiao Xiao and the other is Ling Xiao Xiao. Lazier also introduced himself. And don't forget to thank Thea. T, in turn, thanked His Highness and asked permission to go and change for a second. Lazier wondered what Earth Elves really looked like. Turns out they really do look like humans. There are wings on their backs and mustaches on their faces. Now it is clear why Tay called them a cross between a cat and a butterfly. In general, elves are by nature close to humans. If you help them, they give you all sorts of lovely things. Smiling, His Highness asked the elves that then, maybe they could make friends. One of the elves said yes, she likes that he is handsome and has lovely hair. Oddly, both humans and elves are attracted to white hair. Looking straight into his eyes, one of them said that he was very handsome. Stretching out his hand to His Majesty, the elf began to talk about some pure black color, but Tay managed to intercept it. He said that he was only gone for a couple of minutes, but it seems that during this time words came out of their mouths that should never have been spoken. Looking at the elves with a furious look, Tay said that he had heard that the elves could see through the soul. However, compared to their eyesight, their language skills are very poor, and they confuse colors as well. They can never distinguish between what can be said and what cannot at all. Long Xiao Xiao told her sister that the black color can no longer be spoken of, and asked Ti to let her go. The guy replied that maybe you should say let go, please, right? So the two of them can see through the soul? Enraging ability. Who even invented it? Lazier can't stand this. Is it possible to give a damn about construction and let them go? Sedna entered the room. What's the noise? Seeing the girl sitting on the floor, she asked who they were. His Highness replied that they were the same Earth Elves he was looking for. She said hello and said her name was Sedna. They approached her so close, she did not understand what had happened. The elves hugged her and said that she was very similar to their queen. His Majesty did not know what to do now. I decided that it was better to go to sleep, because the morning is wiser than the evening. Lazier and the elves were asleep. T guarded the dream of His Majesty and the girls so that they would not run away anywhere. But suddenly the girls' eyes opened. They looked at each other and shouted at once that the queen was calling them. She and their home are in danger. The elves flew towards the exit, but Tay stood in their way. Apologizing, he said that unfortunately nothing would work. Without the permission of the king, they cannot step out of here. But then, something strange began to happen to the girls. Hell, these guys are usually quieter than water. But in anger they are terrible. It turns out that something bad really happened to their queen. Then His Majesty suddenly woke up and said that since this is the case, they can go together. He didn't care, and it wouldn't hurt to meet their queen. She's in danger, right? So it's time to go. If something very bad happened, then T will help them. But the guy clearly did not expect such a turn. Why is he surprised? The king is a fragile and weak man, and yet if it suddenly turns out that they disturbed his sleep because of some nonsense, then their so-called queen will also fly into the first number. Friendly company they set off. Turning to His Majesty, Wyan said that for no reason at all, going to the lair of the Earth Elves is a dangerous undertaking. The king replied to the employee that he had been a little sad lately, perhaps nostalgia had come. He constantly thinks about his mother. These guys were crying and saying that they wanted to go home, they wanted to see their queen. Did he have a choice? The king has a weak heart. Tears welled up at that moment. Even though he is a prince, he is still a child. It turns out that Wyan didn't understand how he felt at all. Leaning down, he begged forgiveness from His Highness. He, like a servant, could not see his grief. Lazier replied that it was good. If he really is sorry, then let him shut up and be a good boy. Having reached the right place, Elf said that so they came. Looking around, the king realized that they were under the solar bridge. Looking at each other, the fairies began to fly in a circle, creating a magic circle. So that's why Tay couldn't find their lair. It's all a barrier blocking their entrance, and, apparently, the elves spread hallucinogenic pollen around. Those who are outside the magic circle cannot see what is happening inside. Approaching the middle of the magic circle, Wyan saw a cliff there, and informed His Highness about it. He doesn't know about the elves, but it's definitely impossible for a human to get there. The elf told them not to worry. The queen gives them wings, so that's what it means to give wings. Knowing the king that he would have to go down there in such an unsightly state, he would simply jump down. Wyan agreed with His Highness and said that he didn't want to show himself like that in front of others either. Tay replied that thanks to them they would safely get to the lair. Isn't it wonderful? Suddenly, Jackie and his servants entered through the barrier. One of them told the clerk that it was definitely there. If they miss the chance, they may not be found again. Sedna, what is she doing? Runs the risk of being seen by other celestial beings. Seeing a bright light at the end of the tunnel, they realized that they were almost there. The elves confirmed this. Having flown to the right place, the Earth Elves released everyone to the ground. Looking around, they saw bronze statues. The bronze statues are very skillfully made. It would be difficult for elves to make them so accurate without knowing what celestial and demonic creatures look like. Here, from the side, words were heard about what a lovely white hair color His Highness has. Turning around, Lazier saw an elf sitting on one of the bronze statues. Greetings, dear guests. Without thinking twice, His Highness asked if she was the queen. Right point, her name is Hune and she is the queen of the elves. The king introduced himself and said that his name was Lazier. A noble lord, chosen by God himself. The elf queen replied that she knew that was not his full name. But Lazier will suffice. She really is the queen of the Earth Elves, since she was able to find out that he was the demon king. The queen replied that she should thank. She always wanted to meet him. Glorious, after all, His Highness himself had an interest in her. She asked about what interest there is speech. There are many rumors on the surface that the Earth Elves have outstanding building skills. Arriving at their lair, the king was personally convinced of their authenticity. To be honest, the purpose of his visit was to get these very building skills. For them, happiness is to be recognized by the king. However, by asking him to transfer their building skills to him, he is hinting that he wants to take the elves with him, right? The queen asked what would happen if she refused. Well, there is no trial. Although, he's much more interested now that their lair isn't really in distress. Lazier the Terrible looked in the direction of the Earth Elves. They replied that it really wasn't a lie. The queen confirmed and said that she was indeed in danger. According to him, she is in perfect order. But the queen replied that not everything in the world can be seen with the eyes. She told Lazier that her elves are very fond of everything shiny. They are like butterflies that, smelling a sweet aroma, flock to insects and plants. Turning to His Highness and the guests, she asked them to look at something. A gem appeared in front of their eyes. His Highness replied that no, it was not him. Sedna didn't understand how it got here at all. The queen replied that the elves picked him up on Earth. Sedna was at a loss. What does she want to say that they found on the road? He was thrown, put without protection. If they left it there, it would either collapse or fall into the hands of people. She could not believe it, saying that this could not be, that it was a lie. Lazier tried to calm her down. His Highness said that he knew perfectly well what it was. And that there should not be the fruit of the next heavenly king, the fruit that is revealed on the tree of the heavenly world Yggdrasil and from which heavenly creatures are born. In this case, it is the birthplace of the next generation of the heavenly king. The egg is still small, but the king clearly feels the energy pulsations. Unable to stand it, the king asked the queen of the Earth Elves, did they really pick him up on the road? She answered yes, he just didn't have the words. Do they know how dangerous the bomb they brought to themselves? The queen replied that of course. His Highness inquired why was the egg shown to him at all? She said that the heavenly beings had misunderstood everything. They believe that the elves have stolen their child, by itself. What fool would believe they just picked him up? Turning to the king, she asked him to take the fruit for himself. Lazier was very surprised. She replied that if the king agreed, he would lend him elves with better construction skills. Her character is much worse than he imagined. The king said in confidence that he does not tell everyone that he has a disgusting character. So she should be ashamed. He did not understand. Why did you have to pick up something for which you cannot be held responsible? Suddenly he destroys the fetus. What will they do then? She's terrible. Wine couldn't figure out what the sinister energy and pressure was. It's even hard for him to breathe. His Highness was clearly angry. The queen said that she knew he would not harm this child. Lazier asked why did she get it. The Earth Elf Queen replied that she saw it that way. If he refuses, then there is no choice. Since the fetus came to them, it means that it is destined to become part of their family. There are no other options. They cannot throw away the egg, just as they cannot prove their innocence. The king said he didn't care, let them do what they want. Sedna begged them to return the fetus, otherwise there would be big trouble. She turned to the laser and asked him to at least say something. He knows what kind of egg it is. Is he just going to leave? The king replied that at this rate he would soon go crazy, but, unfortunately, there was nothing to be done. To fulfill the prince's wish, he needs the help of the goddess of the sea, Sedna. If he doesn't calm her down now, there will be difficulties. Approaching the Sedna, the king said that he understood everything. He offered to think again a little. What and how? T addressed His Highness with the words that this is a very popular dish here, underground. The king replied that he did not eat Zukov. T said that they are much tastier than they look. There are fried hornets, caterpillars, and others. Turning to the dragon, His Highness asked how he could eat this rubbish and call it tasty. T replied that all felt tip pens are different in taste and color. Therefore, it is better to respect other people's preferences. The Earth Elf Queen doesn't know what to do. Turn off stubbornness and return the egg as soon as possible. If Heavenly King Markilos gets really angry, even His Highness will have to sweat. The Queen asked if he was worried about her. Lazier replied that he only needed her abilities. If he refuses, he is not sure what he will do, but if they are all exterminated, there will be a problem. Moreover, they now live in the territory of the Karna's empire. The Queen replied that yes, they made an alliance with them. If the celestial beings suddenly decide to attack them, the king does not think that the empire itself will remain unscathed. As long as he's here, he'll probably refrain from turning the human world inside out. What's so funny? He actually said seriously. The Queen said he was more amiable than she thought. Is she bullying him? The queen said no, she really thinks so. And thanked Lazier. He asked her if she cares that the demon king is in front of her. She is the queen here. Even if she is scared, others should not know about it. He understands that very well, doesn't he? His Highness replied that no, there was no reason to feel responsible for her picking up the fetus. Even with a queen or a king, a situation can happen that will scare you because of the responsibility for your family. Of course, he is an exception. He is not afraid of anything, absolutely. Smiling, the queen answered him that he, as always, was in his repertoire. After descending to his Highness, the queen said that it was good that she would return the fruit of the next heavenly king back to the heavenly world. The king replied that this was the most sensible decision. By the way, that's what he was interested in, her eyes. At some point, the stones began to crumble right at them. His Highness asked what the hell is going on. The Earth Elf Queen yelled at them to be careful. The heavenly world has come to take the egg. Looking at everything that was happening, the Queen of the Earth Elves asked how to understand this. The guy replied that they had come to pick him up. Looking at everything that was happening, Sedna realized what kind of task was entrusted to Jakiel. Looking at Lazier smirk, Wyan realized that at this rate, he would expire much sooner than he could fulfill his cherished wish. Jakiel warned once more to bring him back at once. The queen said that it was unpleasant for her to hear such words. They looked after the child they had thrown away. And now they have come and dare to warn them? Are heavenly beings always paying for mercy this way? One of the heavenly beings asked what kind of grace she was talking about. They stole the fruit, and now they are talking nonsense. The queen replied that they did not steal it. Since they claim they did not steal, then how did it come into their hands when it should be kept on the tree of life? They, being by their obscene nature greedy for everything shiny, stole the fruit and fled. And now they do not want to return, based on their greed. The queen asked not to insult them anymore. This child was thrown on the ground. Confusing an egg with a precious stone, her elves brought it underground. Her earth elf does not know how to get to the heavenly world. They were going to return the child immediately, but they simply didn't know how to do it. But in the end everything ended well. Since they arrived in person, the queen asked to be allowed to return it to them. She asked them not to take them for thieves anymore and not to humiliate them. Jakiel said that he should report everything to the Sky King. The queen asked if they were retreating. The guy replied that they should not relax too much. He does not know what order the heavenly king will give. All heavenly creatures obey only the instructions of their king. Looking at the egg, the queen said that now it was time for him to return home. The queen handed over the heavenly fruit into Jakiel's hands. Suddenly, the name Imbilden and the words that only His Highness heard were heard from him. Let's definitely meet again, Imbilden. Is this even possible? Before being born, does the next generation heavenly king already know his name? Embracing the heavenly fruit, Jakiel and Sedna looked into each other's eyes, after which they flew away. It all ended well, it's true, Sedna asked. She saw that Lazier was looking thoughtfully up and thought that something hurt him. She said that she could cure if that. His Highness replied that it was all right. If she carelessly used the sacred power, the bell containing the demonic energy would simply break. Sedna said that there is no face on him. How can he be okay? And she still tried to use force. Lazier said no. T approached His Highness and said that he had indeed turned a little pale. And he asked if he was okay. Lazier turned to the and asked if he had heard that the eggs of demonic creatures and the fruits of heavenly creatures could talk of their own accord. He replied that no, from what he taught, before his birth, demons and heavenly creatures were just bundles of energy. If this energy is destroyed before the egg splits, no one will be born. With heavenly beings the same song, His Highness himself knows this. T asked if His Highness felt something from the fruit of the heavenly king. Lazier replied that to the point, he was talking to him. T laughed and said that it couldn't be. The king said that he offered to meet him, and what's more, he knew his name. He told the king that it was impossible. He, too, would like it to simply seem to him, heavenly king of the next generation. Perhaps he will be born into such a stunning being that Marchiellos can't handle. The Earth Elf Queen asked His Highness to leave already. He replied that yes, it was time for him to go to the coronation of Emperor Karnas. Bowing, she thanked His Highness. He replied that he did nothing special. Even though she's embarrassed to admit it, he helped her realize one thing. To protect everyone, she, the queen, should learn to be afraid. Calling Long Xiao Xiao and Ling Xiao Xiao, the queen said that Lazier could take them with her. Haven't their negotiations been covered with a copper basin? The queen said she would send them on a tour. They made an alliance with the empire, and now they can live in peace and harmony. However, when it comes to the development of technology, staying away is beyond their power. Therefore, the queen would like them to show these little ones the lands of the Jeriara. Lazier replied that this was a good excuse. Since they receive support from Khanas, they will not be allowed to go to another state so easily. But under the pretext of excursions, another matter. Laughing, His Highness said that he would try to forget that she wanted to deceive him by throwing the problem with the egg. He said that her eyes continue to strain him. Are they injured? The queen replied that no, they are fine. Then why doesn't she open them? How to say, the fact is that the one who meets her gaze will turn into a statue. So that's where all these numerous sculptures come from. The queen said that after the coronation she had never opened her eyes. She no longer remembers the color of the sky and the faces of her beloved children. She even forgot that beautiful azure sea that she had seen once. Lazier said, "Let's go." The queen did not immediately understand what he meant, so she asked again. She wants to see the sea, so go ahead, what's the problem? But if she opens her eyes, innocent people will turn into statues. His Highness told her to stop bullshitting herself. When is she going to live for herself? For myself? But is it possible for her, the queen, to live for herself? Lazier replied that, of course, he allowed it. Holding out his hand, he invited her to go with them. He said he allowed it. Doesn't she want to see the world around? Doesn't he want to see the sea? His Highness yelled out if there were any who objected to the queen coming to the surface. If there is, His Highness will nail it so that Mom does not grieve. Well, how? It's enough? The queen said he was very strange. His Highness asked if the queen was ready. She answered yes, but even glad that she just left her shelter. Her desire was not just to be on the surface. For the sake of her kind, she lived for 500 years with her eyes closed. Therefore, he has every right to make his dream come true. His Highness said to slowly open your eyes. He asked how she was. Is she glad that she listened to him? The queen answered yes. Falling to the ground, the queen screamed no. What is he doing? Turning to her, His Highness asked if she could hear him. The queen did not understand how this was even possible. She thought he would turn to stone. He's protected by the goddess of the sea herself, so that won't work. So, did her wish come true? The queen replied that yes, she would appreciate his help. He doesn't even know how to thank him. Her words are not empty words. Elves never forget the favor shown to them. Aren't they even already? She gave him those elves. The queen replied that this had nothing to do with her wish. She told His Highness that if they ever needed help, she would always help. Lazier replied that excellent, if so, then let him put his signature there. However, he is not sure that she can do anything to help him, the Demon King. Looking at the book, the queen asked, what is it? A book with the names of those who are bound to him by an oath. He's used to doing things for sure. But, of course, the book forces him to fulfill his requests. The queen will not interfere in the conflict between him and the heavenly creatures. Therefore, a signature signifies a promise between two parties. Her eyes and the truth show that Lazier is not lying. Lazier told the queen that if help was suddenly needed, report through the twins, and he would respond. That was their agreement. The capital of Khanas is Kanansha. The salesman at the market told Dora that a great product arrived yesterday. The girl asked what exactly. Imperial Palace of Kanosa. Sedna looked at it all with admiration and said how huge it was. She never ceased to admire the surrounding beauty. Telling Lazier how great it is, Ling Xiaoxiao looked at the people around her and said that it was her first time in a place like this. Tay told the elves that it is easy to get lost here, let them try to keep up with them. The king, of course, did not give an order, but the earth elves are curious creatures to death. It is not known what they are capable of. Te turned to His Highness and said that they needed to go there. The king said that he himself knew. But if they take a shortcut, they'll get there faster. The guy refused and said they'd better take the safe route. But the king insisted on his own. Huang addressed His Highness, saying that he also thought so. In unfamiliar places it is better to play it safe. The king asked them both to be silent. If a carriage tries to knock him down, then there will be no chips left of it. The elves stared at the showcase with gold jewelry. But when they saw that the guys were moving away, they shouted to wait for them. Despite the sides, they flew across the road when suddenly a carriage appeared on their way, which was rapidly approaching them at high speed. The carriage stopped and a man looked out of it, indignant about what was happening here. What are they doing here? The imperial family is personally responsible for them, and, with the exception of construction, they are nowhere to be found. Looking around, the girl saw that the guys had disappeared. They had lost them. Approaching them, the man asked, "Are they lost?" He, saying that his name is Nok Buckman. If they say where they're going, he will give them a ride. The gullible elves said they needed to go to Kana's imperial palace. The man knew it. Where else can the elves go besides the palace that protects them? They would pay a lot of money for them. But, probably, it is more profitable to take them as slaves. Let them build him the most beautiful villa in the world. Nok Buckman said good. Let them jump into the carriage and they can move on. The thoughts of the elves were that this man is suspicious and he is lying. They said no, they'd better go looking for Lazier. Who else is this? He will find them all and everything, so let them quickly get into the carriage. The elves turned around and said they were leaving. Asking where it was, the man grabbed one of them by the wing. He asked, did they choose to ignore his kindness? They will have to be punished. If they had listened to him like good boys, they would have done without it. Without having time to finish, a blow followed in the direction of the man. It was Lazier and some guy who managed to arrive in time to help. Looking inquiringly at the boy, His Highness asked who he was. The answer was also followed by the question elves that his friends. Was his help unnecessary? The guy apologized for interfering. He thought they were in trouble. After examining the guy from head to toe, Lazier thought that his life had pretty battered him. Having risen from the earth, Nok Buckman asked how they dare to touch him, an aristocrat. Who do they both think they are? Do they even know who he is? Smiling, the guy asked His Highness what this mother of elves was going to do now. The king asked what he called him. Is he tired of living? He replied that for sure, since without a mother, then just a father. The king stood and wondered from which psychiatric hospital he escaped. Guards approached the aristocrat and asked what happened. Pointing two fingers at them, he said that these vile criminals had harmed him. What stood up as if rooted to the spot? Let them be arrested alive and taken away from here. Spears were directed towards the men. Looking at Lazier, the guy said that he was serious now. What is he going to do? The king did not understand what he was talking about. Does he have anyone to rely on, since he dragged an aristocrat off his feet? His Highness replied that he does not need anyone, he always counts only on himself. He laughed out loud and said it was great. Fully agree with him. The king replied that he should stop neighing like a horse, otherwise he would be the first to fly off. And after all, His Highness just came to his liking. The guard stood with a spear outstretched and told them not to resist, but rather let them surrender. Was it he who ordered His Highness not to resist and better to surrender? Then Huayan called out Your Highness, ran towards him and drew his sword and cut all the spears with it. Standing next to the king, he shouted a lively weapon to the ground. Before them is His Highness the Prince of Jerira. Prince of Jerira? When they came to their senses, the wanderers saw guards around them. One of them said he seemed to have heard that the current prince had a rare white hair. The aristocrat was surprised. Prince? That sucker is the Prince of Jerira herself? This cannot be. Standing in front of His Highness, they said that they were very sorry. The king replied that if they realized their mistake, then good. Henceforth, let them not lag behind 2 kilometers. By the way, looking at the guy, His Highness asked how long is he going to follow him like a stick? He replied that it was a little embarrassing. He helped him, doesn't want to say thank you. His Highness replied that he did not remember asking for help. Looking at the king with interest, the guy asked if he was the Prince of Jerira. What, is he running? I understand that His Highness came to the coronation of the new emperor. He ascended the throne because he killed his older brothers and 2 very young sisters. Let him spit on him. Is such a person worth congratulating? Angered, His Highness asked if he would congratulate him or curse him. What difference does it make? The guy said everyone was acting weird. A tragedy happened, and people, like crazy, hurry with congratulations. Isn't it obvious? If there were those who protested against the new emperor, most likely, by this time, they were all lying under the covers of coffins. He told His Highness that he was an interesting guy. Turning around, he hurried to leave, saying that it was hardly worth waiting for a word of gratitude. You can't say otherwise. Why is everyone saying goodbye to him lately? Tired after a walk, the girl stretched out on a soft bed. Seeing that Lazier changed clothes, Sedna asked where he was going. Wyong said that it was getting late. If His Highness needs security, he can escort. The king replied that he had planned secret surveillance in the imperial palace. The guy asked what? The prince replied that nothing. Just go for a walk, let them not worry about him and go to rest. Wyong insisted on taking at least a servant with him. They can look down on him if they see that a prince from another state is walking alone in a foreign palace without servants. The king thought about what Wyong had said correctly. Here only in words congratulations and coronation. In fact, a real diplomatic war. In the world of demons, in addition to clarifying relationships by force, it was not possible to force others. So he forgot that people have a so-called psychological war. Turning to Theus, the king invited him to go for a walk. You don't want to be locked up, do you? The princess from the kingdom of Frederick, located on the ice mountain, her skin as white as snow. Does Frederick really have a spirit of snow and ice? Seriously? Oh, how romantic. By the way, the girls asked Princess Ivga if she really met His Majesty the Emperor in person. The princess answered yes. They saw him when she arrived at the imperial palace. He is a very considerate gentleman. Because of the thin clothes, she was shivering from the cold, and His Majesty the Emperor offered her his cloak. At that moment there was warmth and tenderness in his eyes, those dazzling white hair, graceful features, and skin like snow-white jade. God, is that gentleman by any chance not the Prince of Gerira? One of those sitting said that she was right. I heard it said that he arrived at the palace today. Approaching the king, the girl asked for forgiveness. She asked if it was by any chance His Highness Prince Lazier Lu Gerira Rodville, who received a blessing from the goddess of the sea. She is the first princess of the kingdom of Frederick. Her name is Ivga del Frederick. Lazier said that he was usually approached on some matter. The girl explained that a wonderful day was coming, so they decided to talk. And she offered to sit with them, but in truth, when she heard the news of His Majesty's presence at the coronation, she wanted to personally greet him. Opportunities to meet the Prince of Gerira, a fantastical island impregnable to outsiders, are rare. The king agreed. Sitting at the table, Lazier decided to hurry things up and said that friendship is, of course, good, but the time is late, so he suggested ending the meeting with 2 questions to each other. The girls didn't know what to ask. But Ivja liked this interesting idea and asked to start first. The king allowed. They say that the royal family of Gerira goes to sea every year and salutes the goddess. Is it possible to find out what kind of person she is? King, that she is a good person. They are friends with her, but it was not easy when she left a stigma on him and dragged him into the bottom of the sea without permission. The girls were very surprised that the goddess did this to him. The king couldn't even look at the back of his head. Lazier warned that there was one more question. The girl became very interested and she immediately asked, that is, His Majesty, intends to actively cooperate with other countries? The king realized that this girl was not easy. Her question is aimed at finding out more about the magic stone, which is buried in the depths of the sea, since several states have views of it. A magical stone, a sea ore that contains magic. If the stone is processed, it is able to epically change the usual way of life. It is also said that it is possible to use it as a military weapon. However, it will not be easy to open the country abruptly, because Gerira has not cooperated with other countries for 2,000 years. Due to the fact that there is a goddess that protects from external enemies, there was no need for applied magic to wield a magic stone. However, things are different now. To fulfill Lazier's desire to conquer the world, he will need scientists who can process the stone. His Majesty thinks they should slowly open their doors. Therefore, the first step is to build an underwater tunnel leading straight to the Kana's empire. This idea seemed dangerous to the girl, because if they enter into an alliance, then no one can resist them. Since the questions have come to an end, now it's his turn to ask. The girl nodded her head and agreed with him, but Lazier clarified that he was not talking to her, the princess of the ice mountain, but to the person behind her back. Let's salute His Majesty the Emperor. The Emperor apologized, he was going to tell at the next meeting. Lazier asked that when he became emperor, did he make fun of aristocrats? Or is it a new hobby? Putting bad aristocrats in their place is not a hobby, it's his forte. What a narcissist. The emperor emphasized that he did not allow to switch to you. Does Lazier think this is rude? The king apologized, but does His Majesty want him to start paying respect to him? No, everything is perfect for him. It's been a long time since the emperor spoke so calmly to anyone. Well, if the emperor wants it, then so be it, but he clarified that with whom he communicated very closely, it became extremely uncomfortable after he got the title of emperor. All of them, as if stung, fell face down and babbled, "Your Majesty." But is it right for someone who will soon be officially crowned to wander back and forth through the streets? King Lazier asked. The emperor replied that if he stayed even for a day in this stuffy place, he would go crazy. But why, then, did he help those two earth elves? They are nothing to him. The emperor said that they reminded him of his younger sister and brother. If they were alive, they would have grown up like those elves. Brother, sister, and mother are the only family that supported him. He didn't want any more, so he didn't want power or power. However, the decay of the palace did not leave him or even his family alone. The throne was not needed, since strength and power only lead to moral decay, but, having lost dear people due to his stupidity, he understood one thing. You can save what you value only by having in your hand that very strength and power, no matter how dirty and hated it may seem. Rumors about him reached King Lazier about how vile and cruel things he did to exalt himself. But what does he want? What was this story about? Some moron fell on his head, the king thought. The emperor said that on their first meeting, he smelled that the exact same smell emanated from Lazier. The smell of thick blood. They are the same species. Morning has come. Sedna decided to wake up Lazier and immediately invited him to take a walk together. But the king said that he would not go, let him go with Tay. Suddenly, Tay intervened in their conversation. He said that His Majesty the Emperor would like to have breakfast together. Lazier, with displeasure, shouted that let him eat himself. Got it. Why call him? But he's still the Emperor of Karnas, Te reminded him. Yes, Te is right, he has nowhere to go. He said that he would go to wash, and they should prepare for the exit. After washing and dressing, the king nevertheless decided to have breakfast with the emperor. The servants remained outside. When he saw what was happening around him, he was a little shocked. After all, this moron offered to have breakfast only together. As he passed tables, he noticed an aristocrat whom he kicked. He fell off his chair when he saw him. The emperor appeared. Everyone got up from their seats. He wished everyone good morning and bon appetit. It seemed to the emperor that everyone was somehow drooping. Didn't like the hospitality of their empire? Those sitting in chorus shouted that no, everything was fine. They admire the imperial care and are stunned by the beauty and nobility of the Karnas Empire. Suddenly, the victim turned to the emperor. He wanted to disturb him with his story. He says that one of the invited guests showed great tactlessness towards the empire. That person knew that he was a venerable aristocrat of Karnas, but despite this, due to his bad mood that day, he used violence against him. What is it about? Asked the emperor. The aristocrat pointed. He speaks to the envoy of Jerry. Take a look at his chin. That cruel man did it. The emperor decided to make sure by asking Lazier if the aristocrat was telling the truth. He replied that everything is correct. Then, you cannot turn a blind eye to such an offense. The emperor could not believe that the envoy of Jerry dared to raise his hand against the aristocrat of their empire. For such situations, the phrase blame from a sore head to a healthy one is suitable. The man's words are somewhat different from the truth. King Lazier said that he used force on him, because this nobleman tried to kidnap the earth elves that he guards. If something happens to them, the agreement between Jerry and the elf queen will be terminated. He was only trying to protect them, but his actions can be regarded as a criminal offense that can lead to diplomatic problems. After all, the kind of earth elves and the empire entered into an alliance. What kind of union? The emperor asked. He replied that in return for a tour of the outskirts of my kingdom, the elves Ling Xiu and Long Xiu would share their architectural skills with us. If evidence is required, it can provide the content of the agreement. Taking his sword, the emperor rose from his seat and rushed towards them. Knock Batman tried to kidnap the earth elves, and Lazier used violence only in order to protect. If his actions truly harmed the Karnas Empire, then His Majesty may punish the king of Jerira in his conscience. In general terms, the emperor understood what had happened. And he confirmed that punishment would be needed. Without the consent of the imperial family, touching earth elves is strictly prohibited. And to harm the envoy, invited by the emperor himself, is commensurate with a serious crime. The emperor took out his sword and said that, as an aristocrat of the empire, Marquis Bachmann, he should have known about this. He says he broke 2 laws. Moreover, both violations are serious crimes. But even in this situation, he has something to say. The aristocrat proposed first to determine the punishment for the ambassador from Jerira. He showed disrespect to the empire. The emperor stepped closer to him. And he said that he did not understand what he had gotten himself into. After all, the one who hit him in the face then was the emperor himself. Without thinking for a long time, the ruthless emperor pierced the aristocrat with his ball. And he fell in front of everyone. People were shocked by this sight. One of the crowd shouted that the Marquis Bachmann was a high-status aristocrat. Even if he committed a serious crime, His Majesty's actions are unacceptable. Someone else shouted too. How could the emperor listen to the envoy of another country and kill Marquis Bachmann? This is unthinkable. The emperor suggested that if someone has a complaint, then he is waiting at his place at any time. Its doors are always open for them, just a crazy and repulsed person. And as soon as you have breakfast, you ruined your entire appetite. Lazier thought, Sedna simply does not find a place for itself. Why does Lazier treat her like a monster? Drops 1 all the time. Isn't it needed? The girl only needed information about the Prince of Jerira. Offering alcohol turned out to be a bad idea. Another chance to meet with the messenger of the goddess of the sea may not come. Their conversation is about to come to a standstill. The girls tried their best to calm Sedna. After all, they were also not invited to breakfast due to the fact that they are just girls. Can have fun with them. Suddenly Sedna ran to the balcony. She saw that the moon had risen. The girls did not understand what she was talking about, because it was still early. What could be the moon? Having shown it, she said that the moon is not in the sky, but in the pond. The moon appears to be underwater. Sedna decided to pull her out and return in an instant. She was lucky she found it. The girl went into hysterics. But she is the messenger of my goddess, for sure nothing terrible will happen. Having emerged, everyone approached her asking if everything was all right with her. Looking at what Sedna pulled from the pond, they were shocked. One of the girls said it was golden trionyx, but Sedna claimed that it was the moon, and taking it out now owns it. And this gift will belong to Lazier. Having met with the king, she gave it away, saying that it was the moon, which she took out of the pond to give it to him. The men found this strange. There is a slight resemblance though. Only a fox like her can get the moon for him. Some kind of nasty smell comes from this moon. What was she drinking? Lazier asked. The girl said that it was a fruit wine made in her country. If he had only known that Sedna would do it again, he would have assigned wine to her. She said no, she wasn't crazy. Lazier ordered Thea to carry this brainless drunk into the room. She howled a little. Seeing this, the girls decided to quickly dump. And suddenly they will fly. Something from the king. Lazier asked Wyan what the golden tortoise was. He replied that it was not a tortoise, but a trionyx, not an easy little animal. Let him release it back into the pond before problems start. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard asking to wait. It looks like a talking turtle. He stuck his head out. And he said his name was Trionyx. Looking at the king, he asked for help. And only Lazier can fulfill his request. The king said no. Nothing in the world is free. What is the benefit to him of helping the turtle? Unfortunately, he has nothing to offer. Lazier ordered Hwayan to return his friend to the water immediately. The turtle began to sob asking for their help. Just one request. The rest of the people don't hear it. And if they hear, they run away in horror. Lazier said that he would pretend not to hear either. How can he be? The tortoise says that he must, by all means, convey a message to the new emperor of Karnas. Yes, Lazier is really something. No one else would voluntarily order the emperor to come or go. Seeing Luna, Sedna jumped out of bed. Lazier asked her if she still takes him for the moon. Drunk-tailed. Isn't that the moon? Sticking his head out, the turtle said that he was not the moon, but Trio Nix. Has the moon spoken? And this is what the fox tells him. Somehow it is illogical. Lazier said that our friend's name is Armand. He is a golden Trionyx that has been living in the pond for 1,000 years. But it seems like everyone except the emperor can hear him. Why is that? With the fox of the goddess, everything is different. Lazier mentioned that it's because Sedna is special. She is the messenger of the goddess of the sea. The emperor found this somewhat offensive. After all, he is the only ordinary person here. He feels awkward. One is absurd to consider yourself ordinary, being an emperor. Is he really the emperor of Karnas? Sedna asked. Yes, I ask you to love and favor the fox, he answered. If the emperor wants to hear what Trionyx has to say, Sedna offered her help. He immediately agreed. Since Sedna has woken up, it's time to hit the road. But where would they go? She asked. In the pond where Armand lived, Lazier answered. The king asked the turtle what will he wants to give to the emperor. He said that they followed him. There is a seal gate at the bottom of the pond. Inside is a legacy left by its owner. He ordered to keep it and open it when hard times come for the imperial family, Lazier thought. He probably about the Emperor Karnas, ruling a few hundred years ago? The emperor himself had never heard of any of the heritage of the imperial family. And it lies at the bottom of the lake. The emperor offered to scoop out all the water to get there. Can you call people? Carol Lazier said that there was no need to call anyone. After all, they have everything they need. The emperor was stunned. Is this really the initial appearance of the messenger of the goddess of the sea? Lazier asked Sedna to remove all the water so that they could pass. She understood His Highness. The amazing ability surprised Wyan. But there is nothing to be surprised at. She is the messenger of the goddess, said T. Come to the center, the turtle said. This is the emblem of the imperial family. He needs to stand on the emblem. Then the seal will be removed and the gate will open. The emperor has some doubts, but this place somehow doesn't look like a fake either. If he had not told him that there were gates at the bottom, he would never have known. It is obscene to step on the coat of arms of the imperial family, but unfortunately he has no choice as such. Somehow a magic circle appeared. The emperor sensed something bad. Everyone rushed to the center of the circle. Lazier shouted and grabbed the emperor's hand. Have they fallen into a trap? Our main characters woke up in some dark place. Where are they? It's as dark as a tomb, Lazier said. Tay took out a magic stone from his pocket. Lazier asked if he could use magic. He replied that it was only practical, and then only a little. The emperor suggested that this place looked like an underground water canal. He once heard that this station had been closed for a long time. How did they even get here? Lazier says they teleported. It was similar to summoning magic using a magic circle, and there is a possibility that it was she who threw them all out into this dark and incomprehensible place. So it turns out that they ended up here thanks to the magic circle. The emperor agreed with the king's opinion. Suddenly Tay saw that His Highness's shoulder was bleeding. Lazier said he probably landed unsuccessfully on his back on a rock, and in moments like this, he remembers that he is in a human body. Tay is furious. Why, if the king sees the situation as dangerous, he does not step aside? Why did he do such recklessness? Lazier doesn't understand. Should he have left Emperor Julius alone? And if he died, then what would happen? Tay replied that he needed help, but that was his problem. Gwian and Sedna looked at this from the side and simply could not believe that they were so fearlessly saying such things about the Emperor of Karnas in his presence. If there were servants of the Emperor here, they would immediately be charged with insulting the Emperor. The Emperor himself agreed that this could be considered his mistake. Looking around, he remembered that Armand was also with them. Someone shouted from the darkness. Please turn me over. He has been asking for help for a long time, but no one hears him. The king approached him with a dissatisfied face and said that it all happened because of him. How can they get out of there now? Lying on his back, he answered him that you can enter at your own will, but you won't be able to get out so easily. The magic circle is only at the entrance. Sighing heavily at what was happening, the emperor asked. It turns out that in this place there is no circle that is connected to the surface. The turtle confirmed that they couldn't get out of there with the help of magic. But maybe there is some other way? Lazier can't give up so easily. Unfortunately, no. He only knows the road to inheritance. But how so? Damn turtle! The king is furious again. Sedna shouted to Lazier to calm down because his shoulder was wounded. She can cure him. Tay is shocked. Does Mrs. Sedna really have healing magic? This is simply incredible. However, Sedna remembered that she could only use magic if there was a lot of water nearby. And there's not enough of it there. Tay changed his mind, saying that she was useless. Sedna almost cried. She is offended to hear this. Huayan thought and decided to provide first aid to His Highness. Let him take off his outer clothing and show him the wound. Lazier found it strange that Huayan even carried a bandage with him. To this he replied that knights often get wounded, and he always keeps a bandage and hemostatic with him. Having finally turned the turtle over, the guys decided not to stand still and move forward. Emperor Julius decided to motivate everyone, saying that they needed to find the heritage and get out at all costs. They've been through so much together. Sedna asked the turtle if they were going the right way. He said without a doubt that everything was correct. You need to trust him. King Lazier asked the emperor a question. Is it true that the imperial family is now in critical condition? Almond or Peanut, or whatever the turtle's name is, told him this. The legacy was promised to be passed on at a critical time for the imperial family. The emperor gave his answer after thinking. Other states see Karnas as a place that is famous for its wealth and strives for peaceful times. If the empire were not like this, then Prince Lazier would not even come here as an ambassador. At the moment, the imperial power is collapsing. That is why Almond called our situation critical. The Karnas Empire does not have a goddess of the sea to protect them like the royal family of Jerira. Because the aristocrats are very powerful, the imperial power must be much greater to make them bow their heads, and he thinks that their loyalty to their ruler is not 100% pure. Everyone serves only that member of the imperial family from whom they can benefit. Therefore, those of them who have rights to inheritance take care of the influential aristocracy and try to please them. This is what the Karnas Empire is like now. This means that it is as if the owner lay on his belly in front of his dog in order to get even more hunting dogs. Quite a funny comparison. The emperor will take note and use it somehow. In this situation, he had to pay the price for not knowing the truth by losing his mother and 2 younger sisters. He cannot believe that the aristocrats secretly conspired and eliminated members of the imperial family who were obstructing them. That is why, after the official coronation, he will completely tear out all the rotten roots. It is impossible to just stand and watch the aristocrats go wild. If you resign yourself, you will lose the right to look into the eyes of your mother and sister. King Lazier agreed. The turtle says that from this place the second road is on the right. Lazier threatened that if he didn't do it right, he would tear him out of his shell. What a cruel guy! The redhead thought. He suddenly remembered that there was something he forgot to tell everyone, and suddenly arrows flew from somewhere. Huayan managed to save Lazier. It looks like traps have been set here in case of intruders. The king looked angrily at the turtle and asked, "Why the hell did he just say this now? This is an old matter, so he forgot. After all, he is so many years old, and his memory is no longer the same as before." Huayan decided to get down to business. He warned King Lazier and the emperor to stand behind him. Arrows flew everywhere. But the valiant Huayan and the brave Tay worked together to clear the way. Lazier liked seeing this. And he is very glad that in such situations these two get along well. Huayan says that he will be very angry if the exact same traps await them in the future. The turtle replied no. There will be no traps in the legacy room. Let him not worry. Suddenly, they saw a large number of red eyes in front of them. Lazier thought maybe the rescue squad had arrived. The emperor mentioned that this could not be the case. After all, the underground water supply system was closed a long time ago. Then it turns out that those creatures are not people. They are monsters. Fierce creatures who rose straight from hell. However, it doesn't matter who it is. Huayan told them to rely on him and stick together. But there are many opponents. It will be difficult to cope with such a quantity. He has no other choice. I'll have to try it. He moved forward towards these creatures. But something went wrong. Huayan did not understand that this had happened to them. Lazier seems to have understood everything. He looked at Tay angrily. This is all the dominant of the Demon King. These monsters are from the demon world, so they must obey their master. The emperor was surprised. After all, they spent so much time locked up here, but instantly suppressed all aggression. Lazier said that this is all done by our messenger of the goddess of the sea. Sedna was surprised. She didn't do anything. Tay explained with a smirk on his face. That Lady Sedna is endowed with the power of the goddess of the sea. She can easily subdue insignificant monsters. T called it incredible. Yes, she agreed, just incredible. Why is this dragon so scary? Meanwhile, a meeting of aristocrats is taking place in the palace. His Majesty's location has been unknown for the second day. What should they do about it? The head of security said that they even checked the pond. But the emperor is nowhere to be found. The red-haired fat man says that he heard somewhere that the emperor disappeared along with the Prince of Gerar. Is there a possibility of kidnapping? The redhead asked the man opposite. He told him that he didn't think so. According to the witness, His Majesty was not taken away by force. They hope that girl's mouth was covered. After all, if the truth comes out, a much more serious mess will begin. The head of security assures them not to worry. He intimidated her, saying that if he revealed the truth, an interstate conflict might arise. The girl won't spill the beans. The sad-faced man asks what about the teleportation spell. Scientists have not yet revealed the true essence of that magic circle. The head of the guard said that the place where His Majesty disappeared is a canal connected to the heritage that has been kept in the imperial family for 1,000 years. And scientists will not be able to figure everything out so easily. The man with the beard decided to ask everyone. Doesn't it seem to them that all this is only for the better? The man in the blue suit immediately asked. Duke Elgar, why does he speak so confidently? What did he say? The Duke asked. Looking at him with evil eyes, he immediately became silent with fear, like a hamster. The Duke wanted to talk about a group of commoner mercenaries called the Dragon Sword, which His Majesty brought into the palace after slitting the throats of his brothers. Is it unpleasant for them that such low and pathetic people are still in the same palace with us? That's why the Duke wants them dealt with while His Majesty is away. What do others think? The Dragon Sword Squad is the most powerful fighting force in the palace, serving only the Emperor. Duke Elgar offers to cut off their limbs during His Majesty's absence. With a smile on his face, the man in the blue suit decided to address him again. Your Excellency, as always, solves a complicated matter in no time. Great idea. Then first, we should cancel their coronation. Standing up from his chair, the Duke said that this was not necessary. Everything will go as planned. If His Majesty does not appear on time for the coronation, doubts will arise regarding his succession to the throne. The Duke respects the decision of such a changeable His Majesty Julius and proposes to elect his deputy. What other deputy? The man in the blue suit couldn't stand it and decided to ask. Who does he mean? He said that this was his firstborn Felix Elgar. Wyan is surprised that Lady Sedna can control monsters. Lazier clarified that the goddess of the sea did not just send her to them. The king thanked her, saying that she was smart. After all, it was only because of her that they were able to get here without any problems. Sedna found it strange that King Lazier himself praised her. Because she didn't do anything, the turtle shouted at the top of his voice that they had already arrived. Opposite them are large doors with an emblem. Approaching the door, the emperor asked how they could get inside. He saw neither a handle nor a key slot. Lazier ordered Sir Hwyan to break down the door. I obey your highness, answered Hwyan. Julius thought that this was amazing skill. With a simple blow, he cut this semblance of a block of stone. There are no such craftsmen even in their Dragon Sword Squad. Lazier rushed forward through the boulders. Hwyan shouted to the king not to go alone, but to all go together. Upon entering, the torches lit up. Looking at them, Sedna was surprised, because these are the same torches that react to people. She has not seen such for a long time. Finally they got there. This is the very place with the heritage that the turtle spoke about. Looking at the walls, on which the hieroglyphs are depicted, Te did not understand what was drawn there. On the wall, Lazier saw a sword that looked too much like him. Taking out his, he saw that they were absolutely identical. Let in general terms, all swords are similar to each other. However, the coincidence is too obvious. The drawing was made from it. Approaching the king, the emperor asked what kind of sword this was. He replied that this is the national treasure of Gerar, Kowa. He got it from his father. It seemed strange to him. Why were Jure's treasures painted on the wall in the underground channel of his empire? Sedna at that moment approached the king and the emperor with a turtle on her back. She said that the picture shows the sword of the demon world. Lazia was surprised. What other sword of the demon world? Armand was sure that this was what his owner called him 1,000 years ago. The king asked, "Then what is this pipe next to him?" The turtle replied that this was the pipe of the heavenly world. Pipe of the heavenly world? Why are the sword of the demonic world and the pipe of the heavenly world drawn together? As far as the king knows, humans have virtually no knowledge of celestial and demonic beings. The turtle replied that the heritage hidden here is the pipe of the heavenly world. It's in that box over there. Armand turned to Julius Reincarnation. If he really belongs to the Karna's imperial family, he will be able to open the box. Is his family's legacy inside? Approaching the box, he opened it and saw the very instrument of the heavenly world. Is this the pipe of heavenly peace? The legacy his ancestor left 1,000 years ago? Julius said that it looked like nothing special. An ordinary pipe. Turning to him, the king asked him to blow into it. Who knows, maybe if he says my name is master, something will appear. The emperor replied that he did not know how to play instruments. And who asks him to play? Let it make any sound. The king does not think that this is a pipe. It was created to be used to perform serenades. Having blown into it a couple of times, Lazia said that he was a doubtful player. But he warned me that he doesn't know how to play. The almond that was in Tay's arms rose into the air. He thanked the emperor for his excellent performance. Thanks to him he was called up. Armand, all this time he carefully guarded the legacy, as she asked. Bursting into tears, he realized that he had succeeded. He had coped with the task assigned to him. Now that the imperial family's connection has been destroyed, a descendant who is in trouble will be helped by the pipe of the heavenly world, the inheritance she received from the angel. The woman now trusts her to the emperor. He stood in bewilderment and did not understand what she was talking about. She, with Armand in her arms, simply disappeared without saying another word, leaving the men alone with many questions in their heads. Meanwhile, the coronation ceremony began in the palace. Preparations were in full swing. While styling the hair of the princess, the maid asked if she liked it, or would it be better to change the style. The girl said that it's not worth it, she's good at it too. She asked, by the way, has His Majesty Emperor Julia returned safely? The maid replied that of course, otherwise the coronation ceremony would have been cancelled. She shouldn't be worried. Ivga continued to say that it was somehow strange. She definitely heard that the Prince of Jurera, Lazia, disappeared along with the emperor. Since His Majesty is back, why doesn't the prince show himself in public? She has a feeling that something bad has happened to her. The people in the palace were ready for the appearance of the emperor. There were only a few minutes left before his coronation. The girl turned to the aristocrat with the words that it seemed to him that today there were too many nights. The man replied that there would be a coronation of the emperor, a major event. Is it possible otherwise? Be that as it may, their intimidating weaponry seems a little unnecessary. It would be possible to abstain. The chief servant approached Duke Elgar, bowed and said that he must immediately report something. The Duke allowed it. He began to talk about how the members of the Imperial Dragon Sword Squad had not been seen since yesterday evening. Did they find out about their plan and run away? They were going to get rid of them immediately after the coronation. That's what it is, but they don't lack ingenuity. The Duke ordered people to be sent to their location. These mongrels have lost their owner, but you need to stay alert. And yet, let them not forget, as soon as Julius is discovered, let him be eliminated immediately. The servant replied that the Duke should not worry. A lot of time has passed, and Julius still has not returned. According to the scholars of the demonic path, there is a high probability that he is already dead. Most likely from hunger, buried under the rubble of old ruins. All knights had already been given orders to punish him. Even if he returns, he is still not a tenant. Julius Reincarnation, the Duke, of course, is sorry to lose his inclinations as a ruler, but he himself is to blame for resisting the aristocrats. As they say, in chess you throw away an unnecessary horse. His Majesty the Emperor seems to have completed all the preparations. It looks like it. Ivga stood and was sad. Her heart was not in the right place. Did the Emperor really return safe and sound? Then the door opened. The butler said that His Majesty the Emperor is coming out. Everyone keep their manners. People stood in bewilderment. Who is this? This thing is not His Majesty Julius. They didn't understand what was happening. Maybe a representative from the aristocrats who will read out a congratulatory speech before the coronation itself. The guests recognized him as the firstborn son of Duke Samuel Elgar. What's happening? Why did the coronation begin without Emperor Julius? We received the blessing of heaven and expected a holy ruler to rule this land with a 1,000-year history. However, the one who inherited this brilliant power is not present at today's ceremony, which means he renounces his rights. In this regard, we present a person who will replace him. Ivga Del Frederick asked to stop. She asked where His Majesty Julius is now. Wasn't this assembly organized to congratulate him on his coronation? For this she came a long way from Frederica. Here the voice of Duke Elgar was heard from the crowd that the emperor had refused the coronation, rejecting the blessing. People began to whisper that it was His Excellency Simeon Elgar. It clearly smells like something serious. Duke Simeon Elgar, the leader of the party of aristocrats, Khanas, who holds the entire political sphere in his hands. The person replacing the emperor is the son of Duke Simeon Elgar. The Duke planned to take as an excuse the disappearance of His Majesty Julius and make his son ruler of Khanas. Ivna said she heard that His Majesty Julia was missing. If he has not returned yet, wouldn't it be more correct to cancel the coronation and make every effort to search His Majesty Julius? People didn't believe there is. Did he disappear before his own coronation? Then what should they do? It seems that Princess Ivga and the rest of the guests are in no particular hurry to offer congratulations. He talks about his son Felicia Elgar, who will become the new emperor of Khanas. Ivga stood in bewilderment. She did not understand what was happening. On what rights do they crown his son emperor? Even though his son belongs to a collateral line of kinship, he received imperial blood from his grandmother. Therefore, he has enough rights. The Duke said that he would no longer forgive those who show tactlessness. It doesn't matter whether you are aristocrats or guests from other countries. Everyone without exception will be considered enemies of our empire. They will have to pay the appropriate price. Turning to Princess Ivga, he asked not to complicate the situation. Doesn't the princess of the small state of Frederick, who is located on the outskirts, want to become the Empress of Khanas? He told her if she kept quiet, they would think about her place in the harem. The princess stood looking down at the floor. Felicius Elgar, come forward, deputy who has inherited the blessing of the God of heaven. Ivga stood and thought about His Majesty. Where is he? Will he have time to arrive for his own coronation, and is everything okay with him? Willingness to inherit shining authority. The one who will take on this will. Then the door to the palace opened. Sorry, I'm a little late. His Majesty Emperor Julius, appeared in front of everyone, safe and sound. Walking along the red carpet, he cut it with his sword. The Duke clearly did not expect to see Emperor Julius alive. With a grin, he asked Duke Elgar what was wrong with his face. It was as if he had seen a ghost. His Highness said that he was ready to listen to all his excuses and apologies. However, this does not mean that in the end his head will remain on his shoulders. The Duke began to shout at the employees. Why did they stand like a pillar? They immediately pointed their spears towards Emperor Julius, and he is fearless since he bares his teeth in front of the emperor. Julia did not expect that there was a much more crazy person in the palace than him. He couldn't believe that the servant who was supposed to help him, who would have stood at the origins of governing the country, was so openly committing treason. He only thinks about his empire. Isn't the fact that he decided to put his stepson on the throne a betrayal? The Duke shouted that the emperor himself was to blame. Hid until the day of the coronation, which was promised in the name of the God of heaven himself. Is he now blaming the emperor for everything? They broke the law that the previous emperor respected. They also cut the throats of both their brothers and countless subjects. With the sword that is now on his shoulder, he waved away the imperial power and stained the palace with blood. They can no longer acknowledge him to their overlords. Since his words are completely true, he will not reject them. However, he thanked Duke Elgar for blowing himself up. Otherwise, he kept wondering how to deal with the rotten aristocrats. The emperor shouted to the guys, did they hear everything? He ordered the execution of the dirty traitors gathered here. One of the servants asked His Majesty if they should tear everyone to shreds. The emperor replied that if they resist or do not want to surrender, finish them off anyway. One of the employees swung the ball and asked, do they think what will happen to them? but suddenly his sword became unusable. Looking up, the Duke saw Earth elves. What are they doing here? They never get involved in human conflicts. Then Lazier appeared. He said that they are keeping their promise to him. For the will of the Elven Queen is their will too. He had heard that people were very prudent with elves. Aren't they much better than a person like him, who could easily betray in just a few days? I would be ashamed. The Duke shouted to the employees to kill him. The instigator of all this is the Prince of Gerera. But it was not to be. Wyan appeared in front of them. With a smile on his face, King Lazier asked were they going to do something to him? Well, they can try. Pretends to be noble and powerful, but before death he is pitiful. Samuel Elgar, he shouted that they couldn't do this. How can they commit such atrocities in a sacred place? Is it true that he is talking about holiness, which his aristocrats like? Okay, then the emperor will show him the holiness that they all loved so much. The emperor took the pipe in his hands and began to play it. From the emanating music, a golden mendal appeared, the sword of the demonic world and the pipe of the heavenly world. The king knew that playing instruments is a special ability of members of the heavenly world, but it was impossible to imagine that the pipe contained a sacred power capable of turning a 1,000-year-old spiritual animal into a sacred one. The emperor has received a sacred animal. Everyone fell to their knees before him, even the Duke himself. Sacred animal? Where is it here from? This means that Julius was recognized as the true ruler. Princess Ivga again greeted His Majesty Emperor Karnas. He replied that he was glad to see her again, Princess Ivga del Frederick. The incident with the rebellion of Samuel Elgar, who tried to place his son Felix on the throne, was completely exhausted. Under the pretext of this incident, after his accession to the imperial throne, bloody repressions continued for several more days. Thanks to this, it turned out to root out all the opposing forces that were hiding and waiting for the right moment to attack. Having gained the protection of a sacred animal named Armand, he was able to receive the full calling of himself as emperor from the aristocrats. Trying to calm down the resulting noise and confusion, several more hectic days passed. Arriving at the emperor, Lazier and Huayan greeted him. He said that he wanted to see the king. "Where have you been wearing it all this time?" The emperor replied to the king that he actually had a rebellion. He thinks order is a simple matter? So I decided to take a breath and at the same time look at him. Julius looked around and asked what happened to his room. And he got soaked to the skin. Flood, or what? The king said not to ask him, but to ask that crazy fox. What is she? She did it for him. Why is she sulking again? Why was the messenger of the sea goddess so angry? Lazier replied that she saw him applying medicine to the wound, and staged a booth for no reason, declaring that she herself would cure him. In the end, nothing worked out for her, and she went crazy with anger. Tay, smiling, said that thanks to their beloved Lady Sedna, he now has his hands full. Has the wound gone yet? Is everything so serious that even the messenger couldn't help? It seems that His Highness Lazier is not affected by the sacred healing power that Sedna possesses. Sedna began to say that yes, she is a brainless fox who only knows how to cause problems. I've given it a stigma, but what next? Cannot heal even a minor wound. Tay began to say that he, too, was a useless servant who could do nothing to help his master. Let him scold him too. Members of the royal family of their country have a slightly unusual body structure, which they received with genes. It turns out that he received the protection of the goddess of the sea because of his physical characteristics. Lazier thought yes, although in fact it is a lie. After that incident, he realized that the royal family of Gerera was very weak and clumsy. Since even the sacred power does not affect him, without the protection of the goddess he can die at any moment. If something had gone wrong in the underground Vodo Canal then, perhaps he would not be able to stand here alive and lament now. Julius was surprised. Despite all this, he still helped him. Decided to take a risk that could have cost you your own life? Lazier replied yes. For such a good deed, Emperor Karnasa might give him some kind of reward. He doesn't think he can get away with a simple thank you, right? The emperor told the king that he was very funny. Can his excessive honesty be called arrogance? Does he want the emperor to do something for him? Let him speak, he will try to do everything in his power. Lazier replied that he had not yet thought everything through in detail. I asked Tay what he thought they should ask in return. The guy replied that this was a good question. He raised the topic himself, but he doesn't even know what he wants. He himself is not averse to thanking him, so he can be a little impudent. The king replied that he need not worry. He will rip off as much blood as he has shed. Julius said that after listening to the king, it seems that he helped him not because from the very beginning he wanted to get something in return. So why did you save him? The king replied that he just wanted it that way. Do you really need a reason to save someone? Looking at Lazier, His Highness invited him to become his younger brother. The king clearly did not expect such a proposal. What's wrong with that? Julius will be the older brother, and he will be the younger. What will he say? He wants what Lazier did? Julius replied that he wanted him to become his younger brother, and he would be the elder. The king stood and thought, what is this crazy bastard talking about? Julius replied that let him think about it. This is a great opportunity. If the king becomes his brother, Jerira will become the brother nation of the great Khan's empire. Is this the reward he was thinking about? Julius laughed and said that this is a bonus point. He just wants to get closer to him. He will take good care of him. Well, what will he say? This is certainly not a bad offer, since it is not considered just an ordinary union if they form a brotherhood. 100% better than an alliance formed by a stronger nation forcing a weaker nation into submission. Khans and Jerira are like brotherly nations. They should be more or less different and maintain excellent relations. Lazier hope he doesn't expect any special treatment just because he's older? Julius said not in the slightest. He is more comfortable maintaining their relationship as it is now. But does he really want to create the brotherhood after what he went through with his own brothers? It's not like he only had those he wanted to kill. He also had brothers and sisters for whom he would give his life. But he risked his life for him, so Yuli decided that becoming his brother would be a good idea. What if Lazier refuses? Then, he would simply find ways to help Jerira. If he wants to maintain a graceful image, shouldn't he at least pay Lazier to save his life? Julia said that they should take an oath, making a toast to their brotherhood, but he is 15, and Julia is 17, they cannot drink yet. What if Armand and Sedna act as their witnesses? By the way, Lazier no longer sees this turtle. Doesn't he travel with them? He was with him the whole time. Turtle bastard, why did he get so small? Even when he is small, he remains a Trionyx, not a turtle. It's tiresome to point this out to him every time. Since he became a sacred animal, he can change his size and shape. When he is small, it is much more convenient to travel with him. He has even developed divine defensive powers that fend off physical and magical attacks. So when he is with him, he hardly needs the help of the Dragon Ball Knights. Hell, he needs that ability too. This human body is too weak. This stupid carver is absolutely useless. The sword dares to choose its own owner? It's just trash. Turning to Sedna, Julia said that they were going to create a brotherhood, so she would become a witness. Lazier stated that he has one condition in this book. Taking it in his hands, Julius asked what kind of book this was. The king replied that this book contains the names of people with whom he had a special relationship. Looking into the book, the emperor saw that it even contained the signature of the Earth Elf Queen. The king replied that oral oaths are only remembered in their heads, so he likes to write down all his promises. They say kings shouldn't sign without due consideration, but since it's his younger brother's request, he can't refuse. Having signed the book, the emperor gave it to the king. He asked, so, are they brothers now? The king replied that of course. I, Julius Renconus, swear before the sacred animal Armand and the messenger of the ocean goddess Edna, to accept Lazier Lou Gerer Rodville as my brother and take an oath of allegiance. Likewise, although they are not related by blood, in the future the two nations of Khans and Jerira will be bound by brotherhood. And they will never betray each other. Lazier came to say goodbye to Julius. Leaving so soon? The king answered yes. All the other guests had already left, and he was the only one who was being held back. His wound is almost healed, so he returns to Jerira. By the way, the king heard that Julius was getting married. Should he congratulate them in advance, or can he later? Ivga thanked His Majesty Prince Lazier. As a sign of congratulations, could he invite them to Jerira sometime? The king laughed and said that everything depended on the behavior of her husband. The girl said that she would look forward to this. She approached Sedna with a proposal to drink tea together next time. She replied that it was good, and again she wanted to drink the wine from the snow flower, which they drank last time. Lazier said she was not allowed to drink. If she drinks again, she will go back to sea, Ivga asked. He will return to their wedding, right? The king replied that maybe. Actually, his only brother is getting married. What is he pretending to be? Hugging Lazier, Julius asked him to return home safe and sound. How annoying he is. Since he wrote his name in his book, if anything goes wrong, he will stop this brotherhood nonsense. Julius touched his hair. Does he want to die? He looked so cute there that he couldn't help it. Lazier threatened, if he touches his hair again, then he is a dead man. They said goodbye, asking each other to take care of themselves, because during this time they really became family. Wyan asked His Highness should they go straight to their hotel at the port. He replied yes. Tay was glad that they were finally going home. Lazier said that when they return, they will develop another plan for world domination. Lazier told Tay that he would have a lot of work to do when he arrived, so he should be prepared. He replied that if it was for His Highness, he would be only too glad. And Sedna shouted that she would try too, yes, and offered to rest in this estate, and tomorrow with renewed vigor to go to Jerriira. After all, driving late at night is dangerous. The elves looked through the window and saw the sea there. It was as if they were seeing him for the first time. It seemed huge and scary to them. Lazier decided to console them, saying that they should not worry, because tomorrow they will look at him as much as they want, and he asked if the prince was hungry. Lazier agreed, and they went to dinner. An employee came up to them from a table. He asked the king if he liked his chambers. He said that it was not a palace, of course, but not bad. He will immediately bring food to everyone and hopes that they will like it. The king is already tired of everything, they will not let him eat peace. At that moment a man was performing on stage. Dear guests, you have been waiting for this for a long time. Very soon the performance of the mage student from the magic tower, Lil Lisa, will begin. Meet the magic show of the Mage of Souls, Arstide. Suddenly a man appeared from the thick smoke. Lazier had heard of them once. Using their voice, they can create the elements of water and fire. With angels and demons cannot be compared, but for people this is the closest title to magic. They don't have mage engineers? Asked King Huayan. He replied that there are, but they are not very suitable for such places. Collecting a magical mechanism in front of everyone would be strange. Does the king need to find a mage engineer? Yes, he thinks that it would be nice to have both earth fairies and the mage engineer on the team. Huayan got an idea. He thinks it would be better to look for him in the magic tower then. This soul mage is also from there. In magic towers they train not only magicians, but also magicians and engineers. However, all its natives are free and are not under the oath of any state. Huayan assumes that it will be difficult to convince him to join. But the king is not going to convince anyone. And the main thing for him is to find someone worthy, and then we'll see. The guys decided to use a little force by grabbing his hands. The king asked him a couple of questions. Is he from the magic tower? Is it true that soul mags are so good? The magician smiled at what was happening and asked, who else are you? The king replied that it would take a long time to explain and it would be better to return to the tower. Maybe he can show you where it is. The young magician says that it will be very difficult. The king threatened that he would not be accepted. But he will never go there. And it's better to die right here. Looking at him with his powerful and evil gaze, the king asked, does it mean to kill him right here? The magician fell to his knees and asked not to go to the tower. He promised that he would never return there. He doesn't want to spend his whole life in a magic laboratory. Lazier found this strange. Why is he so afraid? Nobody understands him. Why is the magic tower called that? This is not just a tower of magicians. The king is starting to get tired of this. Well, what is it then? Magic laboratory? No. The magician finally decided to confess. This is a tower that sucks all the blood out of you. Is that why he ran away? Seriously? The guy replied that he did not run away. He was simply saving his life. This is not home, but hell for any person. He set fire to the tower and left, vowing that he would not return there. He cannot fulfill the king's request, even if they threaten him, even if they cut off his head. The king called the knight Huayan. The magician shouted, please have mercy. He will do anything but that. Please, not the tower. It was with such difficulty that he got out of there. There is a magical stone at the bottom of Jiraiya's ocean. The king may give it to him as a reward. I was going to take it for myself anyway. Wait, where is he? Asked the magician. Jiraiya is a treasure trove of magical stones and a land of endless exploration. Any magician wants to get there. Even the earth fairies and the water goddess are interested in this place. His hair is so light. Is he really Prince Lu Jiraiya Rodville Lazier? The king replied that yes, it is. He is surprised that the magician knows his name. Absolutely everyone in the tower knows his name. Wait, he escaped from the tower. It's not that he completely hated his past life and didn't want to become a scientist anymore, but if the Prince of Jiraiya himself helps him with research, then no tower is needed. This is a great opportunity. Okay, he agreed and said that he would take him to his teacher without going to the tower. And his teacher, is he an archmage? Yes, she is an archmage, and the mistress of the tower. The king then asked, shouldn't she be in the tower? The magician said that they escaped from there together. Okay, but the mistress of the tower escaped. The king asked him what kind of fool he was holding. Just then the butler comes into the room. He told His Highness to hurry. They were attacked by demons. What is he talking about? Looking at everything that was happening from the window, the king asked what happened. Jiraiya is safe thanks to the protection of the ocean god. But for the continent, demon attacks are commonplace. The butler said that the king need not worry. Since they are on a high floor, it will be difficult for demons to reach them. Please let him move to a safer place. Just think, these demons walk around the human world so calmly. The magician said that then he would go to kill demons. The butler told the magician that he need not worry. Even if he doesn't go, there is a safety room in the village. Arstide hinted that demon corpses actually cost money. So he went to collect them. Having looked at the departure of the magician, Tay asked the king if it was okay to let him go just like that. The king asked to be left alone. Let him close the door, it's cool in here. Tay told His Highness that he should also leave. Lazier replied that he, too, could fail and not disturb his peace. They want to see how good this soul mage is at work. Sedna clarified. Can the king see all the way from here? Darkness is an ordinary trifle. Arstide ran and thought. Just think, the nation is wasting its time by burning such precious test subjects as demons. So which one should he start with? Looking to the side, he saw the same one. Okay, it just looks light enough. The wind that follows him in reality, promise. Aristide, control you here and now. The magician ordered the enemy's legs to be chained. Summoning a windy axe, he pointed it towards the demon. He hit it and fell to the ground. The knights rejoiced with happiness. This is a wizard from a magic tower. With him victory will definitely be on their side. He realized that if he attacked them at the moment when their strength was almost exhausted, it would be easier than ever. The knights thanked the magician. If it weren't for him, they would be in danger. Let them make sure that they receive their reward. Arstide told them not to worry and to leave everything to him. Looking at all this from the window, the king said that he was better than he thought. Apparently, he doesn't just talk much. So, is this the last one? The guy thought that he needed to collect all the corpses and move to another place. One of the knights called the magician. He told him not to worry, because he would finish soon. Before he could finish speaking, he saw him. What is this creature? He had never seen anything like it. Before he could come to his senses, the dragon immediately grabbed him and rushed up. He asked to be released, but the dragon flew higher and higher. At some point, his grip weakened and the magician flew down. Seeing this, the king said that he was a stupid magician. What an amateur. Turning to Tay, the king asked if he had seen. Let him go with Sedna and check whether this fool is alive or not. If he is still alive, then let him be brought here. Not having heard the entire conversation, Sedna asked the wizard, is he dead? The king replied that he was not sure, but he would definitely die if they left him there, so he said to go after him. Lazier thought that this idiot's teacher would appear if he was in danger. But she's nowhere to be found. Tay asked what about His Majesty? He replied that he was going to look at a place with Huayan. The guy said that he also wanted to go with His Majesty. The king replied that no, he must go and find out where this wizard is. If Sedna goes alone, this cunning wizard will trick her into healing himself and then run away. Lazier said that then he would trust Tay. He promised not to let His Highness down and to do everything as he ordered. Turning to Huayan, His Highness said that it was time for them to go. Having agreed, he said that he would take everything upon himself. Then, out of nowhere, demons appeared again. Huayan managed to react in time and protected His Majesty. Lazier asked who dared? Even though they are low-ranking demons, how dare they not recognize their master? Huayan turned to His Highness and asked how he thought he could retreat to a safe place. The king asked me to wait, he is trying to decide what to do next. Lazier said it was decided. He is not so merciful that he would just leave. He does this not for the sake of humanity, but for the sake of the contract. Standing behind His Highness, the guy said that he would protect him. Has His Highness always wielded a sword so skillfully? It seems as if the monsters themselves are seeking death from his sword. The monsters ran away from fear, but the same dragons appeared. They must be completely subservient to the Demon King, so why are his orders ignored? This cannot happen. Strange, if he uses so much demonic aura to suppress them, they must either flee or obey. One of the dragons headed straight for His Highness. Huayan arrived in time to defend himself. But this was not required. At some point, one of the demons attacked the dragon. Aren't those monsters from underground waterways? Wow, they recognized their ruler and came to the rescue. These are the only adequate monsters, or what? Is it because the king can't show his full strength while tied to a human body? No, if that were the case, he would not be able to use his authority on more than one monster. Suddenly a crowd of knights ran up. There are still monsters there, kill every single one. They started shooting at them with arrows. The arrows flew towards the monsters. Huayan told His Highness that he could order the attack to stop. The king asked just to let them escape. I'm sorry, what? Before he could finish speaking, the king interrupted him. He asked not to be forced to repeat the same words twice. Sedna said she couldn't track their scent. Is he sure they're heading in that direction? Tay replied that yes, I'm sure. He turned to himself and said that she could smell the magic of others. It was incredible. She said that she remembers his smell only because it is quite unusual. Unlike any other human scent, more like a mixture of flavors, but still strange. Laughing, Tay asked what smell he had. Sedna said it might be a repellent scent. He laughed and said like this? Just a faithful servant of his master. Pointing to a house to the side, Tay said that over there. This is the place where that wizard fell. They ran to the house and looked inside. Going inside, Sedna said that his smell was very weak, but she could smell it. Although, it's so dark here that you can't see anything, Tay said to follow him. The darkness has no effect on him. He saw something flying towards them. The explosion was so powerful that they were thrown into the street. Sedna started asking a lot of questions about what it was. Then they saw a silhouette and heard a voice. What do we have here, child? And a little fluffy one, suddenly attacking a child and a furry cutie, isn't it too much? Looking at them with a piercing gaze, she asked, are they guilty? The ones who tried to attack her cute little student Aristide? Tay replied that not at all. They are here to save him. In any case, he did not think that they would meet so soon. She is the owner of a magic tower that sucks all the juice out of people, right? After descending to the ground, Lilith said that he seemed to know quite a lot about the magic tower. But how does he know her name and face? Tay replied that they are familiar with Aristide X. The girl asked that perhaps they were his friends. It was her mistake. After greeting, Sedna introduced herself and Thea. She said that Aristide fought with demons and fell somewhere. They are here to save him. Lilith said that this child was probably greedy and made a lot of mistakes. Sedna asked if he was okay. She couldn't smell him. The girl clarified that they were worried about her Aries. He made such good friends. She was very happy about it. Tay turned to Miss Lilith and said that something was bothering him. She asked what it was. She doesn't seem human at all. Does he mean she's not human? The aura emanating from her clearly belongs to a demon. Tay said that this was something unusual. He had never seen anything like this in the demon world before. He is one of the managers of the Demon Kingdom's name list, so he remembers every face from the moment he checked them all personally. Having her name listed in the list of names of the demon world means that she has sworn allegiance to the Demon King. Hence, the absence of her name on the list means that she is not loyal to the Demon King. What is her personality? Is she one of those who challenge the king's authority? She couldn't believe that this little child was running a list of demonic names. So, he's a demon? She tried to attack Tae, but he quickly reacted and struck back. He was clearly ready for anything. She asked him to wait and just listen. But there was no stopping him. He said that he would do it later, after he had torn her to pieces. He hit her with incredible force. She simply flew to the side. She asked him to listen to what she had to say. Tae asked, is she still pretending to be human while being a demon? Don't worry, he will finish her painlessly. Sedna intervened in the showdown. Tae asked her to step aside, because he must eliminate everyone who betrayed the king, but she insisted on her own, saying that they had come to help Aristide. What if he was nearby and suffered from their attack and died? She's sure Lazia will be angry. Tae said that it's good, he will give Lilith the opportunity to justify herself. Relaxing, she said that finally they could talk. The girl said that yes, she did wrong by saying that she was a demon. Because she's half demon. Lilith said that yes, she was born from the union of a human and a demon, so there was no way she could be on the list of demons, right? After all, she had never been to the demon world. She is a human who is not accepted by the human world and a demon, which cannot be part of the list of demon names. Unfortunately, she has no place in any of the worlds. She knew it would happen sooner or later. Then Lazia appeared out of nowhere. He told Tae that he actually sent him on an errand, and he was playing here. Sedna was delighted and jumped into his arms. After asking His Highness for forgiveness, she said that they had encountered a small problem. Approaching the girl, the king asked if she was Lilith 10 from the magic tower. Looking at him, she only thought about how beautiful his silver hair and eyes were. Is this guy Prince Jurer? The king said that now he understood everything. She is one of those who explores the soul of a demon. The one who made the assumption about the human soul must be Aristides the 10th. Lilith said it was incredible. I understood this the moment I saw her. But he doesn't look like an ordinary prince. Sedna did not understand what Lazia was talking about. He replied that especially, standing right in front of them, was the one they were looking for, Aristides the 10th. Everyone stood in bewilderment. This woman is the same wizard they have been looking for so long. Nobody clearly expected this. The girl said that it's true, there are two personalities in this case. The man is Ares, and the demon is Lilith. When one loses consciousness, the other awakens. Therefore, they share their life together, Lazia clarified, which means they know about each other's existence. Were they born this way? Lilith answered no. Not much time had passed since Ares woke up. He will turn 25 this year. She is Lilith, she has lived for 125 years. When she turned 60, she realized that she had not changed at all over the years. It was then that she discovered that she was not an ordinary person. One day people almost killed her, considering her a witch who received power from a demon. Her head was broken and her body was torn into pieces, leaving her to die in the Valley of Death. Ironically, it was the demonic abilities that were responsible for everything that allowed her to survive. Then Ares appeared when she was 100 years old. Lazia said that he had seen many personalities, but he could not have imagined that her race and gender could change so much. Sedna was surprised. She also hears about something like this for the first time. In this case, does this mean that not only the mind switches, but also the body changes between feminine and masculine? If you think about it, Ares said that he set fire to the magic tower and escaped. Why didn't she stop him? Is the owner. She said that Ares loves learning and research more than anyone else. He says he's sick of the magic tower, but he treasures it more than anyone in this world. She is shaking. Then why arson? She replied that if he had not set fire to the tower to get rid of her once and for all, he would have wanted to return. Lazia said okay, he wanted to live there, but what about her? She's not sure. They're just wandering around aimlessly, just like now. Does he know that life doesn't always give them what they want? The king asked. It turns out, they both simply have nowhere else to go, right? His Majesty proposed to make a deal. She, the mistress of the magic tower, provides him with a good and responsible engineer for Jerry. In exchange, he provides her with the required amount of magic stones. Asking for forgiveness, Lilith said that the Alliance magic tower was exclusively for wizards. They will not help a particular nation for personal or social gain. Then the king will create a personal place of residence for them. Just let her decide whether she wants to live the life of a human or a demon. He clarified, she does not like his proposal? The girl replied that this is not so. She just wonders what authority he has to give her this choice. A half-demon can't just pick one side because it prefers that. His Majesty said that his middle name is Imbilden. He is a great demon king. Is this not enough for her? Ares did not understand. What is the reason that he is going with them? What about his free will? Lazier asked him to be silent. The teacher sold it. The guy shouted that he didn't like it. He will never agree to this. He infuriated everyone around him. The king even suggested throwing him into the ocean. Sedna didn't understand how these guys invaded the village. They looked seriously wounded. The king replied that no, these are different bastards. They are among the attackers of the invading monsters. They are such nice boys. Did they protect Lazier? Just think, he is so weak that he needs the help of these cretins. The more he thinks about it, the more it irritates him. Looking at his sword, the king realized that there was no trace of blood anywhere, although he had used it a lot last night. He remains pure without care. This is such incredible garbage. The man heard that the prince was helping the Karna's empire, so they sent earth fairies from Karna's and proposed to create a brotherhood. The prince brought the earthly fairies himself. And the signature that he received from the queen of the earth fairies, since fairies are not people, it will not be able to remain absolutely valid. If the list of names of the demon king forces demons to obey unquestioningly, then Lazier's book is something similar in relation to people. For the queen of the earth fairies, the first priority is to protect her people and the earth fairies, and the second is to maintain their alliance with the Karna's empire. This makes their contact with her their third priority. But as long as it doesn't interfere with her first two priorities, there shouldn't be any problems. And since Lilith and Ares have one body, receiving both names will become impossible, for this will make it a double contract. But Lilith has no reason to reject his proposal, and Ares will follow her will. Therefore there shouldn't be any problems. And this is what he is going to do, but is this what the prince is thinking about? What did he say? After asking for forgiveness, the laser shared his thoughts that this was a good idea. The prince did not see the queen. She is one of those who will come in any form if they hear about the return of her son. Yes, the king also thought that Lazier would be happy. Now all that remains is to share this good news with other citizens. Happy news? What? The prince didn't understand. Maybe something happened while he was away? Approaching him, his father hugged him. The king said that he was very proud of his son. His future little brother or sister will be proud of him too. Youngest child? Will he have a younger brother or sister? So the queen is pregnant? He certainly did not expect such a surprise upon returning home. Lazier decided to meet with his mother. She thought that he would be jealous when he learned that he would soon have a younger brother or sister. And she is grateful that he responded to it with dignity. She hugged him tightly and said, "Let Lazier not worry, Mommy will always love him." But he simply congratulated her, but she cried much more than usual. The king was tired of this. He should no longer go to her. Tay asked if he was okay. He said no. He feels left out, so don't talk to him. Maybe he has indigestion? Should I bring some medicine? Since Sedna's healing powers don't work on him, can he call human doctors? And by the way, there is nothing good about wandering around when it's cold winter days outside. Should they return home if it is exhausted? Looks pretty tired. Maybe carry him? How does this Tay infuriates him? The king has already said that he should shut up. How long should he repeat this? Walking in the garden on this snowy day, Lazier reached out his hand to catch a snowflake. So this is what the snow phenomenon is. Looking at this, all one decided to ask. What happened to him? Is he seeing snow for the first time? He answered yes. There is no snow in the demonic world. It's exciting. Isn't it pretty? Sedna heard that there are spirits in this world that cannot be seen with the naked eye. Perhaps these spirits are raining snow from the sky. The king agreed. It really could be the spirit of snow. I thought of everything, that the laser would be annoyed, having learned what is difficult to see. The prince replied, there is no rule that says that something does not exist just because it is invisible. Along the way, they met demons. Tay knows that they lied when they said that Sedna cleansed them, but monsters are monsters. And it seems they went a little too far, leaving them to the coachman. How his chatter irritates the king. It's called white lies. So he made him write his name in the book. The coachman will be able to take good care of the monsters. What they really should be worrying about right now is the worthless bastards who don't obey the king. It was very strange. Because monsters are born from the powers of the demon king left over from the creation of the demons, and he does not understand when demons challenge the king. After all, they have minimal rights to do so. However, this should be impossible for monsters. Yes, he needs the royal book of names for them. They must obey absolutely all his orders, but the bastards, obliged to obey him, suddenly attacked. But what if the problem is not the monsters? The king suddenly remembered one person. His name was Soulhearter. He asked Theus, that suspicious researcher from the temple who had delivered the order to summon the demon for his contract. Where is he? What happened to this bastard? Tay replied that he was still looking for him. But the real problem is the temple. He doesn't know the reason, but they continue to deny the existence of such a person. First of all, they asked why he was looking for him. But does the king know that he cannot say this? Calling the demon is prohibited by law. If they found out that the prince had summoned the demon, it would have caused a big explosion. The image he has created for himself will be destroyed in an instant. The king began to have headaches. He knew something was wrong with that body. What a bastard! Lazier turned to Tay to think about it. He mentioned this before. These monsters must obey the orders of the demon king without question. But did they attack him? Yes, that's true, Tay agreed. This only means that the demon king must be someone other than himself. It was ridiculous when a man called him. But that makes less sense than the fact that he was forced to fulfill a contract on someone else's behalf. What if it's planned and there's a mismatch? If that were the case, they wouldn't just be wreaking havoc on the human world. The king ordered Tay to visit the demon world. He is sure that this scum has left a mark on the demonic world. Tay said he was obeying the king's orders. He will bring all the news he finds out. To satisfy his highness, the king was met in the palace by the magician Arstide. He said that he had just woken up. The teacher stayed up all night drawing plans for an underwater tunnel and just passed out. The king decided to clarify that he meant the tunnel connected to Karnas. Lazier believes that they will soon see the result as she works hard with the earth fairies. He is right? Yes, that's right, said the magician. They can rely on her, but the king does not understand. Why does he wander around and play instead of working? A little embarrassing. Arstide explained that he was researching magical tools right now. He doesn't need magic just for the magic tunnel. If Jerira becomes a strong nation, the prince will need new sets of magic items. Proving this will be quite difficult, starting with the elders not allowing their borders to be opened for the sake of diplomacy and culture. This could demonstrate the usefulness of developing magical items in becoming a stronger nation. But to continue his research, one problem needs to be solved, for which he was looking for his highness. Arstide shouted that Jerira's systems were crap. The king is shocked. He is not lying, but to hear this from his lips. The prince feels as hurt as crap. The magician asked for forgiveness. The king was tired and asked him to stop wagging his head and let him speak honestly. What is the problem? In general, the research base is very inferior to them. How can there not be a mystical engineer in the kingdom? In addition, he had heard rumors that the king was importing all magical items from abroad. The prince confirmed that this was so. Do you know His Highness on the magic phone with magic stones? The king said that this was the first time he had heard of this. Is this the Stone Age? Having received a blow to the head, the magician began to tell. This is a magical communication device that allows you to communicate over long distances. If you own it, you can communicate with any nation, including Karnas. How did they communicate with other countries without this subject? If they used magic stones, they would achieve a better effect. Even the magic items that are imported are household items. He doesn't even know where to start. Arstide said that he would make a request to the Magic Tower for essential products for this country, and will indicate all expenses in a separate document, so don't worry about it. It seemed strange to him why the prince was looking at him like that all this time. Does he really want to hit him again? Lazier said that for a man who was so reluctant to live two lives, it didn't seem like anything was wrong. Unlike Lilith, Arstide said he doesn't care too much. The teacher's identity crisis is not his. Lilith cannot read his memories, but he knows everything. What she feels, her mood, and even the most intimate thing that she would like to hide. Lazier asked if, at 25 years old, he has all the memories of 125-year-old Lilith. Yes, the magician is sure that the teacher also hated it at first, but despite all this, she accepted and protected him. Therefore, what others say is important. He is not on her side, but why doesn't he complain that he can't live like an ordinary person? This seemed strange to the king. He replied that how could he not be afraid? It's been a long time. Now he is perfectly fine. His life with the teacher is much more meaningful and happier. No one else can choose your happiness for you, right? Lying on the bed, Lazier thought that one day there could be a month in the demon world. He wondered how long he had been there. Jumping onto the bed, Sedna saw that Lazier was also there. She said she loves his new room very much. It is much more spacious, and the bed is much larger. His Highness told Sedna that he would go to the meeting, but returned too quickly. Why is he so tired? The king replied because things weren't working well enough, and he can't just do what he wants. The king replied that he would like to, but there will just be chaos. Everyone will start harassing him, saying that the idiot prince did this and that. Sedna couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Just let him do what he wants, as he always did. After all, that's what he is. Sitting on the bed, he scratched his head and said that's right. Why should he keep something to himself? From the moment he became human, did his brain also become human? After thanking Sedna, Lazier wondered why he should worry about work. If things don't work out, you need to make them do it. From today onwards, he's going to be a brute. Walking down the corridor past the maids, the girls began to whisper to each other. One of them asked the man next to His Highness, "Is this Sir Huayan Vale?" Even as a commoner, he became the prince's knight. The girl said that he looks incredible, considering that His Highness is known for his bad temper. Didn't she hear? They say the prince has changed a lot. It's true, not long ago she made a mistake and he just let her go. She really thought she was going to die. The girl said that he was a little annoyed, but said to just clean up the mess. One of the girls said she thinks the rumors are indeed true and Prince Lazier has really changed. The other did not believe. Who knows when he will change again and destroy them all? Following His Highness, Huayan asked him where he was going. The king replied that he was going fishing. The knight was surprised. In this weather? Has he ever heard that winter fishing is the best? Huayan admitted that he had never heard of ice fishing, but what does he even want to catch? The king replied that the man stood and admired the absolutely perfect new fox fur hat. He couldn't believe he wasted 2 months for her. His Highness was right. Jerry must open the borders for progress. He wondered what country would need to be smuggled out of to get such a hat. It really was a little strange for him. Prince Lazier, who acted like a devil, completely changed to have an interest in other nations and state affairs. Amazing. And his look, as if a completely different person. Then the butler runs into the room and shouts to the lord about the emergency. The man asked him what was so urgent that he didn't even knock. He did not even have time to finish, as Prince Lazier entered the room and told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. His servant, Croy Hobron, greeted King Lazier. He never would have thought that His Highness would come all the way here. The king found it strange that the servant wanted to say that he shouldn't have come. He bowed and replied that of course not, it would always be an honor for him to receive His Highness. But Croy Hobron was confused by the fact that the prince came without warning. Does he hold a grudge against him or something else? Despite his recent development, the servant cannot rest easy. Who knows when he'll be back to when he was the devil's son of a bitch. Lazier noticed the change in the man's face and asked directly if he was thinking about why the king is here. Is this the reason for his surprise? He replied to His Highness that yes. Why is he here? He explained this by saying that he could not understand the train of thought of the king, because he was only a servant. Staring at the man, the king asked if Croy Hobron saw him as his enemy. He replied that not at all. How did he even come to this, and why does His Highness say this? Then he's on Lazier's side? Is this a tricky question? So he serves his father, the king of Jerry. The man replied that this was the degree of loyalty that His Highness would gain when he sat on the throne, and asked him not to be upset. Lazier asked, "Is loyalty something hereditary? To pass it on like this by inheritance?" The servant began to say that everything was not as His Highness thought. But he did not listen, and ordered the man to just close his mouth and listen to him. The king realized that he looked down on him as a prince of scum, but His Highness had no time to argue with him. So he will just say briefly and to the point, at the next meeting with the monarchs, he must agree with the policy of Lazier, Gerera's open door, whatever happens. The servant told His Highness that if he lifted something like this, why is he playing a pointless game of tug-of-war against the elders? How did the king understand that the man refused to provide such a service? Then he would have to make a storm so that not a single ship would land on the shores of Gerera. Since people don't want to open borders, it means they need to be closed completely. After all, the servant knows that Lazier is the contractor of the god of the ocean. He will ask him to completely close their country. When that happens, the king is sure he won't find a way to smuggle in the hats he likes so much. He wanted to raise this issue in front of everyone at the meeting, but he restrained himself because of his father. But he can't help if the nobles want to bring disaster to their country, right? If this is what the servant wants, then let him continue to refuse His Majesty. This is not a warning, this is real blackmail. They say the prince has changed, but the servant doesn't think so, and yet, the king handed him an envelope with an invitation to a winter hunting competition that would soon take place. He remembers the annual competitions, right? All nobles receive invitations at such a time. His Highness Lazier said that he would also take part in this competition. The servant was clearly surprised by this. This is a significant event where the nobles hunt animals and share meat and furs with the citizens. Will it be a problem for the prince of this state to participate in this? The man replied no. The king asked if he himself would participate. His answer was of course. How can he not participate when His Highness is there? Handing him his book, the king asked him to sign it. Croy asked, "What is it?" Let him think of it like a list of participants. Just let him sign up. He asked if he could ask why the generation wants to open the borders of their country. His Highness replied that for the development and peace of their country. Besides, he just wants Gerera to rule the world. Walking down the corridor with His Highness, Wyong decided to ask him if it was true that he also decided to compete this winter. The king replied yes, but it's too dangerous. Does he even know how harsh winters are in Gerera? Even the royal knights are afraid of the cruelty and ferocity of the beasts that wake up in winter. The king asked Wyong if he was going to dissuade him. The guy replied that this was not a ritual of calling the god of the ocean. He doesn't have to attend this event. His Highness replied that it was, but he should show something to the overly conservative nobles. Then if, as with Hobron, he simply mentioned the god of the ocean, that would be more than enough. The king replied that it was just a threat, it meant nothing to them. Even if it were effective, it is only against some. It will only cause hatred and hostility if you try to control them with threats. He needs to show that he deserves their trust as a prince. Since Wyong chose him as his master, let not worry, the king will not succumb to danger as he said. After all, Wyong will do everything dangerous to help His Highness. The guy replied that he understood. But let the king promise that he will not put himself in danger. He replied that of course. Especially for this hunt, they have unusual hunting dogs, and so it begins. They should be grateful that all the nobles are participating in this. The hunt has begun. Looking to the side, the man saw His Highness Prince Lazier. Everyone was obviously surprised by his appearance. They were also surprised by the appearance of black monsters. One of the girls said that the god of the ocean had cleansed them. It must be true. Wyong's bodyguard turned out to be cool too. If she keeps saying that, she's clearly in trouble. Sedna did not stop. She said that their children are so popular. Did Lazier see how shocked people were? He replied that this was expected, because Gerera is a country without a single monster. Wyong warned His Highness that they would soon reach the sleeping forest. Is this the same forest with seasonal changes whose names he spoke of? The guy replied that yes, it is. In spring, a forest of whispering trees. In summer, a forest of singing trees. Autumn, forest of lazy trees. And in winter, a forest of sleeping trees. The local bears begin to sleep in the summer, waking up at such a time. That is why it is designated as a closed area in winter. Huayan turned to His Highness, saying that he should be near him. The place they are going to is extremely dangerous. Huayan asked to be allowed to explain the rules to His Majesty for the last time, the rules of the competition. Hunting is limited only to winter animals with icy energy. These monsters must be caught alive or dead, and the king must return to the main camp for the hunt to be credited. What matters? Why should the king listen to all this if he doesn't even hunt? Huayan replied that it was dangerously easy to let your guard down. It's relatively safe there, but they don't know when the animals will appear. The king noticed that the knight was constantly talking about danger. Lazier was so annoyed by this. Hunting or not, he just wants to go to bed and sleep. He called Sedna. He suggested that she take the little blacklings. She told him not to worry and go to rest, deciding to go hunting with these guys. This is his Sedna. She is the only fox who understands his fatigue. I shouted to the children to run. They ran into the forest. Looking at all this, Huayan asked His Highness if Sedna was not the only fox he knew. The king replied, this does not mean that he lied earlier. The knight asked Lazier if it was okay to send Sedna alone. He replied that she herself said to leave everything to her. And all that remains for them is to while away the time until her return. Huayan replied that he didn't mean it at all. His Highness asked if he could rest with him. The guy replied that no, he would stand guard. Yes, no one can stop him. Lazier asked him how he became a knight. Huayan replied that everything was exactly as he had heard. Is that when he won the martial arts tournament? No, the king was interested in the reason why he became a knight. When you become a knight, you instantly gain power and the ability to fight within the law. Did he become a knight because he wanted to fight? Huayan replied yes. Well, as a royal knight, he wouldn't be punished for beating someone to a pulp. Then why does he want to fight and legally kill someone? While Huayan was thinking about the answer, Lazier threw a stone and hit it right into the tree. The guy said the reason was to pay the price. At some point the tree began to move. Its branches turned into arms, an eyes, a nose, and a mouth appeared on the trunk. Forest of sleeping trees. They momentarily forgot the name of this place. So crazy! One by one, other trees began to awaken. It was His Highness who woke him up. Because he discovered a small amount of magic from the stone. Shouting to Sir Huayan, His Highness told him to run. Having climbed onto the horses, Lazier shouted that this was not a forest of sleeping trees, but of awakening ones. The knight shouted that he would lead. There was a small obstacle ahead of Lazier, but the horse named Khan handled it perfectly. The roots of the trees were very fast and dexterous. Without having time to react, His Majesty was on the ground. Huayan asked if the king was okay. He replied yes, more or less. His head ached just from the fact that he had used demonic energy for just a moment. The knight did not think that it would be enough to simply run away. Since it had come to this, he would simply destroy every one of them. Lazier said they were just trees. Will there be any effect if you just pierce him with a sword? Huayan replied that as long as they live and stay awake, won't they feel pain? His Highness disagreed. It won't end if you just chop them up. They will completely immobilize them once and for all. Standing with their backs to each other, Huayan asked His Highness not to leave him. The king told him not to worry, he could take care of himself. The trees began to attack. They fight back in every possible way. At some point, Huayan felt that his arms and legs were being grabbed. The branches rushed towards His Highness. The knight yelled at the king to step aside. But there was no stopping him now. There was a strong explosion. The shock wave smashed all the trees to pieces. Huayan did not understand what was happening until he saw Lazier in the middle of this blow. The guy ran up to the king and asked if he was okay. The knight still did not understand what kind of explosion it was. Blood poured from Lazier's nose. Seriously, it drove him crazy. After a couple of seconds, the king began to lose consciousness. Standing next to him, Huayan asked if he was okay. He replied that yes, he would not die so easily. Looking around, the king asked if the Khan had escaped. He was most likely afraid of the explosion. He left all the magic stones. How unfortunate. His Highness suggested that they continue moving, otherwise they would die from frostbite before they met with some kind of monster. The king asked if they would not wake up all the animals on the way. The knight replied that this would not help. Hungry animals will pounce on them as soon as they smell the blood. Shouldn't they have met at least someone if they've been walking for so long? The guy replied that it would be strange. Since this area is usually avoided due to its dangers, the chances of anyone hunting these beasts are very low. Huayan said that the king doesn't look like he's in the best condition. Is he sure he's okay? Lazier replied that he himself should already know the answer to this question. Hearing a noise behind him, Huayan took out his sword. This is an ice tiger, the most powerful and fearsome beast they have ever encountered. If Lazier had known that this would happen, he would not have sent Sedna and the Blackies away. He's sure that Huayan saw him use magic anyway. So why doesn't the guy ask about it? Even if he suspects something, Lazier has already put him in the book, so it doesn't matter. Can a guy imagine that he is a demon king bound by a contract in a foreign country? Huayan quickly dealt with the ice tiger. Turning to him, the king said that most likely they should not continue on this path. Frequently appearing monsters mean that they are moving away from people. Lazier suggested going in a different direction. Huayan replied that he thought the same. Then, can they move in that direction? As soon as His Majesty took a step, his leg immediately failed and he began to fall. Having managed to grab the king by the coat, they flew off the cliff together. Lying on the snow, Huayan once again asked His Majesty if he was okay. Lazier replied that more or less, and asked what the situation was again. The guy replied that it was normal. After all, they are still alive. The king said it was very cold and he was cold, but he was not going to freeze to death before the beasts attacked. Huayan looked at him and said that if he has a solution, he should just use it. The guy admitted that he saw everything. It's about the same magic used by the king on winter trees. Did he see this? When did His Majesty use magic? Huayan asked if he should have pretended he didn't see anything. The king replied that no, that would bother him. But how much did he see? The boy replied that he knows that Lazier did not use a magic stone, and the level of magic he used is not something that an ordinary person can do. Huayan replied that that was it. The king asked the guy is not surprised that he can use this type of magic. The guy said it had nothing to do with him. No matter what powers His Majesty hides, Huayan again heard some incomprehensible sounds and very quickly grabbed his sword. Looking around, he saw a bird approaching, which turned out to be an ice eagle. Having neutralized the enemy, the words ran through the guy's head, which he soon voiced out loud. As long as he is in position, he will fight. The king thought he was normal, but noticed a pervert, an obsession with blood. Did he make a contract with a demon or something? Huayan replied that if he met the demon, he would ask him about it in exchange for his life. Start a war that plunges the whole world into chaos. Covering his face with his hand, His Highness said that this was most likely the wrong path again. Huayan said that they are very dangerous and uncontrollable beasts. So let the king leave everything to him and stand back. The king thought that the temperature continues to fall and this does not look like the end of everything. So things won't work. Lazier decided to simply summon the monster. Having opened the black hole with magic, Lazier was obviously waiting for anyone, but not Thea. Why did he leave them? The dragon just looked around and did not understand where they were. They decide to take a walk when it's so cold outside? There is so much snow there that is not in the demon world. Come to think of it, people get cold very easily. Isn't it cold for the king in these clothes? By the way, did something happen while he was gone? Did he know how much tea had missed while he was in the demon world? Is Sir Huayan also with him? Is that white teddy bear Huayan's pet? He thinks they are playing together. What should he have done? I realized that I was mistaken, because in the end it was not a pet. It was cute, so he thought that the guy was just playing with him. Tai was pleased. Fortunately, he had a magic stone, so he could easily start a fire. He knows they can't regenerate when their limbs are torn off since he's human, but to think they could die of cold, humans are so weak. In any case, he really wants to hear about the demonic world right now, but he can't ask when that bastard is around. Huayan couldn't see because he was fighting a bear, but where did he come from? And how was he to know where to find them? The guy did not like their answer that he got lost and stumbled upon this area. His Majesty asked if anyone had any idea how to get out of this divine forest. Tay said he didn't think that this should be the cause of his unrest. Did he hear that the king promised to hunt before supper? Sedna has an unusual sense of smell. She will think that something has gone wrong and will be the first to find His Highness. If it's his scent, she'll definitely find it. Then, out of nowhere, Sedna really appeared. She was worried when she did not see them at the entrance to the forest and asked what they were doing in such a place. She said it was very annoying to drag them all the way, so she made a sled. This is only a third of the production, but will it be enough for the first place? Do they need to hunt a little more on the way back? Hwyan told the fox that this was more than enough. This is not hunting, but total extermination. The guys, standing by the bed of His Highness, congratulated him on his victory in the hunting competition. He's in first place. Sedna did a very good job. Praise her. The king said they were all very loud. Win or not, he's still cold, tired, and feels like he's about to die. So he asked everyone to leave. Ti turned to Sir Hwyan and said that His Majesty was not feeling well and was in a terrible mood. He'd better come back today. He bowed and wished the king a good rest, and now Lazier can quietly and without prying ears hear the report on the demonic world that he has been looking forward to for so long. The king asked what was going on in the demon world since it took him so long to return. Ti asked if the king remembered what he had said to him last time. That the demon realm without a king would be absolute chaos. The demon kingdom is currently divided into two factions vying for power. But the inhabitants of the demon world are only loyal to the demon king. Now, as long as the king away from the demon realm, no one has the authority to take control. Even his officials. It is obvious. Did Tay think the king didn't know? The guy went on to say that other problems suddenly arose. Would he like to hear about an external or internal problem first? The king replied that it was external. Tay told that the criminal Lucifer disappeared from the ever-boiling pond. Did he take the opportunity to escape while the king was away and his powers weakened? What a lousy situation. Sedna did not understand why he reacted so indifferently. It seemed to her that he would be furious. She immediately remembered that if the heavenly king found out that she had run away, Ti asked permission to continue. The king said he couldn't wait to finally hear how horribly things had turned out inside. Saying very well, Ti began to undress. The king asked what he was doing. The guy replied that he himself told him to continue. He can only tell him when he is free. Ti thought it would be easier for the king to see it for himself. They found him in the demon realm near the boiling pond from which Lucifer escaped. Ti gave him first aid while he was mortally wounded. But it was the best option at the time. Rey Revido. Wow, a rank for demon can be injured to the point where it threatens his life. If it's Rey, then he can just heal himself, be it a normal wound. Did Lucifer do it? Or one of the high-ranking officials divided into two functions? If Rey died like this, there would be someone who would benefit from his death. Then the culprit will reveal himself as soon as he dies. But the king can't just leave him to die. That's not going to happen. Sedna stopped the king. She doesn't think he needs to use his powers right now. His body weakened. Lazier told her not to worry. He will use enough not to hurt himself. Sedna stood and looked at everything that was happening. He really is the demon king. The demonic energy is so terrible and cold that she thinks she can die just by touching it. The king said that he did everything that he depended on. The rest will depend on Rey and his regeneration. Sedna asked if he was close to the king. He replied that they could definitely be close enough. The demonic dragon T. Demon dog Rey. His close subordinates. But he never lived with the idea that they had become close to him. From the moment Rey was born, and since Tay was on his deathbed, unable to break the egg and get out, they were on his side. He considers it natural that they were loyal to and protected him, the Demon King. Sedna asked, were they close to him or not? Of course, Rey is his dog. The king doesn't know who this bastard was. But he never forgets who touches his things. Why were the Hobbins all of a sudden supporting His Highness the Prince? The man replied that they are nobles, like pillars, supporting the Jerira kingdom. If they have one view of the situation, wouldn't it make sense to support the prince, who is essentially their roof? The man asked if Duke Croy Hobbin was wrong. Their roof is still His Majesty. Croy replied that he believed it was fundamentally wrong to distinguish between a king and a prince. Why do they have to be the same thing? Oh, he knows what a prince is called in society, doesn't he? The guy replied that he was not entirely sure. What does society call a prince? Haven't they seen the prince, winner of the annual hunting competition? He is completely different from his former self. How can they call it a huge change just because of the change in his appearance and winning the hunting competition? Croy said that's not all. He made a contract with the god of the ocean. He also formed a diplomatic alliance with Karnas. What else can you call this if not a big change? The man asked if it was possible to change so easily. Doesn't he remember his cruelty earlier? Is he going to trust the future of the kingdom to this prince? At the very least, they should watch his highness until he comes of age. And what changes his age? Didn't the prince show himself by his actions? The guy said that no matter what the prince decides in the future, the Hoban family will fully support his highness. The man hit the table with his fist and said that they still could not accept this offer. Then his highness entered the room, saying what he thinks they will agree. The man clearly did not expect to see him here. The prince said that now, while the subject of discussion is here, please tell him everything. Why were the two of them suddenly silent? He tried to tell his highness that it was not what he thought. If their loyalty to the kingdom weighs on him even a little. The prince asked him that now he is talking to him like a loser. Does he know what happens when someone's sound disturbs the lion? One of the interfering dies. Lazier knows that this gathering was not postponed by his father, but of the 7 elders, not even half are here. So let them give them a message. If this happens again when he calls the meeting, his generosity will no longer be like that. Dick said he understood and would pass on the prince's message. Lazier handed them that very book and said if they agree, then let them sign it. Surprisingly, not a single question came up. The prince doesn't have time to play with those stupid aristocrats. He needed to fulfill that foolish prince's wish and return to the demon world as soon as possible. Is Lucifer really the one who hurt Ray? No, even the fact that he escaped from the ever-boiling mana burning pool to disable his powers means that Lucifer has an accomplice. Perhaps this is the same bastard who outlined the next king on the fruit and lowered him to the ground. Could it be a force targeting both the demonic and heavenly realms? Is it possible that the follower who placed him in this body could be part of the same power? His highness cannot just sit on the sidelines. He must come up with a strategy together with T. At some point, his eyes clouded over. Lazier fell to the floor. Fortunately, at that moment, Tay and Sedna entered the room. The prince said it was just a cold, so don't worry too much. The prince said it's too much. Why do people get sick so easily? T, too, was quite surprised. To think that he would suddenly lose consciousness like that. Now is not the time for all this. Because of this stupid human body, His Majesty cannot do anything. Tay said that his king did not need to rush. So far, nothing serious has happened in the demon world. He left ravens in every region of the kingdom so they could instantly know what was going on. So if something strange happens, they will get a report about it immediately. Looking at Tay, the king realized that he was losing strength. He said that he trusted the guy and would sleep. His body trembles and he falls asleep. In the morning, Tay entered the room to check on His Majesty's well-being. Seeing his king, the guy was very surprised. What happened to his face? Did he die or revive? Is that really him? The king is confused. What's going on? What a look on Tay's face. Is there something wrong with him? Well, your head. What about his head? Lazier asked. Looks like his migraine is finally gone. Looking at himself in the mirror, the king saw his black hair. He is in shock. How did it happen? This is his original hair color, but apart from that, nothing has changed in the human body. Is it the influence of a large number of angels and demons that surrounds me now? Or is it because he has been using demonic energy a lot lately? Turning to the king, T said that this could be a temporary phenomenon. But how long can this temporary phenomenon last? Lazier asked. T doesn't know, but he senses a lot of demonic energy. Perhaps the previously sealed demonic energy is leaking out. Once they find the cause, his demonic energy will stabilize and his hair will turn silver again. But where is this demonic energy coming from? Feeling himself anxiously, Lazier asked. T said it was his hand. T recalled that it was a wound from a hunting competition. The king says yes, he needed blood to summon the demons. Or is it Carver amplifying his demonic energy? Tay suggests that he would not have done this if His Majesty had simply held him. The problem came when he cut himself. So does this mean that if he cuts himself and dies, he can return to the life of a demon king without having to fulfill this wish? The whelp, hearing such terrible thoughts of the king, he said he was sure. It's possible, but it's too dangerous. Then, Lazier decided that he should focus on getting better. Because of this wound and a cold, seeing how Sedna was fast asleep, he was surprised that even during such turmoil, this fox sleeps so well. Should he wake her up? T thinks it's better not. After all, if she wakes up, she herself will cause confusion. The king decided to take a bath. He's too wet. Okay, Tay said. He will prepare a simple meal along with medicines, while taking a bath and looking at his hair, Lazier thought. Which would be a huge problem if anyone saw him right now, from the moment the silver hair that he called Ocean God's blessing turned completely black. They will probably think that he is cursed and will be overthrown like a prince. Suddenly Lilith entered the room. Seeing the prince, she was surprised. Is he seducing her? The king said that it was not even in his thoughts. Better shut up and close your eyes. Lazier thought she had lived for 100 years. Where exactly did her manners disappear? How can you enter other people's rooms without permission? She apologized and said that she had heard that he was unwell and went inside without thinking. Lilith prepared a magical scented candle for him as a gift. She's worth a try. He will sleep well. The king said that he would not use it. He does not want to become dependent on her. And he does not need extra items that can cause a fire. The magician saw that his hair had become a beautiful black hue. Lazier said that this is his real hair color as the Demon King Embledon. It's a special situation, so let's pretend you didn't see anything. Lilith understood everything, and asked, should she keep her eyes closed? No, he can do whatever he wants. Opening her eyes, and seeing His Highness, Lilith said that it was a beautiful shade of black, the most suitable for the Demon King. The king showed her his wand on his palm and asked her, can she make some ointments that help with the healing of injuries? He wants to do it quickly, but without side effects. Looking at the wound, she remembered that she had recently created a healing potion. This magical potion enhances regeneration for those who do not need divine healing. Lilith said that she tested it on herself as a half-demon, so it should be effective on an ultimate demon like him. The king asked if he could do it quickly for him. She always keeps one with her just in case. Lazier thought that since this potion should not be drunk, but applied to the wound, then it won't help him with his cold. The girl said that she was in the process of developing a drinkable potion, so she would make one for him. Suddenly Sedna woke up. Rubbing her eyes, she asked what the two of them were doing here. And why does Lazier have black hair? The king says that she slept as if the end of the world had come, and now she has to worry about him. Looking at him with her pitiful gaze, she said that she had not slept all night, worried about him, and only now fell asleep. How evil he is! Suddenly someone knocked on the door. This is Tay. He said that His Majesty the King is here and he wants to see Lazier. Lazier is furious. Oh shit! Did they come yesterday? Why here again? Having said this, he and Sedna covered themselves with a blanket. The father knocked on the door and asked if Lazier was sleeping. He misses him a lot. That's why I came to tell him. Lilith opened the doors and greeted His Highness. The king asked her how his son was feeling. She replied that he still did not feel well, so he drank the medicine and fell asleep. But the father decided to look at his condition himself, since he is here. However, why does he insist on seeing him even when he is asleep? Should Lazier yell at him to get out? The father asked the children. Is he that sick? He was always a sensitive boy, but now he does not wake up even with such noise. No one sees that the prince is ill. His Highness told they to call a doctor immediately. Hearing this, from under the covers, Prince Lazier decided to tell his father that he would like to be alone. Tay turned to His Majesty. It seems to him that the prince has difficulties with communication. Why don't they leave him for a while? He agreed, saying that this is always the case. Close people disturb you when you are sick. As a humble servant, Tay will serve him with all his might, so His Majesty does not need to worry. The king said that it was hard for the prince, everyone should leave so that he could rest in solitude. Then, he decided to leave, saying get well soon, my boy. Tay escorted everyone out and closed the doors. The servant said that everyone had left and they didn't have to hide anymore. Hearing this, the blanket flew around. The prince thought until the end that he would be caught. Sedna asked because of the color of his hair. What exactly happened to them? In an instant, the prince sneezed loudly. And this led to his hair returning to its original color. Looking in the mirror, the king saw that they were completely silver. He cannot believe. Also, his arm was completely healed and the fever was gone. Lilith's potion seems to be very effective. T said that everything should be because of the wound he received from the carver. It is not called the Sword of the Demonic Kingdom for nothing. When carver impales a person, it simply reacts to the piece of metal. But they assumed that it strengthened the demonic energy of the demon. If used against a demon who, like him, hides his powers, he will return to his original form. And if their abilities were sealed, would this allow them to use even greater power? Depending on the situation and when used correctly, its original demon king powers can be extracted. Looking at the sword, the king said that if this happened, he would take back his words, and it would not be just beautiful garbage. Suddenly the dog came to life. T's servant approached him and asked if he remembered how he died. And that his master saved. Ray began to look through the eyes of the king. He saved him and is here now? Then his majesty appeared before his eyes. It was obvious that he was very worried. Lazia said everything was fine. He's not well, let him stay here for now, but now let him tell him who hurt him so much. He told his king that something had appeared in the demonic world. They were demons, but at the same time they weren't. Someone who is a demon but doesn't eat them? They have demon wings, but with reddish-brown feathers instead of skin, and they heal similar demonic energy from their body. They called themselves holy demons. Holy demon, how arrogant this title sounds. Could those demons follow the holy demons or whatever? An unusual demon, but a saint, this worries the king. Never let him forget the identity of the intruder. Ray is a powerful enough demon to get thee into trouble in a duel, so what is the reason for his defeat? The only bastard capable of trampling it must have the strength comparable to a sky god or the king himself. Having asked for forgiveness from his king, he said that unfortunately he did not remember this. He asked to be killed because he could not fulfill the order of his king. He only remembers how they were able to get to the place he had locked. Oddly enough, subsequent memories disappeared, as if someone had erased them. The king told Ray Revido, whether he was able to follow his orders or not, he is still his dog. Let him not dare to ask for death, being just a stupid dog. The king is the only one who can decide this. He is well done, you just need to obey him, his master. He must survive no matter what. This is the first rule he must follow as his servant. No matter how long Sedna sees him, it still delights her. Just think what a cute demonic dog. Lazia is more surprised that she is a sky fox. Does she think Ray is cute? She'd better stop thinking like that. As soon as he bites someone, he will not rest until he rips out this place, or kills him. In fact, he is very scary. His nickname in hell was Mad Dog, but does he listen to him? The king replied yes. In his eyes, even Te, the demonic dragon, is a meek little sheep. Entering the room, Te asked if the king had called him. His Majesty replied that no, he did not call. Does he need to drink this disgusting medicine today too? The guy replied that this would help him recover faster. His Highness said that he is fine, he is already better. His fever has subsided, but he is still coughing. It is very important to treat a cold when it goes away. He should also drink tea after taking the medicine. After using his health as an excuse, his grumbling got a little worse. Just think, a mad dog when he's so cute. Exactly, if you think about it, foxes and dogs are similar. Sedna thought that if she took good care of him, maybe they could become friends. First, unidentified holy demons appeared. Second, the holy demons are in cahoots with Lucifer. Thirdly, as the future heavenly king and the current Embilden demon king, he is highly likely to be targeted by the holy demons. This is the conclusion from the current situation in hell. The king asked what he thinks about this. If he went after Lucifer, bound by a contract. The dragon replied that the best option was to fulfill the desire of the customer and return to his original appearance. The king thinks so too. So he suggested to hurry up. At today's meeting, he will break the walls of Jeriara. Even if he goes to behead those who are against him. Did he fall asleep again? I thought it was because he hadn't fully recovered yet. He woke up, Sedna said hello. Did you wake up again? Many questions followed from Sedna. How does he feel? Is he better now? Can he say anything? Ray only asked where is His Highness? Sedna said that he went to the meeting. Ordered her to look after him, so it's just the two of them now. She thought that he was not friendly, so it would be a little difficult with him. What is he doing? Ray replied that it was his duty to protect the demon realm. Even though he is small and cute, he is still a demonic dog. She likes it, even going after Lazier, both callous and stubborn. Does he want to return to his true form right now? But his body is still not fully recovered. He might die. Lazier had told him not to. Ray replied that he would then protect the king by being by his side. He can't just sit back, he's so stubborn. What should she do? She doesn't think he'll listen if he tries to stop him. Then she'll take him to Lazier. Will it still be okay? She has never tried to take on a human form before, but since she began practicing the transformation technique with Tay, she is confident that she will succeed. Sedna actually managed to turn into a human. Her hair is still pink. Is it because of the bells that Lazier gave her? Can heavenly powers transform like this? Ray asked. Sedna told him not to worry, she would take him to Lazira, his master. Walking out into the corridor, she greeted the maid. Seeing her, she was frightened and ran away screaming. Does she look so scary that the maid ran away at the sight of her? It's not good. What if Lazier thinks she's scary and won't love her either? Ray thought that this Sky Fox was just as annoying as T. Sedna did not understand why the maid left all this and ran away. Would she get in trouble if she lost all those things? Ray replied that maybe they need to get it back somehow. Should they ask the first passerby how to give her everything back? Seeing a man on the way, Sedna decided that they could ask him. There was a completely different atmosphere compared to the previous meeting. From the very beginning, more than half of those present supported Prince Lazier. Perhaps they were in fear for their own lives, but because of his impeccable reasoning, no one could say anything against it. The man thought that he was just an unlucky brat, but he is already able to suppress the elders. He is not the prince that was used. From this meeting, he believes that the owner of the country will not be the emperor, but Prince Lazier. Everything is leading up to this. Sedna approached him and said that the young girl left it. Could he take care of it? She did not know where to leave it, so she is very glad that she stumbled upon it. What is she, a monster, doing in the royal palace? He's so rude. What part of her is a monster? Sedna is so scary and disgusting. What is the purpose of her coming? Employees ran up to the screams and asked what was the matter. The man said that this something was running around the palace. He asked her again why did she come here. If she doesn't tell, they will kill her. Sedna asked what they mean. Tell me who she is, but what do they not know? The man said disgustingly, how should he know such a monster? She realized he didn't know her human form now. She is Sedna, the messenger of the ocean god, sent here to protect Lazier, don't they remember? The man shouted that she was a cunning beast. How do you pretend to be the messenger of the ocean god? Sedna doesn't have that hair color, her hair is divinely blue. Ray started to growl. The man asked what happened to this dirty dog and kicked him. Sedna asked why he hit him. She cannot predict him, even if he is Jirera's opponent. He thought it was a monster similar to him. That's right, then he decided to kill them both. In the end, she showed herself to be real. Creepy beast. As soon as they swung their swords, someone flew past them and cut their swords into small pieces. The man asked who it was. Does he even know who he is? Why unveil? That this guy is here maybe. What should they do? They keep calling this girl a monster? Is the king on her side, or will he destroy him too? Sir Knox Garvin. He asked His Highness why he was protecting this monster? Wait, did he just say he was on her side? Protects who? It seems Sir Garvin didn't understand something. He protects him any more and his body would have been torn to shreds. Sedna said it was true. If Lazier had not intervened, she would not have been able to restrain herself. Looking at her, Lazier said that her bell suits her very well, even when she is in human form. Turning to His Highness, Garvin then asked this monster, that is, the lady really Sedna. She used to be in the guise of a fox. Sedna is the messenger of God. Does it matter what form it takes? Does he even understand his crime here? The man fell to his knees and asked to be killed. He also asked for forgiveness from the messenger of the ocean god. He made a huge mistake because he didn't recognize her. He even kicked Ray, who did nothing. He asked to forgive his pride and said that he would accept any punishment that His Highness would appoint. Garvin really wants to be punished? Lazia asked him to raise his head for a second to punch him once. Sedna said that it was her fault and asked for forgiveness from the king. He tells her not to worry, Ray will not die from such a wound. This is a common loss of consciousness. T asked, what will happen to that aristocrat? He is okay? Lazia thinks he won't die from one hit either. T remembered that the prince had worked so hard to raise his reputation. What if the attitude towards him becomes the same? Lazia is assured that he will not say anything. The price for daring to attack the messenger of the ocean goddess is incredibly high. He hit him just a little on the weak point. Ray suddenly woke up. Sedna immediately ran up to him, saying that it was a great relief. He was very worried that he has already moved his fur to another world. Ray felt pathetic. That in this guise he is of no use. He doesn't want to burden them any further. The king asked, then why didn't he stay instead of wandering around in such cold weather? He apologized and said he was sure there is no point in staying the same. And Ray decided to show his true appearance. In an instant, before everyone's eyes, he turned into a man with red hair, pumped up body and in black and red equipment. Servant Hwyan entered the room. He addressed His Highness, saying that he had already escorted Sir Garvin back to the estate, as the king had ordered him to. He realized his mistake and will no longer create problems. The prince thanked the servant and told him to rest. Seeing the man in front of him, Hwyan was surprised. The uniform doesn't look like he's a swordsman. Is it a martial artist? Looking around, Hwyan remembered that he had not seen the puppy for a long time. Where did he go? The prince suggested that he look ahead. The man sitting in front of him, he is the dog raised by the king of Imbilden. Hwyan thought he was joking. But, judging by the aura emanating from him, he does not just know martial arts, or perhaps a secret-bred spy for His Highness. Is that why the king treats him like a dog? The prince said that now they will see Rayam often, so at least try to remember his name. He understood everything and decided to leave His Highness. T brought tea to His Highness. Seeing Sedna, he asked, has she turned into a fox again? Sedna said the human body is very uncomfortable. In the form of an animal, she is much more comfortable. King Lazia announced that they would soon declare Jarer and Karn as brotherly nations and begin to work towards establishing good neighborly relations, and the first common thing will be the construction of a transport tunnel at the bottom of the sea. But how long will it take? Sedna proposed to open a sea route for ships. After thinking, the king said that if you do this, other states will certainly lay eyes on them. You can't take risks. Access to the sea will be open only to delegations. Sedna understood, although Karnas is the most powerful state in the human world, their influence does not reach the west. But don't worry, the king has an ocean goddess. Sedna can deal with ships at sea, but what will he order to do with those who are on land? Can't he and Tay take care of this with all their might? They already have Ray. Lazia said that the damned prince desired the power of the whole world in his hands. And if he uses the power of demons, then this achievement will belong to none other than the Demon King, which leads to a direct violation of the contract. He is obliged to keep his identity secret and fulfill the contract on behalf of Lazia, Prince of Jerira. Ray then asked what his king thought about mobilizing troops. He replied that in the last 2,000 years, Jerira had not participated even once in wars. Even if they had any army, if a war suddenly broke out, they would be crushed like rotten tomatoes. Although he is not happy about it, the best option is to borrow forces from Karnas and take over the neighboring small states. Sedna asked if she could help him in any way. The king asked why. She could protect him, so that drops of water do not touch him. Astid the Ninth entered the room. He asked if the king had a minute. Lazia replied that he had plenty of time, but if it was nothing, he would get a blow for each of the words. The guy asked if it's too much. Looking at Ray, he said that it seems they have a new family member. He had not seen this red-haired person near the master before. The king said it was Rey Revido, the demonic dog he raised. The guy asked, so Revido is also a demon? If he continues to talk nonsense, he will carry out the sentence. Arstide said no need, he will tell everything. Today he went outside the castle and heard something very interesting. The king asked, something interesting? He took him at his word, otherwise he would hit him. The guy said it was the absolute truth. Does His Highness know what rumors are now circulating almost everywhere? The Demon King descended into Gerrera. Unable to resist, the entire contents of the king's mouth flew towards Arstide. The king said that this was nonsense. He doesn't care, this is the Demon King. Why should the king worry, even if he calls himself God? The guy said that the citizens were alarmed when they found out about these rumors. The king and ministers are now working on solving the problem, and this is a thought. If Lazier manages to deal with the situation, will his reputation increase? Obviously he's an imposter. But he better dig deeper. He is very curious, what bastard dared to pretend to be him? Approaching him, Tay asked his king if it seemed to him that the state of affairs could be connected with holy demons. The king said that's great, he just wants to see what kind of pathetic parody of the Demon King is. Arstide said he knows he cooked it, but it sure is warm. It feels like he's about to fall asleep. If he falls asleep, then Lilith will wake up, so let him not sleep. He said to just go with the teacher. He stayed up all night doing research. It's very hard for him. Isn't it too much to drag him along when they don't even let him sleep? Lilith wants to rip off the wings of the fairies for research purposes. Why did they decide to go with them if they get scared so easily? He said it would be dangerous, but they feel safe next to Lazier. He was the one who helped the fairies when trouble threatened their lives. Great, let them do what they want. The awakening of Lilith will cause problems for him too. All demons, regardless of gender, are attracted to him as they belong to the Demon King. This also applies to the half-demon Lilith. Because of this, she visits him every day to annoy him. Would His Highness want to dine with her? She created a strengthening potion, would he like to try it? It's so good outside, why don't they take a ride together? Her life was the first time in the captivity of his demonic energy. The king thought he would be patient until she got used to it. Wyan told His Highness that they had arrived. Incredible, seeing for the first time what he had only heard about was worth waking up. It's a rumored tornado. It's strange that it only affected this village. The girl asked for help, as her husband could not get out of there. If he couldn't save him, let her at least go inside so she could do it herself. Many said that their relatives remained there. Wyan said that it looks like a lot of people didn't have time to evacuate. It seems much more serious than in rumors. They say soldiers closed the area to prevent residents from returning. People asked His Highness to save their families. One of the men said that Gerrera was being destroyed by rotten royalty and politicians. Because of the worthless prince, the heavens were angry and sent the Demon King there. This nation is crumbling. Arstide pushed the man and asked how dare he say such a thing in front of His Highness? Doesn't he know that for disrespect for royal power, an inevitable execution follows? Does he really hate the prince to death for risking his life just to fight him? It's pretty reckless to challenge even without a sword, but the king doesn't mind. Lazier prefers his kind to those who cry and beg for their lives. But let the lucky man think of himself. If the king had been the old fat-bellied loser, he would have beheaded the man right now. However, he is not the same as before. Therefore, let him speak. The king will listen to what he is upset about and what he wants. The man said that his daughter and wife had not yet made it out of the village. He begged the king to help him and save his family. The king said that he would decide everything, just let him wait here. The king ordered the Sapphire Knights and Earth Fairies to guard the village and its entrance. Looking at everything that is happening in the village, they discussed a plan of action. Arstide asked if the Earth Fairies would not be better to take with you. They could be helpful. The king left them with the knights in case they caused more trouble or got hurt. Teen said it looks pretty sinister inside. The sky looks so dirty, it makes Sedna feel terrible. Hwyan also has a bad feeling. It was as if the Demon King had actually descended here. Let them consider him a shy cat, but he invited them to retreat. If you look around, you might think that the dangers here are immeasurable. However, the king told Hwyan that he could explain everything. First of all, the Demon King would not appear in such a place. Second, he wouldn't make such a terrible cloud. Thirdly, if the Demon King were here, everything would be teeming with demons who made a contract with their master. But now there's not even a dog here, let alone demons. After all, if he were a Demon King, he wouldn't invade such a small village and do something to it. If so, shouldn't he take over the whole world? They broke into all the houses and looked to see if there were people nearby. In one of the rooms, Arstide found people unconscious. He doesn't think she's dead. The guy tried to wake her up, but failed. Sedna said she looked like she was having a nightmare. Nightmare, maybe? As Sedna said, the girl seems to be having a nightmare. The king said that there are demons that can plunge you into a nightmare. Sedna said she knew about them too. The king said it was a subspecies of dream demons. Succubus and incubus. He feels demonic energy that he hasn't felt before. But it cannot be argued that the demon of dreams did it. The king thinks that dream demons tempt people in their sleep. They have no effect on people in real life. And if this was the work of the dream demon, a demon as weak as him would not be able to pretend to be the Demon King. For those who oppose the king's power face only one thing, death. Hwaiyan thought that His Highness was very knowledgeable about demons. Sedna probably taught him all this. Going out into the street, the king stood right in front of the tornado itself. Hwaiyan shouted to His Highness not to get too close. It was very dangerous. The king asked Sir Hwaiyan that the tornado wouldn't disappear even if you wake it up, right? The guy answered, but isn't it obvious? Then he'd better ask Sedna? The fox said that's right, it's better to leave it to her, she will figure it out. Did she succeed? Sedna said it interfered with her water dragon. Looks very exciting. The king asked, is now the time to be surprised? Sedna said it wasn't her fault. The well is too small. If she had access to the ocean, it would have disappeared by now. The king asked Aries to try it now. He replied that he could not do it. Is there a rule that the wizards of the magic tower must be geniuses in everything? This is not his speciality. He must be very proud, then he doesn't think it will help. We'll have to change it to a teacher. The guy didn't understand what was going on. Is he really going to do it now? And they say that there is a spell that allows you to summon your masters in the magic tower. Hwaiyan believes that this is true. But why is he going to that house? The king answered him, because when you call your teacher with a spell, they appear naked. Hwaiyan said that he learned something new today. His Highness is really very aggressive. If he wants to summon her, softer methods can be used. Looking at her, Hwaiyan saw that she was wearing Sir Aries' clothes. Seeing this tornado, Lilith was surprised. It really is huge. The king needs her to destroy him. Is that possible? Lilith asked, then will he return her? If he is satisfied with the result, he will give her something. The girl said that with his size it would be difficult, but definitely not impossible. After reading the spell, she sent the staff and said that let it burn like fireworks. Initially, nothing happened. Sedna had already managed to get scared. Lilith told the little lady that this was only the beginning. How dare she interfere with his work? What kind of bastard? She will soon regret it. How dare Lilith go against him, the Lord of Darkness, the most powerful in this world? Against him, the Demon King of Imbilden? But soon she will regret it. How can one disobey the Master of Darkness, the most powerful ruler that has ever existed, him, the Demon King? T asked who is he? Laughing, he replied that he was disappointed that T did not recognize him. But there isn't much time left. Soon everything on this earth will belong to him, Imbilden. He's confused, isn't he? Usually when he says that, everyone tries to run away. What's wrong with those bastards? Approaching him, Lazier asked if he was one of the self-proclaimed Demon Kings. Laughing, he said that yes, now he will tell a little about himself. With one blow from the king, the man was on the ground. His Highness said that he finally caught him, a human fraudster who pretends to be a Demon King. But isn't it terrible that the so-called Demon King is crawling under his feet? Looking at all this, Hwaiyan wondered, is he really an imposter? It was impossible for the Demon King to be defeated so easily by His Highness, who was a human. Well, let him not dare to say that name again. This is his name. Grabbing the king by the leg, he asked who dares to order the Demon King? Lazier replied that this would not work. he will first correct this disgusting manner of communication and press him with all his strength to the ground. The more the king looks at him, the worse he feels. He beat him because he was angry, but he was unpleasant because his face is very similar to the king. Just one look fooled any inhabitant of hell. If it weren't for these cheap feathers. Lilith asked, "He is a holy demon, right?" The guy asked, "Do they know about holy demons?" Lilith asked him to tell his real name. The king was close to a breakdown. Lazier couldn't stand it. If he laughs one more time, the king will tear his ass in half. He replied that he already had it in two. But the king didn't say that he would divide it vertically. Lilith kept trying to find out what his real name was. Why is he imitating the demon king? And why does he want to be? He repeated once again that his name was the demon king in Bilden. The king has already warned him, but apparently it does not reach. The best medicine for the mentally ill, beating. He said he was born for this purpose. To live like a demon king. Lazier asked him, then who gave birth to him for the purpose of becoming a fake demon king? He replied that he did not know. From the very beginning, he had the name of the demon king in Bilden. He just happened to be born in this nation, but he was lucky to have his looks. Though he doesn't possess any of the king's powers. The king asked, "So what does he want in this village?" The man replied that he had put them to sleep. Sedna asked why he euthanized and not killed. Should he kill them to become more like the demon king? Even if he weren't, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to kill them all. He has no reason to do this, he just doesn't want to. Because after killing them he will be left alone. So he decided to just put them to sleep and keep them close at all times. Something began to happen to him. Wyan stood up to protect his highness, but the sleep spell affected him and he fell asleep. Looking around, the king realized that he had lost all his guards. They were all sleeping. The man dealt with these terrible people. If they hadn't lost consciousness, he really could have been beaten to death. He saw burning eyes. "Is there someone here who hasn't fallen asleep?" T approached him and said that this is a blessing dream that demons use. How nice that he decided to do this. Even though he's just a fake, King Imbilden found this strange. How did Tay not fall under the influence of sleep magic? Having assumed her true form, Sedna said that it created a pile of disgusting smoke. Was the Demon King surprised to see an angel in front of his eyes? Sedna introduced herself and clarified that she was a sky fox, but this is impossible. He heard that the celestial fox was sealed at the bottom of the ocean by the celestial king. Sedna said it was a secret, but she was released. And since he now knows about it, she can't let him live. An enraged Sedna rushed towards him. Since he dared to touch King Lazier, she cannot forgive him. He said that if she attacks him, then he will kill all those sleeping. Sedna stopped abruptly, asking what he meant. Everyone who fell asleep in that village was stuck in the dream he created. So he can kill them all inside this dream whenever he wants. Sedna ordered him to wake them up immediately. The king said no. When he wakes up the hostages, she will kill him. Sedna shrunk in size and promised that if he did this, she would not touch her. Imbilden said he couldn't do it. Suddenly Tay crept up on him from behind, claiming that he simply didn't know how to do it. It seemed to Tay that up close he looked very much like the king. But his clueless expression and aura are completely different. Evil Sedna asked him if he seriously doesn't know how to wake them all up. He said that he was a holy demon who was born not long ago. Tay asked with a smile from all over his cheeks. When is it? The Demon King replied that today is 99. Sedna was very surprised, not 99 years, but days? A child who was not even a year old pretended to be the Demon King himself? Even for angels, it is impossible to mature so quickly after awakening from the fetus. Suddenly the magician Astrid woke up. Apologizing for interrupting, he asked, "Are holy demons a new race?" The king did not understand what was happening here. These guys seemed so scary to him. Astrid approached him with scissors in his hands and said that if he is a holy demon, can he take a sample for research? He shouted no. Lazier fell into some strange place. Around him are food and sweets. They begged to be eaten. The king did not understand what was happening around him. He speculated that it might be the work of a holy demon. The ability of dream demons is to give torment and happiness to those who sleep, forever controlling them. It's just a headache. If he were in his own body, it wouldn't be such a problem to get out of here. However, in the human body, this cannot be done without the help of the dream demon itself. Then there is only one way to get out of sleep. This is to find a hidden door. Bread with jam begs to be eaten. Bread with cheese says it's delicious too. He reads Lazius' mind and shows it because he suffered a lot during the diet. Well, try me, said the bread and cheese. Well, bite off a piece, just a piece, said the bread with jam. This is not a reward, this is torture. The enraged king shouted that he would kill them all. Reaching for the sword, he noticed that it was gone. Did he not enter here because he has consciousness? That beautiful trash is useless even in this situation. Suddenly, Wyan came to the aid of the king and asked if he was all right. Lazius said that everything was fine and asked if he had seen the rest of the jerks. No, he's first, but where are they? Doesn't look like reality at all. The king said if this is real, he would rather starve to death. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of their eyes. Wyan immediately asked His Highness to step back. Seeing such a vile monster, the king now clearly realized that he hated this place with all his heart. Wyan cut it in half and asked the king what he thought was really happening here. He replied that this is a fictional world. It turns out that they are inside a dream. Everything seems so real. Or because it's a demon-created dream. Lazier, looking around at everything that was happening, wondered if this fake brat is obsessed with food. Why did he do something so childish? They must be seeing the same dream, Wyan asked His Highness. The king replied that yes, most likely all sleeping people in the same dream. The king said that it was impossible to wake up from sleep on your own. If something goes wrong, they can stay here forever. Looking to the side, Wyan saw a girl sitting on a mushroom. They approached her. The girl said it must be heaven. There are so many goodies out there. Having greeted her, the knight invited her to go with them. They would take her home. She started screaming that she didn't want it. She liked it here. There weren't so many goodies at home. She hates stale and hard bread. And she was tired of eating the same soup for a whole week. Now Wyan understood what His Highness was saying. If the temptation to sleep overcomes them, this is what will happen. They will lose sight of the most important things, such as family, and will chase after the false happiness that a dream will offer, ignoring the harsh and sad reality, and deceiving yourself with thoughts that the dream is real. This will lead to bad consequences. What does he think will happen to his physical body? It will simply disappear without even receiving a sip of water. Such a cruel existence is the result of the work of dream demons. Wyan was surprised the king knew so much about sleep demons. His Majesty replied that yes, he knows several of them. When did he make friends among the demons? He replied that perhaps when he became a demon. Wyan thought, is this the king about being called a demon as a child? Communicating with demons at such an early age, he is definitely an unusual person. He asked what Wyan was doing. Let him be alive. They need to find a way out of this place as soon as possible. The demonic dragon Ti and the sky fox Sedna will not succumb to dream magic. And Lilith will be all right, because, having lost consciousness, Ares will appear behind her. But Ray, awakened after losing his demonic abilities, can be smitten by dream magic. Wyan stood and looked at His Highness. He did not understand what the king was doing. And he can't understand what he's thinking at all. No reaction. So Ray didn't get into that dream? She and Wyan continued on their way when they suddenly heard barking. It was Ray. He was also caught there. Wyan couldn't figure out what was going on. The king explained to him that it was Ray. He had introduced them before. The knight remembered Ray in human form. So he's a mage? The king replied that no, he does not transform himself with magic. If the prince says that he is the same species as Sedna, will it become clearer to him? Wyan then asked, is Ray a sacred beast? He replied something like that. The king turned to Ray and asked if he could find a door that would lead them out of here. Tensing, Ray ran to the side. Turning to Sir Wyan, the king said that they would follow the beast. The guy agreed. Wyan asked His Highness, is this really the door they need? The king asked did he believe him? He replied that he did, of course. They saw a huge tree in front of them. Turning to Ray, the king asked the door that they need is in this tree? Ray barked, indicating a positive response. The king invited Huayan to look at it together. The knight graciously agreed. Lazier was indignant that after those candy trees, an ordinary tree stands out too much. Walking around the tree, Huayan told the king that no matter where he looked, the door could not be found. The knight thought that maybe the door was somewhere above. He decided to climb a tree and check. Lazier did not understand why these worries. Just let him cut it down with a blade. After cutting down the tree, Huayan asked the king if the door he was talking about was round and white. His Highness thought that most likely the whole tree was a door. Good thing they cut it down. Lazier said he would go first, so let them follow him. Finally, they will get out of this food hell. The king slowly woke up from the voice of Tay, who tried to wake him up. Waking up, he said that it was a truly disgusting dream. His Majesty asked, "What is this place?" T replied that it was an empty house in the village. Looking at the next bed, he saw Huayan and Ray sleeping there. The dream was clearly strange. The dragon told Lazier that this demonic bastard was still a child. He is only 99 days old. Although already 100, one day has already passed, so that's what happened. T said that he tried to find out as much as possible by threatening him while the king slept. But he doesn't really know how he was born. He is a frightened, lonely child, and it seems that he has framed the whole situation in such a way as to look like a strong demon king. He used up all of his demonic power. Now he is in an exhausted state. The king asked, did T mean to say that he had fallen into the trap of such an insignificant demon? Lazier asked where he is now. It's a fake. T replied that he should be on the street with Sedna. Seeing Lazier, Sedna was very happy. She said she was very worried about him. He said that it was not worth it, something so dull could harm him. Seeing the king, the holy angel asked how he got out. After all, no one has been able to escape from his dream. Lazier replied that his world was so terrible that he did not want to stay there. The boy replied that it was not possible for a foolish person to understand the great plan of the Demon King. His goal is to try everything in the world for him and create the perfect dream. Then he can rule the world with food. The king asked what he would do if he ruled the world. The guy replied that then he would allow people to eat the best food in the world for him and everyone would live happily. Unable to stand it, His Highness asked him what is stupid? Even if they are happy in their dreams, the people there simply won't survive and will die. The guy was outraged. Is Lazier trying to say that he made a mistake? Even though you made the people of this village happy, what this idiot considers happiness, others may not perceive as such. If he likes it so much, let him dream it himself. The king introduced himself, saying that his name was Lazier. He asked what the guy's name was. He replied that he did not know his name, but his father told him that he was a fake. It cannot have a name. He doesn't remember anything. But somewhere I heard that there were many like him. Perhaps, unlike him, they had names. He also heard that the king did not know how he got here and who called him. He never met them, but he heard when he was inside the embryo. However, he is sure that his father knew about it. Lazier asked what kind of father are we talking about? The guy replied that about the one he did not know. Doesn't look like a lie. Sedna ran to the king and started talking about people from the village. The guy said he didn't know how to wake them up because he was too young. What should they do? People are in danger, can they help them? Or, without thinking twice, His Highness said that there was no need. After all, this is where the life of this bastard ends. Looking at everything that is happening, Sedna asked why he was breaking up. Lazier told her that it was just a shell. A real body containing unstable demonic energy cannot exist. The guy replied that he was right. That is why his father did not give him much energy. Sedna asked if he would die. He replied that yes, although there was much to be done. Even though it was a short dream, he really liked it. Disappearing, the guy left behind only one feather. Taking it in his hands, Lazier thought, no matter how you look at it, he is closer to the father of angels, not demons. People began to wake up and come to their senses. T stood next to His Highness and said that everything seemed to be over. Sedna looked at Lazier carefully. He was very unhappy that he could not find anything, and they made a fool out of him. On the way home, everyone was silent except for Tay. The occasion of the Demon King's descent has been renamed the Dream Demon Invasion. Since the case was solved a week ahead of schedule, his reputation skyrocketed. The king asked who cares about this? He was laughed at and they did not find anything about these holy demons. T said that they cleared his name of the slander that he had invaded the human kingdom. Sedna turned to Lazier with a question. If holy demons can take the form of a demon king, then one of them can become an angel king, king of angels Michael. It is worth imagining this disgusting face sticking its nose into other people's business, as it immediately becomes much worse. Lazier asked what about his arrogance? Maybe it was also a hoax. Tay replied that copying everything completely is not so easy. He lived an absurdly short time and had no real abilities. Even if they decide to copy the King of Angels, they will be quickly caught, and it will not benefit them. Well, it didn't seem like he really had any unique abilities, Sedna said. If it were that simple, their world would have turned into chaos long ago. Aries asked even when is he so weak? T replied that of course, if there were demon kings all over the world, it would be a complete mess. T went on to say that if this happened, a war would break out between the angels and the demons. So they want to start a war, said Aries. Sedna was scared. War again? She won't do anything this time. She doesn't like the Angel King, but the war will only start over her dead body. Looking at Lazier, she continued to think. If a war breaks out, he, as the Demon King, will be in the very center of it, right? But she is an angel, and even if she really wants to, she will not be able to resist his orders. After petting the fox, His Highness told her not to worry. Nothing has happened yet. And judging by this fake, they have nothing to worry about. Tay said that you can compromise, and they will worry half as much. Ari said that when they returned to the castle, the first thing they would do was study the specimen of this holy demon. They will know what it is. By the way, he asked if the king could provide financial assistance. Lazier said that stop joking and let them work normally. Everyone was almost asleep when suddenly Lazier expressed the idea that he needed to meet with the King of Angels. 6 pairs of eyes looked at him. Sedna clearly did not expect this. The king said that he was not going to fight him. Lazier is not crazy, and he won't be able to see him in this form. If he finds out that the Demon King was imprisoned in a human body to fulfill a contract, then the war will begin much faster. They don't know all the details, but he doubts they know about the holy demons, so His Highness has 2 messages to deliver. Sedna asked with interest what these 2 messages were. First, someone created new demonic holy beings. Second, holy demons can copy their appearance, but unlike normal demons, they have dark red feathers. After all, they were born monsters and use the powers of dream demons. Only the feathers on their wings are more suitable for angels than for demons. And it looks like there is something else to say to this disgusting King of Angels. To be careful with an unauthorized fraudster. Everyone could see that he was still angry. If the king himself is not going to go, then who will he send? Thea? The guy said that being an angel, Sedna would be more suitable for this task. She replied that no, she would be sent to death as soon as they found out that she had broken the angel ring and escaped. Everyone was wondering who the king would send then? Lazier said there was someone perfect for the role. A little chicken serving as an angel of heaven. Lazier heard from Sedna that Juki is especially good at getting information from angels. Even the Angel King himself would believe him if that bastard was researching information about the Demon King's descent and stumbled upon information about holy Demon Kings. Since he mentioned that the demons also faced a problem due to the change in appearance, the king hopes that he will receive an answer soon. Good thing he got the book first. Wyan came up to His Highness and asked how the king was feeling. He was informed that he stopped the crew due to nausea. The guy offered him medicine from the nearest pharmacy, but the king refused, saying that he was already better. Lazier asked Wyan if this was the same East Bank he was talking about. The guy replied that yes, thanks to the rocks and rough terrain it was nicknamed the Rocky Coast. The king doubts that the population there is large, so the construction of an underwater tunnel should not cause anyone inconvenience. He spent some time looking around, but apparently it was in vain. Addressing His Highness, Sir Wyong said that there was a small village nearby. The king obviously did not expect such a turn. Looking at the huge hole in the rock, His Highness asked the knight, "Is there really a village there?" "More like a beast's lair. They have 9 lives. How can you live where you risk being flooded?" The guy replied that even such a place is a precious home for them. The king asked if they could not settle somewhere else. He doesn't know the details, but it seems that the citizens of this village are very poor. The king asked, "Is it true?" Probably, their situations are similar, because the status of demons is also based on authority and abilities. Entering inside, Tay shouted to His Highness that there was a village there. As soon as the king approached, the guy asked if he had sent a message. Pointing to the old man, the guy said that this man is the leader in the cave village. He wanted to say something to the king. Due to his old age, he sees poorly, so he did not see where the king was standing. Having asked for forgiveness, he turned to the king with a request. Could he build a dungeon of seaweed somewhere else? The king did not understand what he was talking about. Tay told the old man that this was not a dungeon made of seaweed, but an underwater tunnel. His Highness said it didn't matter and asked why they were against construction. The old man asked what he meant. They cannot go against His Highness, they only ask briefly. The stone flew straight at the king, but Hwyan caught it in time. Looking up, they saw a silhouette that shouted that they were villains. The guy asked, did they come to destroy their village? Grandfather immediately recognized the boy. He turned out to be Adele. Lazier didn't understand why he was called a villain. Going down, the guy shouted that he should not intimidate the mermen. The old man immediately fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness, saying that he was young and did not understand anything yet. The guy didn't understand why the old man was apologizing and what exactly had he done. His Highness ordered Tay to bring him to him. He pulled the slingshot and said not to approach, otherwise he would shoot. But this didn't stop Thea at all, because for him it's easier than ever. Before he could look back, Tay was already standing behind Adele. Approaching the king with him, His Highness asked if the boy even knew who he was. The guy claimed that they were villains who decided to destroy their village. Who else? Looking straight into his eyes, Lazier said that he was the prince of the loser of this country. Had rumors reached him? Hadn't he? His Highness the prince? Immediately bowing his head, the guy asked not to destroy their village. They live in harmony with the mermen. Dudes don't belong there. The king said not to worry, he would not touch the village. Why should he change it, if you can just exploit it? The guy was outraged. He asked if the prince was telling the truth. He answered exactly what. He wants to break this cave and build an underwater tunnel. It will be the most popular port in the country, connected to Karnas, the great eastern continent. Adele cried and said no. If the cave is entered, all mermen will perish. They are too weak and will not be able to withstand it. The king asked what kind of water? The guy replied that they were mermaids. Here Sedna entered the conversation. She said that she knew them very well. His Highness asked what kind of water mermaids? Sedna replied that these are rare creatures the size of a palm. Half human, half fish. Lisa said it was difficult to explain. He will go when he sees them in person. Sedna also added that when they meet a person, they take on the image of his ideal. Can they change their appearance, transforming into someone's ideal? Asked the old man. Sedna answered yes. Since mermaids are born from water bubbles, their faces should look like water droplets, without eyes, nose, or lips. But when meeting someone, they take on the ideal human form for this. Even though she had never met them, the king asked the boy, "Are there any mermaids in this cave?" He replied that of course there is. About 100 mermen live here. And they are terribly cute. He assures that they will fall in love with them at first sight. The king asked the others if they wanted to see them. Otherwise he doesn't really want to, in case they are ugly. Adele couldn't believe how Sedna knew so much. And how can she even talk? She boasted, saying that Lisa was unusual. And is the messenger of the ocean god. The king said stop talking. Let everyone be taken out of the cave within 10 days. And he promised that when he returned to the palace, he would provide them with homes. The boy was categorically against it. They won't leave this place. You can't leave the village. The old man covered his mouth with his hand, saying that they could leave the cave right now. But, as Adele said, if the cave is destroyed, then the mermaids will die. This confused the prince a little. Why should he care so much? The old man said he was right. There are no reasons for this. That is great. Then in this case, the king warned that they would destroy the cave in 10 days. The elves approached Lazier with a request to look at the mermaids. They are very interested in what they look like. Sedna said she wouldn't mind seeing them either. Looking at her with a smile, the king thought why she was so cute. Suddenly a large wave approached them. Adele shouted to everyone that it was a tidal wave. She grows before our eyes. Let everyone go into the cave. Wayan approached His Majesty with a request to enter the cave. The villagers know how to deal with this. The guys went to rest. They thought they wouldn't make it. Sedna approached Lazia and said that she could stop this wave. The king was told that out of fright he had completely forgotten about it. Lazia asked the boy what kind of tidal wave was this? And why is the cave completely intact? Adele was simply silent. The king asked what he was avoiding answering. How often does this happen here? Suddenly, an old man approached them and said that he would explain everything to His Highness. But because it's for a long time. He offered to go with them to the village. He said that tidal waves suddenly come from the rocky shore, so there are no plants and animals there. Only birds and sea creatures were able to survive. Well, the villagers living in a specially protected cave. Having settled in this place, they found a baby mermaid, and since then the mermaids have been living with them. They could predict ocean attacks and find food. And thanks to them they live in comfort, not being afraid of waves. They also built houses for them. Sedna found it all strange. The ocean has always been uncontrollable, but why does its waves appear too often? The villagers believe that the god of the ocean is angry and sends trouble. The fox said that this could not be, this is a mistake, he's not that persistent. If the god of the ocean were angry, he would flood not only this cave. She is sure that she would have flooded the whole Jeriara. The king noticed that the walls and floor were only slightly damp. Even with previous waves, why hasn't it flooded yet? Adele replied that even if water gets inside, it still evaporates quickly. And, strangely, when the sun is at its zenith, it becomes easier to breathe in the cave, as if the air is changing. Lazia thinks that since the tidal waves continue to flood the cave, but to no avail. Could it be that there is no magic involved? Something strange is going on here. He asked the kid, is this the village end of the cave? He replied that no, she goes a little deeper. Then let him lead them there. The old man warned His Highness that inside the cave was the home of the mermaids. They will not harm humans, but are very shy. So let's be careful. Prince Lazia said it was wonderful. They praised these mermaids so much that now they wanted to look at them. T asked the boy, is it still far? He said they were almost there. This is where the cave ends. After passing through this hole, they will see where the mermaids live. But there is only one option, it will come to crawl, but not this time, Lazia said. Smiling, he asked the elves if they could expand this hole. They replied that of course they did. The boy was shocked by what he saw. What is this, magic? He asked Thea. He said something like that. The ability of earth fairies. The guys went inside and looking around were shocked by the beauty of such nature. Here it is, the very lair of mermaids. Sedna ran to the edge of the cliff and saw one of the mermaids. Is this a type of water mermaid? She looked at her and screamed. Water, water! The mermaid was frightened and swam away. Too bad she didn't try to hurt her. Adele said that they should not be scared, they are weak in body and spirit, so they can easily die. Sedna apologized, she didn't know about it. The king asked the boy why she had a drop instead of a face. Didn't he say that when they see people, they change their appearance? He replied that they change their appearance only if they like the person. At that moment, a mermaid sailed up and turned into his mother. The prince asked if his ideal is his mother. The boy said he might. Although he did not know what she looked like, as she died during childbirth, the head of the village told him everything. This is the face of his mother. Adele asked if the king was not interested in who was ideal for him. His Majesty doesn't care. Sedna was also curious. The king asked why she needed this information. She just wants to know what kind of people he likes. He said he doesn't have an ideal. Those he likes are always nearby, including her and everyone else. Suddenly, the mermaids were all together. There are actually so many of them. The house of the merman spoke the truth. The king saw that something was glowing under the water. He asked Tay what was there. He replied that it looked like a stone, but until they came closer they would not understand anything. Maybe he's magical? Tide remembered that magic stones cannot glow without being activated. This is a well-known fact. To get the magic contained in them, they must be activated with a potion or magic formula. The king ordered Tay to check and bring it. He immediately dived into the water. It seemed strange to him why the water is warm. Usually in the lake it is much cooler. He saw a luminous and warm stone. There is no way it can be filled with magic if no one touches it. Coming closer to him, the mermaids lined up in a circle holding hands. They are so desperate to protect him. After emerging from the water, he informed His Highness that they had a problem. The mermen protect the stone. He can never get it. Plus, it's not small at all. The king thought that he would have to take care of them in the beginning. Adele shouted at him that he couldn't do that. Let him not touch them. They are like family to them. If waves appear because of this stone, you need to get rid of it. But what will happen if the mermen die? Lazier thought. His reputation will deteriorate again due to rumors that will come straight from this village. Considering all his previous deeds, the king asked Theus why he thought the mermen were protecting the stone. He replied that he had no idea, since they did not talk, but maybe it's all about the eggs. They lay their eggs underwater. At first he did not pay attention, but then he noticed colored eggs around the stone. Given the temperature of the water, most likely, the stone itself heats it up. And, probably, merman eggs can only develop in warmth. The king realized that if they got the stone, the temperature would go down and all the eggs would die. He asked Sedna if she could control the temperature of the water. She replied that no, although she has control over the water itself, she is not capable of changing its temperature. Mermaids and their eggs require warm temperatures. A magical stone that causes tidal waves. Prince Lazier told Adele that he would send earth fairies with him to bring all the people who live in this place here. Wyan asked the king what he would do when the villagers came. He replied that the villagers are the only ones the mermen trust, so they have to convince them to come out of the water. And maybe then they will be able to get the stone. If we have to look for another location, construction will be delayed and who knows how much more time will pass. Suddenly the stone turned green. It absorbs water. Like Lazier, he assumed that this stone was to blame for everything. Sedna asked Lazier what should they do now? Just stand and watch what's going on around you. Suddenly people came running. What does it all mean? Asked the old man. The king said they were just in time. Let the eggs come out before it's too late. This is the true face of the cave they protect so much. All the misfortunes that happened earlier are caused by this stone. It was because of the stone that tidal waves formed, and people could only live in a cave. Because this land is sacred. People said it was because this land is sacred. The king, furious, replied that they thought so. The reality is quite different. If it weren't for this cave, there would have been no waves or disaster here at all. The prince called them idiots. They do not yet understand that this cave is not a blessing, but a curse. People don't know what to do. Where should they move? And what about water ones? How can they leave them here? The king explained if they wanted to save them. Then let them pull out the eggs. You can't delay now. Looking at how people collect eggs, the guys noticed that the mermen are not afraid of them. Still, they are not strangers to each other. The girl turned to the mermaid and said, the king and his friend say that they will die of drought if they stay here. Holding out her hand, she invited them to go together. Looking at each other, the mermen made their choice. He turned into a handsome guy. The girl thanked him for his trust. The woman approached her and asked who it was. She replied that it was her first love. They allow you to see who and when you want. Lazier thought, isn't this the greatest temptation for people? As far as he knows, people are too emotional. Thus, they could become a real bait. To attract all the riches and royal power in Jerry, he came just to inspect the tunnel construction site, but got much more than he expected from this trip. The old man turned to His Highness with the question of what to do. The king replied that Sedna would lead them to the exit of the cave. We would not allow dehydration of the eggs. Running up to the king, Adele asked what about them? Lazier replied that he needed to deal with the magic stone first. If left in the cave, it will still be in danger. The boy said that then he would bring out all the mermen. Bowing before His Highness, the boy said thank you and asked for forgiveness. He thought the king was a bad person. Lazier turned to Sir Hwyan and asked why he didn't go with Sedna. The guy replied that he was his knight and should protect His Highness. Since his name is listed in the book, he is clearly not a timid person. Looking at the stone, the king asked how they could get rid of this uncomfortable lamp. Hwyan asked if he could cut her. His Majesty said that it makes no sense to cut off only the top. He sank deep into the earth. Turning to Theus, the king ordered him to pull out the stone. Hwyan knows that Te is an unusual person, but even he will find it difficult to pull out the stone with his bare hands. Before the knight had time to finish these words, the guy had already coped with the task. Holding it in his arms, Te said that he was not that deep. He thought the cave was crumbling, but it's okay. Chayan stood with his mouth open. He asked His Highness, "Is this stone really so light?" The king said no, it's just that Te is incredibly strong. Climbing up the stairs, Hwyan told the guy to hold on, there was only a little left. They got out of the cave. Ari said that the power of earth fairies is amazing. Make a ladder connecting the cave and the shore. With such strength, they will instantly build an underwater tunnel. But the fairies complained of being tired, and that they wanted to sleep. The king turned to Ray, who took the form of a man, and took the fairies in his arms. Ari said that it looks like they are very tired, they spent a lot of energy today. Looking at the sky, the king said that it was time for the children to sleep. While they were in the cave, night fell. Turning to His Highness, Te said that after midnight the new year would come. The king was surprised, so fast? Te replied that yes, this year time flies by unnoticed. His first new year in the human body, he says it's the year of the salamander. The king asked Te if he was happy. He replied that yes, he thinks this is a good year. Looking up at the sky, they saw a shooting star. Hwyan turned to His Highness, he said that now of course it's early, but Happy New Year. The king was outraged. At this rate, he'll faint again. He did not understand why there were so many documents. The king asked Te if he had sent a letter to every nation. The guy replied that of course. Te said that many countries offered alliances, but they rejected their proposals, as the king ordered. They made an alliance only with the Kana's empire. His Highness said that an agreement must first be signed with each nation. He suggested proceeding carefully and slowly. The king asked how the work on the tunnel was progressing. They need to finish building quickly if they want to make deals with other nations. Te said that the fairy queen has sent assistants, so the work is going quickly. Ari said they would finish ahead of schedule. What a relief, Lazier thought. He asked they what about mermaids? Is he talking about that village on the rocky shore? A mermaid trainer, Adele was surprised. Aries replied that yes, His Highness officially nicknamed this place the City of Mermaids. All villagers will be able to gain knowledge and resources to control the mermaids. This place will become a popular tourist destination and theme park for the mermaids to interact with other nations. The guy said they're building new houses for them, so when they're done, they'll help with the move. In the meantime, please let the mermaids take care. Don't worry, the kidnappers and murderers of the mermaids will be punished. Only they are able to maintain and manage them. Ari said that people would have to pay to see them, so their pockets would be full. The old man said that he did not know how to thank His Highness. The girl asked him if they were sure that there would be people willing to pay a lot of money to look at the mermaids. They say there are already famous merchants and nobles heading to Jera to see the mermen. Looking at how the king was sleeping, Te said that it seemed that he would not even notice if someone steal him. Tomorrow is the Ocean God Festival. The guy hopes the king will wake up in time. But now I need to change him into pajamas. Te tried to wake His Highness, talking about what a beautiful morning it is and that it's time to open your eyes. Even Sedna and Ray woke up. The king asked they to shut up and not wake him up. He still won't get out of bed and doesn't care what day it is. The guy said that the Ocean God Festival begins today. How can a prince miss such an important event? The king said that's it. He got up. His Highness could not believe that he would have to pretend to be a buffoon every year. Sedna said if she doesn't want to, let her not go. That's what he wanted to say. Why did she even come up with such an event? She didn't know then. What should she do? If he does not like it, then she can get rid of this event? If it is the will of the ocean god, they will listen. The king said no, the festival must continue in the future. Although it is infuriating, it is an important event that demonstrates that the god of the ocean is protecting Jera. His Highness asked if the main characters couldn't miss it, so it's time to pack up. Sedna agreed with the king. The king said that the event had come to an end, and they could do with a rest, so why the hell did they go to this festival? Sedna replied that she really wanted to go here. She admired a lot of people. In all these 2,000 years of holding the festival of the god of the ocean, she never managed to visit it. Where does she start, eat goodies, or go to the circus? Huayan asked His Highness why he went with Sedna. He replied that he was not here of his own free will. Went with her because she might get into some trouble like last time. Besides, if he personally visits this festival, won't his reputation increase? Huayong said that he was right. This is really a great idea. Lazia asked Sedna what she was doing. The girl showed him the rabbit. She felt sorry for him. He's all alone and probably very scared. The king said that he had nothing to be sorry for. Sedna did not agree with him. Waiting for someone to pick you up is very sad. Doesn't he think so? He replied that he was not interested in such weak and helpless creatures. The girl asked, that is, the weak are unpleasant to him? It turns out that if she was an ordinary fox without any abilities, he would hate her too. Indeed, Lazia did not need her, but her powers. Because she is an angel, he chose her because of her angelic powers. Turning to Sedna, the king said that there are no ifs. He chose her because she is strong. And he doesn't regret his choice one bit. Then why be sad? She's with him now. Sedna said, well, then let him buy her something tasty. Lazia asked what exactly? Everyone walked together holding a lollipop in their hand. Lazia didn't expect that candy alone could lift her spirits to the skies. Turning to His Highness, Huayan said that they were not children. The king replied that nothing could be done. Sedna wanted them all to eat some goodies together. The guy doesn't want to eat what the king bought him. He replied that no, he would eat everything with pleasure. He looked at Ray. Sedna asked that he didn't know how to eat it. Isn't there something like that in the demon realm? And showed him how. The guy told Sedna that an angel like her has a very beautiful voice. She asked Ray if he liked her voice. She didn't answer, he just said that her fears were wrong. Ray said that his master will not abandon anyone until they turn away from him first. Sedna said no way. Even though he looked pitiful, he saved him. Even his name, Ray, was given to him by his master. His name is Ray Revido. Therefore, he asked the angel not to worry. Sedna said that he was indeed right and thanked him. Then the guys ran somewhere, saying that they would soon start setting off fireworks and they needed to take their seats. Sedna ran up to Lazia and said that she also wanted to look. Seeing Lazia's reaction, Sedna asked why not, yes? The king replied that okay, let's go. She was very pleased to see fireworks. Sedna was extremely happy about the fireworks. Seeing that the king was also smiling, Tay asked if he was having fun. He replied that sometimes you can enjoy such leisure. Sedna looked at this beauty without taking her gaze away. Huayan told Ms. Sedna that it seemed like those were the last fireworks. What a pity, Sedna said. She would like to look at him a little more. Turning to her, His Highness took something out of his pocket. It was a new bell with a beautiful sound. Lazia said it was for Sedna. What should she do with the old one? She really liked it too. Items containing demonic energy have an expiration date. Therefore, it is better to change it before this period expires. Turning to Ares, the king asked to give him his sword. The use of kava for the purpose of causing harm does not necessarily entail a change in hair color. Such a tiny amount of magic has no effect. The king hung the bell around Sedna's neck and said it was ready. The blue suits her a lot better. Huayan handed His Highness a handkerchief to apply to the wound. The king said that everything is in order. He has a potion from Lilith the 10th. He tossed Thea a bell and asked her to throw it away. Sedna asked him to throw it away. Can she keep it? The king did not understand why, since he had given her a new bell. Sedna said that it was also a gift from him, so it is no less important to her. So she wants to take both. Okay, if that's what she wants. One of the servants approached the king, knelt down and said that there was urgent news from the palace. Her Majesty the Queen has just given birth. The woman stood with the baby in her arms. She told the prince to look what a lovely princess was born. She asked if he wanted to hug her. Looking at him, the woman did not understand how you can look at your younger sister like that. The prince said no. Is he jealous of his sister, who is 16 years younger than him? Looking at the baby, the prince saw brown hair, not the silvery blue of his. At that moment Sedna came up and asked, didn't he know? The blessing of the sea god is not inherited by everyone. Silver blue hair does not always symbolize Jerry. Lazia was surprised, why not always? Sedna told him that this hair color is assigned during pregnancy to the child who will take the throne in the future. The prince asked if the god of the ocean decides. She replied no. The first child is always born with this hair color, and with the second, how lucky, but he was already born, the one who will take the throne. And it is precisely for this princess that such hair is not needed. Looking at her, he thought that human children are so weak. Looking at one of the maids, the prince asked a question. In this country, the princess also has the right to take the throne, right? They were very surprised. After asking forgiveness from His Highness for their reaction, the girl said that his question was too sudden and they did not quite understand what he was talking about. He asked again, could this child take the throne if he died, disappeared, or something happened to him? Because in this country women are very often discriminated against. Falling to her knees and turning to His Majesty, the girl said that they have no right to discuss the ruler given by God. So please don't talk to them about this topic. She said that even out of 1,000 cases there will not be a single one like this. The prince, born 16 years ago, was blessed by God himself and personally handed over to him. It bears the mark of the sea god and is the future of Jerira. Let's not worry about anything. It was in his mind that he would come out of this cursed body as soon as he fulfilled the prince's wish, then they would be left without him. That's why he asked. These women mistakenly thought that His Highness was going to harm this child. Looking at the baby, he asked her name Sherilyn. The maid replied yes, Her Highness Sherilyn Lu Girjare. He ordered them to watch her closely so that she grows up healthy. They froze with a question on their face. The prince asked what was wrong. She was his younger sister. Leaving the room with Sedna, he met Tay on the way, who said that he was waiting for His Highness. The king asked again, did something happen? The guy replied that heavenly dove had just returned. So he has already returned with an answer. Seeing Jakiel, Sedna asked how the flight to heaven went. He replied that he reported the situation to the heavenly king and received an order to transfer the traces of new holy demons to the king of hell. Heavenly king, him? So he already knows something about these demons, asked Lazia. Jackie replied that it was. That's great, otherwise His Highness already thought he would fall back scratching his back as usual. Jackie asked the king to look at the note. Looking at the map they saw red marks, a serious problem. Jackie said that they, the inhabitants of paradise, are scattered throughout the world to observe human life and inform the king about it. Red circles highlight the places where holy demons were discovered. Sedna said that there are a lot of them, not even a couple or three. His Highness estimated that there were about 23 of them. Jackie replied that they were still observing. Perhaps their number will soon increase, and so cast aside pride, they make a request to the king of hell. Lazia told him to watch his tongue. The decision of the king depends on his words, whether he will help them, or vice versa, strike. Jackie said that the next heavenly king had awakened. The king asked that fool woke up? That king of stone, picked up by the elves? The guy replied that yes, he was born very strong and healthy. His Majesty the next heavenly king is incredibly strong and is the whitest in the entire heavenly world. And where does the king? Let him follow the words, otherwise it infuriates. Jackie said that in any case, His Majesty the heavenly king asked me to convey to him words of gratitude for saving the air, and even when meeting with him, that in no case be called by his name. His Majesty replied that he was 100 years old and his name had been surrendered. And in general, how can he meet a baby living in heaven? Jackie said that His Highness the next heavenly king is not in heaven right now. Lazia was very surprised. The guy continued to say that he left heaven before the current king could give him a name. Everyone was very surprised by this turn of events. But he can't, said Sedna. The next heavenly king went far from heaven without even receiving a name. Jackie said that she also knew that, according to the rules, the newborn king of heaven should take the name from the current one. This is a very important procedure, because the name, like the demons, gives special strength and power. Laughing, His Highness asked the dove how much time was left before the collapse of heaven. Jackie asked not to be sarcastic, he was already very worried about it. Lazia wondered why this king had fled. Did they mess up somehow? Jackie replied that he wanted to meet the king of hell in person. The guy honestly admitted that now for them, the search for the next king is a little more important than the problem with the appearance of holy demons. If they find their next king, the guy asked to be sure to contact him. His Highness hopes that doesn't happen. Jekyll agreed with him completely. He was ordered to investigate the areas where holy demons were found. Therefore, he asked the Demon King to check on them, and if there was news, let him call for him at any time. T asked the king what they would do. He replied that this clueless heavenly king was of no use, absolutely nothing. Sedna said that she hated the current king with all her heart, and would very much like a new one to replace him as soon as possible. But now it seems to her that this next heavenly king is even stranger. The problem with the next king, Lazier offered to just score on him. If he comes to meet him, the king will simply seize him and hand him over to heaven. As the map shows, the increase in the number of holy demons is his main problem now. Although, to be honest, the growth of their number is not so important. Here are their abilities. The guy who pretended to be the Demon King last time had the power of nightmares, but it was quite weak and short-lived. But what happens if they can copy the powers of gods and demons at will? What if they manage to copy his powers, the King of Hell? T said that it was impossible, since his strength was different from the strength of ordinary demons. No one can withstand such a powerful amount of magic. And the very existence of this force lies in their heart. Sedna said she thought so too. This is possible only by returning to the form of an unhatched egg. True, there is one who has already hatched from an egg, but did not become a king. What if this little guy falls into the hands of holy demons? Turning to Tay and Ray, the king said that they had an urgent matter that did not require delay. So Huayan asked the prince for forgiveness. He said that if the knight is really sorry, just keep quiet. He said that the prince left so suddenly. Where was he going? The king replied that the temple. He's not talking about the temple of the ocean god, is he? Ray intervened in the conversation and asked, do they have any other temples next to them? After all, now Sedna, the representative of the god of the ocean, why should the king personally go to him? The king replied that in order to get information, he needed to talk to the priest. Huayan told him that then he could call one of them directly. Lazier replied that he needed to look for some books in the temple, just down the road and drop by. Sir Huayan said that he understood everything. Then he will go to prepare for the upcoming detour. The king replied that he clung like a tail. Upon entering the temple, the prince was greeted. The man said he was a high priest serving the god of the ocean. His name is Sol Mukha. May the blessing of the ocean god be with him. Sedna intervened and told the prince not to worry. She will continue to protect him. As soon as she realized that she had said a little not what she needed, she immediately changed the conversation. The king began to talk about what he had heard from someone. Is there a separate room with old books here? The priest said that yes, he would lead his highness, let him follow him. The man said that if the king found a certain book, they could help find it. Lazier said thank you, but he can handle himself. His highness mentioned that all temples are interconnected. He heard this somewhere. Is it true? He wonders if they can interact with each other regardless of country or religion. The priest replied that yes, they can. Even if the religion and deity are different, the divine power used for blessing is the same. It turns out that the connection with each temple is in the public domain. Yes, the king can contact them at any time using holy power. Maybe he has a place where he would like to convey his words? The king replied that yes, wherever possible. The priest was very surprised. Let him tell everyone that the Prince of Jerira, Lazier, is looking for one person. Age unknown, most likely a fairly young guy. White hair, white eyes, white smile. In general, he is all so snow white that he does not look like an ordinary person. Doesn't the king know his name either? His Highness said no. Perhaps he doesn't know his own name. Let him tell them to grab him immediately if they find him. Sol Mukha said that white hair and white eyes are of course rare, but can he find out who he is and why they are looking for him? The king said that he recently had a dream in which a white swan flew in and asked him to find a heavenly child. At first, the king did not understand what kind of dream it was. T said that the messenger of the ocean god had the same dream, so they started searching. The priest said that they would convey his words to other temples as soon as possible. They turned around and left. Sedna now understood why Lazier needed this temple, and he is very smart. He said that he must use his powers as a prince to the fullest. Besides, these priests are simply obsessed with oracles. Those called gods are usually in a hurry to assert their authority and protect prestige. Shouldn't he do the same? He is right, because Sedna was expelled with the words honor and law above all. They also said that she was selfish and reckless, and therefore a disgrace to the heavenly people. T said that in this way the king will force all the temples of the world to operate. Lazier said that human contracts are not the private business of angels. Thanks to this contract, even he was trapped in the body of the cursed prince. The king ordered Knight Hwayan to stop any suspicious person from approaching this place now. He said that he understood and went to guard the entrance. Sedna said that she hadn't heard much about contracts with demons, by the way. Yes, and about the temples, in principle, too. Te said it was because demons don't have sacred powers. In order to gain them, people worship angels. The sacred power of angels is similar to the divine, so there is nothing surprising in the actions of people. Sedna asked, because demons also use devilish power. Isn't it the same? The guy replied that essentially yes, but no one can be sure whether the existence of God is divided into angels and demons, right? She remembered that there were rumors that God created angels and demons from the divine and demonic powers he had. Tay laughed and said that there was nothing to be done about it. The truth is that the perception of demons is generally poor and temples try to avoid them. It is believed that demons bring curses, not blessings. Frightened, Sedna said that she was also afraid of curses. Approaching Lazier, she asked what he was looking at there so carefully. The king said that the list of people who made a contract with the demons. And what will this list give him? He replied that he would assign these people to himself. But he's in the human body now, isn't that difficult? Lazier agreed and said that Sedna was right, he was now negligibly weak. So T will handle it on his behalf. T laughingly said that he would not dare to do such a thing in front of the king. Lazier asked sternly, and that he would not do this? He replied that he would take care of it. So, how will they be able to win people who have made a contract with demons to their side? Sedna replied that with the help of threats. The king said that this is certainly not bad, but there is a better way. Even the book states that these people were despised everywhere. Those who received the stigmata were honored as high priests, but all those who made a contract with the demon are isolated lower classes. All of them are either considered villains or were exterminated by those who made a contract with the angels. The king said that in any case, they were all isolated and killed themselves. We need to look for other lists. But people who have entered into a contract with demons are said to be pitiful. Looking at Sedna, His Highness asked her if she knew why. She shook her head. The king replied that when the wishes of these people were fulfilled, they all died. Sedna was upset. She asked why the contract terms with demons are so cruel. Lazier said that they themselves go for it, knowing that they could lose their lives and souls. Somehow, he concluded, and now he knows how to lure signers. Sedna couldn't believe her ears. He said that in the territory where demon summoners would be welcome, if you legalize the summoning of demons, they themselves will come to Jerry. T told his king that it was very dangerous. Jerry, of course, is quite lenient, even accepting demons like Blackie, but God forbid this becomes a pretext for attacks from other countries. Lazier asked, isn't that better? In any case, if he wants to rule the whole world, war cannot be avoided. They can use demands for equality for a discriminating minority to justify war. Tay asked if it was too early? Jerry is still very weak. Okay, they can cope with small countries, but if they collide with big powers, there will be no victory in sight, and the tunnel connecting Jerry and Karnas will be built for another year. At least until then, it's best to remain calm. Sedna agreed with this opinion. He was not going to fulfill the desire of his contractor through human forces, right? Lazier replied that his desire was not a problem for him. They don't know where the next heavenly king is, and it's an emergency where the holy demons are playing. In this confusing world, it will be hard to hold both the heavenly kingdom and the holy demons. And he turned to Theos Thanatos. The king asked since when had he become such a coward, trembling in the face of war. Tai handed Sir Hwayan a note saying it was from the prince. In it, the knight read about a connection with a criminal organization. He checked with Tay, did the prince actually order him to do this? The guy answered yes, and asked to follow him. This is a secret mission and no one can say a word about it. Hwayan asked does he know where to go? T answered how could he, his faithful servant, not know this? He was ordered to accompany the very clumsy Sir Hwayan. T said he didn't have to take anything with him. This place is right next to the palace. Heading there right now. His task after the secret meeting will not be so easy. While walking through the forest, Hwaiyan asked Thee if something bad had happened. He replied that he did not know. Looking up, said that the weather was too good, and he did not like it. He watered his houseplant once every 2 days, but it suddenly withered. Moreover, the birds flew into the room, shat, and flew away. The gardener could not take care of the garden. The trees are in a terrible state. Also, the meat for dinner was too tough. Hwaiyan asked, "Is it okay that T is not with the prince?" How annoying, he said to Tae about the night. The prince hates him terribly. Hwaiyan laughed and asked if something happened in the temple. Since then, his condition began to deteriorate. T said that he was right, and apologized for calling him not quick-witted. Hwaiyan told him that it must be that the prince hates him for his sharp tongue. The guy said that he would never dare to talk to him like that. He just did not justify his hopes and spoke out like the last coward. He turned out to be a useless servant and dared to worry, doubting the abilities of the prince. Tae said that it would be better if he tore out his tongue in the same place. Hwaiyan replied that he was not there, he could not say. But didn't he do this out of concern for the prince? He has not yet ascended the throne, and besides, he is not immortal. It is obvious that this is the reason for the excitement. Tae told Hwaiyan, even though he supported him, he wouldn't say thank you. The guy replied that he didn't expect it. They wandered into the very depths of the forest. Having reached the door, they knocked on it. Hwaiyan asked if they had come correctly. Tae said yes, he is sure. The voice behind the door said that they were closed for now, let them return when the sun sets. But Tae did not give up. He said that they came from the palace and they need to meet someone. After waiting and realizing that the door would not be opened for them, Hwaiyan said that they would have to wait until nightfall. Looking at him, T said how naive he was. Didn't he see that I following them through the keyhole? Warming up in front of the door, Tae shouted loudly that he was trying to be polite and even knocked. Tae kicked the door, and the man who was looking through the keyhole flew to another part of the room. Upon entering, they were surrounded by a crowd of men. Hwaiyan asked if another way could be found. Tae replied that if they had opened it right away, he would not have had to do this. The men called them bastards and asked what they were doing. They say from the palace, so what, now they are kings and everything is allowed to them. T asked who is the boss here. He needs the master of the guild fatters. The man asked who he was, and why the hell did he need their master? Let him get out of there if he doesn't want to die. Tai said that would not work. As a human being, they clearly do not understand. If they don't understand, they will destroy everyone to the last, and it will serve them right. Tae said since they don't understand the words, they'll have to finish them all off. One of the men called him a bastard and asked what kind of arrogant phrases he was talking about. One of them shouted out and offered to straighten the brains of these scoundrels. Hwaiyan asked Tae what happened in the end. The guy gathered all his magic power and hit them. No one was left standing. Everyone was lying in different parts of the room. The man moved the boards aside and asked who these creatures were. Tae had already told them that they came from the palace. Showing him the bracelet, the man's eyes immediately opened. This is the same silver bracelet, symbolizing royal power. Hwaiyan asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience and said that they did not come to fight, but to talk. How about avoiding such unpleasant quarrels in the future? The man asked if they still wanted to negotiate after what they had turned their store into. Let them not even think that they will leave there alive. Hwaiyan said that it seems his guesses about possible negotiations were wrong. Well, they asked for it themselves. Having quickly dealt with everyone, the guy stood and looked at them from the side. Tae Thanatos, I didn't send you here for this, said His Highness as he entered the room. Nobody expected to see him here. One of the men lying on the floor was clearly surprised. They had installed a protective barrier. He couldn't just enter. Tae did not expect to see the king. Turning around, he told Sir Hwaiyan that he was also very disappointed in him. The knight asked for forgiveness. Seeing the blue-silver hair, the man immediately realized that it was Prince Lazier. His Highness ordered the man to lower his eyes to the floor once he found out. He turned to Tae. Having said that he was worried, he came, and then they went wild. Lowering his eyes to the floor, the guy asked for forgiveness and said that he had done something stupid. Pointing his finger at Tae, the king said since it was all his fault, then let him sort it out. Huayan approached and told Lazier that the influential person he ordered to find, it seems the guild master was not there. His Highness said it doesn't matter. Even if he is not a guild master, the main thing is that he has at least some power in the Fatters Guild. The man who had Lazier's foot on his head said that if they needed a guild master, he could connect them with him. He is the owner of this tavern. Kneeling before the king, His Highness asked if he had a connection with the guild master. The man replied that yes, let the prince just say it, and he will give him everything he needs. The man therefore begged not to kill them. Lazier said he didn't care about them. He brought him, a member of the Fatters Guild, with a request. The prince himself asks for it. What should he do? There are many instances where royal requests led to wars. He's not getting him involved in some kind of disaster, is he? The king said that he found out a little about their guild, an international guild that brings together people from all over the world. A shadowy organization involved in illegal activities, from murder to smuggling. The prince is right. In addition, they are engaged in transmitting information that could harm national politics. And in general, the prince heard that they are vile creatures, ready to do anything for money. The man said that the prince was exaggerating. His Highness replied that this was not a compliment. Then what is his request? The king said he wanted them to do some advertising. Looking at the text, the man did not understand what the content was. The king said that he didn't care about the content, just let him pass it on to every country that has a Fatters Guild, and not miss a single one. Only a man will ask for appropriate payment. And then he will immediately give His Majesty the exact answer. The king said that we agreed, but first let him sign. This book will seal their deal. Tay thought that almost everything was ready. He wondered if His Highness was still angry with him. Entering the king's room, he saw the sleeping Sedna, who dreamed of delicious chocolate, but did not see his king, and was very frightened. It's strange, there are traces of him on the bed. Where did he go? Where did he want to go at such a late time? Lately he's been so tired from work that if he falls asleep, you can't wake him up with a tank. Moreover, without Ray. Did something really happen during Tay's absence? He began to transform into his former appearance in the middle of the garden. The king will be very disappointed in him. If people saw him like this, the king became even more angry. He thought that he needed to eat her before this happened. The king arrived on time. Laughing, he said that's why they joke in the demon kingdom that he can't be left alone unattended. The king asked, did he make him worry again? Did Tay think he had run away somewhere? I completely lost my sense of smell. He was so close, couldn't he find him? Falling to his knees, Tay asked for forgiveness. He said that the king hated him, so he thought that Lazier abandoned him like he disappeared from the demon realm in the past. The prince said that this happened because he was bound by a contract and was forcibly drawn into this world. He asked Tay to stand up and listen carefully. Once they fulfilled this cursed wish that got him stuck here, the king suggested that they all return to the demon realm together. By the way, the king said that he should know something. Soon all the devils invited to this world will appear there. However, in front of them, the king is going to act like a human, so they will be controlled by Tay. So he used those guys from the guild? What will he do? Let him introduce the king as a demon dragon who signed a contract with him. The king said that he must act convincingly so that they believe in everything. Tay said that this is very dangerous, but what if he makes a mistake? The king understands his concern. Is he afraid that the prince might be harmed in this? If the demon king suffered from such pathetic abuse, everything would end. His Highness told Tay that he should not be afraid under any circumstances, because his master is very strong. After that, Lazier suggested going inside. Tay entered Lazier's office and told him that an ambassador from the Oblang Federation was coming to them. His Highness was surprised. A federation created from the 17 islands of the southern archipelago. They say that the total territory and wealth of all these countries far exceeds the territory and wealth of the Kana's empire. The devils he was waiting for did not come. And from the south, out of nowhere, an ambassador appeared. They are not on hostile terms with him, nothing strange. Just a little unexpected. His Highness asked what was the purpose of his visit. Tay replied that everyone says differently, but it seems that his main goal is the exchange of magic stones. Looks like other countries were salivating when they heard about the Kanas and Jerire alliance building an underwater tunnel. Had they really begun to move for the attention of the Kana's empire? Only the western continent is still doing nothing. Strange. Tay asked this king about the Federation of Blang. Lazier replied no, about the Western continent. The guy said they were really a little suspicious. Everyone shows so much interest in Jerry, but there is no reaction. According to his research, this is not at all similar to Jerera's policy of isolation. The king asked if they also had a temple. Tay replied that yes, there are a lot of temples abroad. Perhaps in those parts people hope in God, since they have nothing but dry places. In this case, the king ordered his man to be sent to them. Let him find out in more detail. Under the pretext of inviting Sherilyn for 100 days. If they're not going to move, it would be a good idea to clear their area first. The ambassador said he was very glad that the prince met their delegation in person. Jerry, under the patronage of the ocean god, is simply beautiful. Much more beautiful than they could have imagined. The prince almost went crazy from this pronunciation. The king said that he wanted to show off his area to them so that they could feel at home. The prince said that before he began to examine the mermen, he asked them to sign their names. It's kind of like a guest book. Tay saw that something was wrong with the prince. He asked if Lazier was okay. The king asked, is it really like that? He's just going crazy from these crazy people's terrible pronunciation. He must get used to their pronunciation, because they are very important guests. At that moment, a young man approached them and said that his name was Shuhel Swift. He was a representative of Swift Island. He heard that it was the prince who opened the doors of Jerry, which is a great joy for them, their neighbors. The king wondered why his pronunciation was so clear, and besides, he was much younger than the others. To share their great joy, they prepared a small gift. A figurine made by the hands of their craftsmen and a candle that relieves fatigue. The king doesn't understand what kind of garbage this is. The guy started to get nervous. It seems the prince didn't like the gift. The prince said thank you and asked him to give the gift to his servant. Lazier said that he had an urgent matter and it was time for him to go. And they can calmly enjoy this place. They bowed and the prince left. Shuhel Swift thought that this should not be allowed. He must apologize if he ruined his mood. He walked and thought what to do, because he lost them? And he doesn't know the way. It was necessary to immediately catch up and talk to him alone. Having walked a little further, the boy saw a river in which someone was splashing. As he came closer, he wondered if these were mermen. After greeting him, he asked if they were the same mermaids. Extending their hand, they immediately swam away in different directions. Are they scared? After asking for forgiveness, he said that he did not want to bother them. He didn't mean any harm, he just wanted to take a closer look, or maybe they love cookies. Having handed it to them, they never swam up. The guy said that they are also cowardly, just like him. One of the mermen surfaced and turned into the form of a man. This is the guy's father. He heard that they show the image of a loved one. He said thank you for letting me see him again. Shuhel Swift again handed them cookies in gratitude. Then Sedna came running behind him and shouted that he couldn't do that. Sedna screamed that they would die if they ate cheese or chocolate. Didn't they explain to him that you can't come close to mermaids and feed them anything? Pointing his finger at her, the guy shouted that she was a talking fox. Sedna replied that she was not just a fox, but a messenger of the god of the ocean. He was very surprised. Lisa said that although she looks cute, she is actually very scary. Seeing the blue and silver power on her, he wondered if she was the god of the ocean. He told her that she was not a messenger from the ocean god. So much powerful divine power does not emanate from the messengers. Sedna asked, does he see her strength? She's the goddess of the ocean, isn't she? The fox replied that even the priests who control the highest divine powers do not see her divine power. Sedna said that the guy was kind of strange. Is he really human? At that moment, Lazier, Hwyan and Tay approached them. The prince asked what Sedna's words mean. Can you be more specific? Lazier said that she was from Swift, and asked to remember what her name was. Lowering his head, the guy said that his name was Shuhel Swift. The king saw that he had special eyes, since he could see Sedna's divine power. The average person doesn't see anything like that, except that she can talk. In addition, he hid his identity and watched the prince from afar. Lazier asked what his goal was. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like an ordinary person to be able to disguise himself like that. After asking for forgiveness, the guy said that he didn't want to deceive the prince and he didn't have any bad intentions, just. Sedna was surprised. Is she a girl? Lazia asked again what her real name was. The girl replied that Shuckle was her nickname, and her real name is Caswella Tai Swift Leon. She is the first Princess Swift. The girl was very scared because she didn't know what the prince's reaction would be. The king asked, "Does that mean she is the heir to the throne?" She answered yes. It was somehow strange for Lazia, a man, and also the heiress of the kingdom. How can she see what the human eye cannot see? What else does she have to hide? Just as Jerry is under the protection of the ocean god, her country Swift is under the protection of the devil. The prince said how nice it was to hear this. Does he not believe her words? Lazia said he believes it. He made a deal with an absurd thing called the ocean goddess and carries her with him, so he has no reason not to trust the girl. She clearly did not want to boast that her country was under the protection of the devil. The prince asked if she had said everything. Caswella said that in fact, no, he ordered her to come here, or rather, asked her. Sedna asked who he was, so that's what the smell was coming from. Someone from the tree told Caswella not to be offended and jumped out of there. Sedna didn't understand who he was. What is this, a cat? Tay said that he looks very similar to a devil elf. Sedna asked who is the devil elf? Does such a thing even exist? The elf was glad that at least someone recognized him. That's right, they are devilish elves who pride themselves on having not given way to the pinnacle in the realm of demonic curses for decades. As Sedna said, unusual for a cat, the elf began to get angry, saying that he was not a cat. He took it in his hands, His Highness looked at it and said that maybe that's enough. He started screaming that how dare the pathetic little man touch him. Smiling, Lazia asked him to shut his noisy mouth. The elf looked at the prince and did not understand why he had such a familiar anger. Caswella also asked the prince for forgiveness, saying that Naya was a little mischievous. Looking at Caswella, Naya began to be indignant, as her words sounded very rude. The girl asked for forgiveness if it seemed like that to her. Lazia asked, so this cat's name is Naya? She again began to be indignant about the fact that she was not a cat. And she called the prince the man who entered into a contract with the elf. Tay asked if this was a demonic elf speaking, incapable of anything but curses. His tongue is too long. Does he think everyone avoids him on pain of curses? No, it's because everyone is disgusted with them. Is he really a dragon devil? Tay said that if you leave this curse-bearing creature around, it will only get on your nerves. Should he finish him off? Lazia said that we passed. Despite everything, this thing is important to the Princess of Swift Island. Sedna told him that he was a very famous demon. Naya jumped into Caswella's arms and started crying, saying that they were hurting him, and let her do something. The girl told him that he wanted to talk to the Prince of Jerry. The girl began to say that in fact it was not Naya, but she, Caswella T. Swift, with the rights of Princess Swift, wanted to talk to the prince. Prince Lazia asked, is this a dialogue between two states? The girl said exactly what. They want to invite him to Swift, along with the god of the ocean who protects him. His Highness said he didn't want to. The girl got scared and asked why. He asked, is this the southern island? He doesn't want to go there. Caswell asked, is this the only reason he refuses? Isn't his desire the most important reason? In truth, it's because they don't want to interact with a small country like Swift, right? His Highness said that she was very quick-witted. The girl agreed with this. Was she going to drop the bait and invite him? In a country the size of a worm, at least something should suit his taste. Only then will he act. Where is it written that he must unconditionally accept such a pathetic invitation? In this case, her story will really become bait for the prince. The prince said that he should have started right away with her. Let him speak, he listens. White eyes and white hair, the child is painted white from head to toe. Swift protects him. The prince understood that she was talking about the next king of heaven. So she's protecting him? Caswella said that no one knows about this yet. He's the first. It seemed to her that this was the child he was so desperately looking for through the temple. His Highness asked why he should believe her. The girl replied that if she doesn't believe it, nothing can be done, but this is the obvious truth. She was the first to find this man who had descended from heaven on white wings. Naya said that it was he who sensed divine power. The girl continued talking. Naya warned that this was not a person and that no one should know about him. So she hid it in her city so that no one would notice it. Lazier is counting on his luck. Once he was discovered in such a small country and he did not appear to the whole world. He replied that okay, he accepts the invitation. He replied that he would go to Swift Island with the delegation from Blang. His Highness prepared to leave, saying that he would see each other again. The girl thanked him for accepting the invitation. Looking back, he turned to Nai, asked what he was doing there, let him follow him. They still have a conversation, don't they? Entering the room, Ray ran up to Lazier. He asked him if he had a good rest. He is fine now, but due to the constant use of magic, his condition is getting worse. Until he is completely restored, let him rest in this body. Seeing that it was a devil dog, Naya hid. He asked what it was. Dragon demon, angel fox, now also a demon dog. What kind of devil's palace is this? Then Sedna came into the room and said that fox angels do not live in angelic palaces. Naya replied that of all, she is the most suspicious. He asked what the dragon demon was doing here anyway. She heard that they never part with the demon king. Tay replied that he had signed the contract. Naya couldn't believe it. The demon dragon left the demon king, and also signed the contract in a human body. He is first and foremost a demon, just like her. He made a special contract with a person. And yet the elves were suspicious. Does this person have a special soul? Lazier said, who knows? Seeing that he has gathered angels and demons here, doesn't he think it's interesting? In the future, there will be even more. Nia followed him because she felt something special, and even abandoned her contractor. And, most likely, she arrived in Jerry because she saw the leaflet. Nia replied that yes, in Swift she saw a leaflet in the language of demons. It was written there to gather in Jerry, which is why she arrived. Also at the bottom of the flyer was the mark of the demon king. Any demon will tremble at the sight of this sign. Looking at Lazier, she asked, is he a human, not afraid of the demon king? He does not look like an ordinary person, then who is he? Naya felt that the smell of danger emanated from him. It was strange that he was not even afraid of the demon king. Tay intervened in the dialogue. He said since Naya came because of that leaflet, the conversation would be short. He will convey the order of the demon king, is that okay? The elf asked to speak. While Naya continues to fulfill the contract with the person, as soon as she discovers those who call themselves holy demons, let her immediately report. Naya was clearly very surprised. The girls discussed among themselves what they had heard, that Prince Lazier was truly incredible. Judging by the fact that he persuaded them with just a few words, his negotiation skills are simply amazing. Hearing the conversations, Lazier thought this was due to the fact that they signed the book. Then Ares ran in and shouted that he had finally managed it. He had been working on his research for months. Couldn't he be welcomed? The prince said that naturally he had to work. Does he even know how much money is spent on one laboratory the size of a midge? Can idle if the salary is not needed. Seeing his dissatisfied face, the prince became angry. Having asked for forgiveness, Ares said that he would relax his face. He told the prince that he had come up with something this time. He was holding some kind of box in his hands. The prince asked what it was. Ares replied that this is the thing that allows you to communicate with distant places. The prince asked, is this a magiphone? Ares shouted that he was also modernized. Magicophone third with video communication. Lazier asked if there is a third, then there is a second and a first. The guy replied that these models do not play video and their work quality is unstable. The prince thought that at present international calls were only possible in Connus and the Federation de Blanc. That is, thanks to this thing you can maintain contact with different countries, and the third magic phone he developed has a large amount of memory, including the history of calls and video communications. The third microphone can be taken anywhere and called anywhere in the world at any time. This is a modern magical gadget that saves and records images. And, for security reasons, he must obtain the prince's approval. His Highness said that Ares is great. Invented it at the perfect time. It will come in very handy soon. By the way, the prince asked, did he have a hand in the construction of the underwater tunnel? Ares said that he only added to the design, and the construction was the work of the elves. At the moment, he and the master are focusing on the development of magical gadgets from Magic Stone. Everything for the development of Jerry. The prince said that he could continue in the same spirit. For the development of Jerry says? Well, this development will become a springboard for war. There will be no war with the South Island Federation. As soon as he receives the signatures of the rulers of the countries with whom he will interact in the future, he will immediately be able to take them into his own hands. First, the prince will go to Swift, find the heavenly king, bring him back to heaven, and deal with those pesky holy demons. Then he will fulfill the wish of this damned prince, and it will all be over. Hwaiyan approached the prince and said that everything was ready. He told Ray that they could already go. Lazier asked where Tay is. The knight replied that he was preparing the room so that he could rest. Entering the room, Lazier asked if the four of them would live there. Caswella asked for forgiveness, saying that they did not have time to prepare the room, so they might be uncomfortable. The prince said that it was okay, he was used to this. Turning to the girl, he added, although she is a princess, she doesn't have to be so polite, she can call him by his name. The girl did not understand what to do. The prince continued to say that in private he would also call her Caswella. Lung and Lin called him a traitor to his compatriots. Nia said that she did not know that this would happen. And she also doesn't want to sail on the same boat with them. They hate these annoying and bloodthirsty elves who curse others and take living souls. Nia began to be indignant in response. The prince looked at this from all angles and asked them not to fight on the ship. Having flown up to him, the girl said that it's good, if Lazier doesn't want it, then they won't. Nia did not stop being indignant, saying that they were the first to start this, and they were making her look bad. The girls tried to calm her down, but in vain. Then Sedna woke up and said that because of their noise she could not sleep. She slept so sweetly, and they interrupted her sleep. Now Nia is responsible for this. She didn't understand what was her fault again. Let Sedna go and find fault with these unfortunate elves any more, and she could have eaten Lazier's special 10-tier chocolate cake. She said that for the next festival, the ocean god again asked him to make one like this. Unable to bear it, Nia asked who he even was. By the way, she was interested in something else. She heard that when drawing up a contract, angels do not take the soul. They say they do not crave human blood or flesh. Then how do they replenish energy? Sedna replied that they accept prayers or offerings from people. For example, a crocheted scarf, or a fire filled with firewood, fresh leaves picked early in the morning. Without hesitation, Nia said that it was all trash. Sedna said that these are gifts of faith that the inhabitants of Jerry present to the god of the ocean. And the more she gets the things she likes, the stronger she gets. The young princes and princesses of Jerry come to her. The young prince, having become king, came to her again. And when she was kicked out of heaven and locked in the sea, she served as the god of the ocean for 2,000 years. Lazier is a very special person for her. He saved her from gloomy loneliness at sea. Therefore, she loves him very much. Looking around, Lazier said that it was better here than he expected. There is a bathroom, a gym, and even an exhibition hall. Sedna told Lazier that she wanted to go to an art gallery and suggested doing it together. He said he would look. Approaching Lazier, the woman immediately asked for forgiveness and said that in accordance with safety rules, pets are prohibited from entering. Once again asking for forgiveness, she said that they would have to return to their room. Sedna began to resent. What kind of pets are we talking about? Hearing that the fox was talking, the woman fell into shock. Sedna complained to Caswell that she was treated like a pet. Asking for forgiveness, the girl said that the rules here are very strict, but she will talk to them. Sedna replied that everything was fine, she would just turn into a human. Then someone's voice sounded and said that she was a fool. Naturally you need to walk around the ship in the guise of a person. She asked where is Sedna's logic, don't they observe similar etiquette in Jerry? Sedna asked, is she a girl? She asked what was strange? Even in a human body she is very beautiful. Sedna said she's beautiful, she doesn't even argue, but what about her speech? The girl replied that this was all because she signed a contract on Swift's territory. Lazier asked, and does magic on Earth? Can a turd even transform? Turning around, she began to be indignant and said that she would immediately cast a spell. The prince asked the question, is she really unable to do anything with her speech? After all, it spoils her face so much. Tay and Hwaiyan couldn't help but laugh. Offended, she left and said that it infuriates her how they laugh at her, so she doesn't talk to them anymore. Sedna asked Lazier if she should stop her. He replied that there was no need, he would calm down and come back. Sedna didn't mean to laugh at her, but she seemed offended. Lazier said he was more concerned about her clumsy transformation technique. To move around the ship, she needs to hide her ears and tail. Sedna said it's strange, but the ears and tail don't disappear. She just feels somehow empty without them. And she really wants to go to the gallery. Lazier was indignant that she could not hide her ears and tail, but she was already so happy. Sedna replied that if she is not detected, then there will be no problems. Tay approached her and warned her that she needed to be very quiet here. Running up to the picture, Sedna looked for a couple of seconds and said that it was boring. What's the point of looking at this? Lazier replied that she herself wanted to come here, but she heard the man and woman at the port say that the art gallery was a lot of fun. And that it was a date on which she and her loved one looked at paintings. Her desire was to go on a date with Lazier, but she didn't think it would be so boring. The prince reminded her of her desire for freedom. Sedna replied that it was a big desire, but this was a smaller one. The prince asked, so is her little wish fulfilled? Sedna said yes. Then it's time to go back to the room, lunch is coming soon. As he was leaving, Lazier heard the elves' indignation at the sight of one of the paintings. They said it was strange, terrible and scary. Approaching them, he asked what happened. When he saw the painting, he frowned. Didn't it hang in the hallway? Why doesn't he remember this? He would have noticed such a magical picture in any case. Approaching, Tay widened his eyes. Lazier asked if he knew this picture. T said it was more like a flower inside her. The prince asked what kind of flower. Tay replied that she had probably never seen him. It is called Kiros and grows in the realm of demons. Each petal contains dozens of deadly poisons. The weakest races can die just by looking at him. In the demon realm, there are many plants and animals unknown to him. Tay Thanatos is the only one who knows everything about each of them. But was this picture painted by a man? Perhaps he made a deal with the devil and heard from him about this flower. Lazier called the girl to him. He asked who painted this picture. The girl immediately asked for forgiveness if she caused them discomfort. She said honestly that it was so ugly that the girl did not want to hang it in the gallery aisle, but because of a client supporting this artist's painting, I had to hang it. Even if it brings them discomfort, she asked for their understanding. Lazier asked, does she know the author of this picture? Who is he? The girl replied that this was Kork Yuan, an artist from the island of Eref. The prince said okay, is this artist on the ship now? The girl shouted that no. He is an ordinary resident of Eref Island and has no right to be on this ship. Therefore, when the ship docks at the island, he just gives away his paintings and that's it. Lazier found this suspicious. The artist who painted the flower from the demon realm needs to know more about it. Shouting to the girl, he said that since the artist sends his paintings here, does that mean there are more of his works on the ship? Let him bring everything to his room now. Mistress Naya was on the uppermost deck. She walked from side to side and lamented that would not one of them come for her. Then someone called out to her. It turned out to be Caswell. She said that it was getting light, let Mrs. Naya go back to her room. It's hard for her to move around in the light of day, so let her calm down and come back. Without allowing the girl to finish, she began to be indignant that she would curse them all. She told Caswell that she couldn't stand them. The girl asked, does she mean Mr. Lazier? Naya replied that yes, it was him. Until he himself comes and apologizes to her, she will not go anywhere. She hates him so much, but at the same time she continues to call him master. Naya started screaming, is she crazy enough to call him master? It is very strange. What is he doing to her, and why does she feel depressed? Naya didn't understand anything. Caswella thought that by the way, he seemed very close to the ocean goddess. She and Mrs. Naya also entered into a deal, but their relationship is completely different. They look so cool and confident. Maybe it's because their country is under the protection of the ocean goddess? Unlike her, he will never run errands for anyone and will not bow his head to anyone. They are both from royal families, but they live such different lives. She was even a little jealous. Naya dispelled Caswella's thoughts. She doesn't need Mr. Lazier, but the goddess of the ocean? Bring her to Swift Island and tie her up somehow. That's what she wants. Looking at her, Naya asked, she knows that if her wish comes true, her soul and body will disappear. Caswella replied that yes, she knows. She didn't get this far because of a stupid decision. She had been ready for this ever since she signed her contract with the devil. Looking to the side, Caswella said that they were almost there. Until then, she asked Mrs. Naya to help her. Nia said she was crazy. Even in death, she will be by her side. In exchange for her wish, she gave her her soul. Caswella replied that this was very good. It was necessary for her to initially wish for Swift to become a strong country. Then she would become Queen Swift and enjoy this life. The girl replied that it was pointless. No matter how strong Swift is, the enemies around them will become even stronger and threaten them. Caswella spoke about possible world domination. Naya replied that it was beyond her strength. With such a desire, she will not be able to help. Only if he becomes the Demon King. The girl said that she knows, so she will destroy Blank first. Nia said that after talking with the girl she felt much better, so she offered to go back. Walking back, Caswella and Naya heard screams that there was blood. When they ran up, they saw huge pools of blood. Touching it, the girl said that she had not curled up yet. Lazier said that he asked to bring him the paintings, and not a dirty piece of fabric. The man said that his name is Tom Lucas, he is the head of the ship's control headquarters. Having asked for forgiveness, he said that he would need Lazier's help, came to the prince early in the morning, with only a bloody handkerchief, and still asks for help. He said that a person went missing this morning. For the safety of their clients, they are trying to identify the culprit. The prince was surprised. A man disappeared from the ship surrounded by water. The man said that it would be good if only he disappeared. A pool of blood and a handkerchief, the owner of which is unknown, were found at the scene. Lazier asked, "Isn't this a luxury ship that only royals and aristocrats can travel on? Are murders really being committed even on such a ship?" Tom Lucas asked for forgiveness and said that he had no excuses about this. To protect clients, they walk from room to room and count the number of people. The prince called Tay, who said that everything was ready. Lazier is responsible for everyone in this room. The man said thank you very much. Lucas said there was another person enlisted in this room. Is he not here? Lazier replied that he did not know. The man said that then he would add him to the list of absentees and start looking for him. Seeing that Sedna was heading towards the door, the prince asked where she went again. She replied that there was a murder on the ship. Wasn't he curious? The king replied that not at all. Lazier told her that if she did anything again, he would be responsible for it. Offended, she said that she would sit quietly and would not take a step from here. Was he happy? Sedna began to say that if there is a killer walking around the ship, they are also in danger. Lazier laughed. He is in danger. On the contrary, this killer is in danger. Even if he tries to covet him, the prince will not leave a living place for him. But if you believe the calculations, the criminal cannot be human. Sedna asked how Lazier knows this. Just some kind of detective. He asked, is she really interested in where the information comes from? She said with admiration that yes. The prince replied that he just felt that way. The Sky Fox remembered that Caswell and Naya had not returned yet. Weren't they hurt by any chance? Lazier replied that Naya may look weak, but she is still a demon. No one gets hurt around her. Turning around, they saw the door opening. It was a girl, and she brought Lazier paintings by Cork Yuan. Looking at Lazier, Sedna asked, is this the author of those ugly paintings? The prince replied that they were not ugly at all. He liked them. They looked quite small. Lisa said that she most likely would not understand the beauty standards of demons. Looking at them, Tay said that the others were also based on the demon realm. You will often find such a tree in the realm of demons. But he often appeared where Tay lived. This is all very strange. Lazier said that with this arrangement, it seems that the 7 paintings create one common scene. It is impossible to do something like this without visiting the kingdom personally, especially this picture. It was like it was written right there, looking at Ray. Looking at the picture, Sedna said, this is what the real Ray looks like. But why is Ray so angry in the picture? It's more like he's not angry, he's sad. Looking at Laria, Sedna asked if the demon realm really looks like this. The prince said yes, almost the same. The painting was painted as if being in the kingdom itself. Approaching the prince, Huayan asked if he had ever seen the landscapes from these paintings in real life. He replied that he saw it. Huayan asked to tell what kind of monster this was, pointing to the image of Ray. Lazier replied that he was not a monster, but a demon dog. And he is very close to him. They heard screams about a new murder. Everyone was called to the dining room. 3 more people have disappeared. How do we understand this? Exactly what is going on here? People were discussing that this was definitely murder. Others said that there were no corpses, so abduction was possible. Not even a day has passed, and already 4 people are missing. One of the women shouted, "What if their ship was cursed by the god of the ocean? This means they will all die or the ship will sink." The man shouted that it was possible that the god of the ocean had cursed this ship and was taking people to the bottom. And what they were guilty of was somehow too cruel. If she, the goddess of the ocean, gets angry, she will not curse the ship, but will simply destroy it. She doesn't even know how to curse. Someone is very angry right now, but why? Didn't she call herself the goddess of the ocean? Lazier walked and said that she was so hot-tempered. Maybe then I'll hang a sign on myself, "I'm the goddess of the ocean." She was insulted. Is she a monster or a murderer? Sedna asked what she did wrong. Why did they do this to her? Lazier replied that she knew that they had nothing to do with it. She burst into tears and said that others don't know about this. Why should she endure insults for something she didn't even do? Lazier said that it's good, he will find the real criminal. Will it do? Sedna was surprised. Will he look for him for her sake? Does he really know who it is? The prince replied that no. Why is that? However, he has a way to catch it. Sedna asked if it was true. Lazier replied yes, so they will do it. If they don't take care of it, there will be even more problems. Lazier asked what he would get for catching the criminal. Sedna replied that she could ask for whatever she wanted. Sedna ran after Lazier and called him. He asked what she wanted. She replied that he seemed to have grown a little. The prince asked the truth. He didn't even notice. Tay said that's right. He's gotten a lot taller lately. Exactly, he is in a human body. Naturally it will grow. Walking down the hallway, Sedna saw Naya and Casuela. Running up to them, she hugged them and said that she was very worried. She thought they were gone too. Approaching Lazier asked the girl, does she know what happened? Does he mean the missing passenger incident? She did some research on the case, so she came back late. Lazier asked, and how did you find out anything? She replied that she was very sorry, but no. However, she was sure of one thing. Casuela said the culprit is not human. Lazier agreed. Sedna asked, but why were those 2 sitting outside and not going inside? Ray appeared in front of them. The girl said that they could not enter because of him. Approaching him, he asked Ray how to properly guard the room. Nia complained that the dog had bitten her. She turned back into a demonic elf and asked who would like it at all. The weak creature entered into a contract. Tay turned him towards him and said, he understands that Nia talks a lot. Tay himself is the same. But her crazy words are incomprehensible to Tay, saying not to force him to reveal his true nature. Letting her go to the floor, he said okay, it seems she understood. Then Lazier spoke. Everyone already knows what is happening, but these are not disappearances. All those missing may already be dead. Casuela said that the likelihood of such an outcome is extremely high, since a lot of blood was shed. The prince said that in any case, we need to try to find the criminal. And he asked for help in ensuring the ship's safe arrival on Swift Island. Today, they will lure this scoundrel there. Everyone was on guard. The girl said it was too late. How much longer will you have to wait? Lazier replied that she could sleep, but he himself asked for help. She must at least do something. Lazier replied that she was sleeping or not, it made no difference. The prince said that he just needed more loot, so he asked for help. It flashed through her thoughts that she didn't understand what he was doing at all. If Lazier said so, then he will start. Taking the sword in his hands, Wyan immediately understood what was going on and he asked what again. The prince put the sword to his palm and made a cut. Casuela got scared and asked what he was doing. Smiling, His Highness replied that he was luring. The prince said that now he would clearly smell the smell and crawl here. Naya was surprised, although she was very weak. But is this magic? She asked Lazier if he thought it would work as bait. Even an ant won't come running to this. The girl realized that he must come to the smell of blood. Then the criminal is definitely not human. Something strange began to happen in the art gallery. Lazier ordered Naya to protect Caswella. The elves had just woken up and did not understand what was happening. He ordered Lord Hwyan to keep an eye on them. Sedna saw that the flower was coming out of the picture, so that's who the culprit was. Looking at everything that was happening around, His Highness said that it was great. Let everyone crawl out. He was really looking forward to them. Looking at Lazier, Sedna wondered if he had known about their involvement all along. All the monsters that were depicted in the paintings crawled out. The same flower was approaching them. Hwyan told the prince that he would figure it out. Sedna turned to Lazier. He told her that no, not demons, just copies of them. The artist Korn Yuan, or rather his skills, is better than Lazier thought. Sedna said that Lazier initially knew about these animated paintings and their actions. Incredible. The prince replied that no, he had no idea that they could do that. The paintings could be intermediaries or the location of a circle for summoning monsters. If he had drawn not demons, but angels, angels would have appeared. This means they are all fakes. Nia suggested getting rid of them as soon as possible. The guys agreed with this proposal. Looking at all this, Sedna said that they were definitely fakes. And very weak. Listening to her words, Lazier thought, maybe the Heavenly King who appeared on Swift Island is also a fake. After asking for forgiveness, Lazier said that the cat had torn all the paintings. She's his bully. The man said it's okay, don't worry. These terrible pictures only caused problems. However, they were loaded onto the ship. Shouldn't the damage be compensated? The man said no, let the prince not worry about it. Because of their friendship with Aref, they had to accept them, but these paintings are useless. The problem is that the missing people have not yet been found. They found neither criminals nor corpses. If there are casualties, what should they do next? Lazier told the man not to worry, everything would be fine. Looking at the horizon, he said that Aref Island was already visible. The prince can step off the ship for a moment and look around. The country is small and tribal, but the people there are kind. People with outstanding artistic taste will find something to see. Interestingly, the island itself is in the shape of a giant whale. Lazier said that he had heard a lot. The name of Aref Island is the name of a giant sun whale, right? Caswella looked from side to side and did not understand what those sounds were. Lazier said he doesn't know, he also heard them for the first time. Sedna said that Aref greets her like that. Lazier asked if she knew this kid. Sedna replied that yes, she had seen him since she was a baby. Aref used to be the size of her tail, but now it has become a huge island. Lazier was surprised, the size of a tail? And the story about the species of the sea god? Initially, God was very small and fragile. The first time they met, he almost died. Due to his weak heart, he even suffered from the anxiety of small fish. Caswella asked Mr. Lazier where he was going to go. He asked why she should know this. He's not doing this because he doesn't want to go to Swift Island, is he? She warned that they were staying here for a short time, so they didn't have much time. If they suddenly miss a ship, the next one will have to wait until tomorrow. He said it didn't matter, he needed to meet someone. If she is interested, she can follow him. The girl was surprised. To meet someone? He said that he received a gift, you need to make a response. It's about Kork Yuan, but how will he find him? The island may be small, but without any information it will be difficult to find it. Lazier asked why no information? Here she is. Behind Ray, the smell of magic from the pieces of the painting will lead Ray to the artist. Naya was very suspicious. A man who made a deal with the devil uses the demon's dog as he pleases? As a newborn, I have one wish. Meet the night. The sun loves the night, and the night loves the moon. The moon loves the day, and the sun loves the day. We chase each other, catch and absorb. But we will never let go. It'll be this way forever. Seeing Ray, the man thought he was a homeless puppy and asked if something happened. Hungry? He began to stretch his hand towards him, asking, did he lose his owner? Ray bit him. At this moment Lazier also stood up. He said that the dog bit him because it had an owner and there was no need to touch it. Lazier told Cork Yuan that he lived high, left the earthly world, and became a sage? Why did he even get here? It's impossible to find him. Looking at His Highness, he said it was you. He offered to go through. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hide for long. Showing him a piece of fabric, Lazier asked the author of this picture, "Isn't he?" He replied that it was true. It was an invitation for demons. So he sent the paintings and attacked them with animated monsters to lure them here? Kwok said that calling them aliens was a bit too much. They are sweet children into whom he poured his heart and soul. Lazier asked why the paintings are used for murder. At this moment, Caswella asks Tay if these two know each other. He replied that he has no idea. But Tay was sure that this guy was definitely not human. The man said that they are configured to respond to magic. He's glad the invitation worked. Lazier asked if it turns out he loaded that junk onto the ship to summon demons. What if they weren't on that ship? He asked if Lazier thought the paintings were only loaded onto their ship. They are on all ships traveling this route. And why call them trash anyway? The prince asked why the demons were summoned. He replied that he just liked them. Looking at him, Lazier asked, "Is he a holy demon?" Korn asked who these even are, relatives of demons. Does he really not know? Too cunning, the prince cannot understand his thoughts. If he is a holy demon, there is no need for him to pretend to be a human. In general, if we exclude the factor of suspicion, it is impossible to distinguish him from a person. He asked whether Lazier suspected him because he drew the demon realm in such detail. He said that he always dreams about it. The sky where day and night merge and the sea is painted red. And there are also various demons there. Does he see the demon realm in such detail in his dream? How long has he been having these dreams? He replied that he didn't know, maybe since birth. Here Sedna intervened with the question, could a demon be born a human? Looking her straight in the eyes, Korn said that she was beautiful. The fox is clearly from cold skies, but this pink color seems very warm to him. This means that this color is obtained when angels touch demonic magic. He said it was incredible, an angel completely saturated with demonic energy. Nobility itself. Just a harmony of light and darkness. He asked if he could draw her, just one drawing, honestly. Sedna asked Lazier for help. The prince told him to watch himself. Lazier's thoughts haunted him. How did he know that Sedna was an angel? The bell on the neck hides divine power, so it is impossible to recognize it. When he saw Naya, he was surprised. There was also a demon cat. This was the first time he had seen this. She said it was also the first time she saw a brat like him. Is he not afraid of her? He asked. If not afraid, can you draw her? Naya replied no. Lazier asked if he had ever painted angels. Korn replied that no, only demons. Lazier told the others that the thing they found on Swift Island might be real. Korn asked that thing. One way or another, he realized that Korn Yuan had a special talent. It may not explain further. He asked if Lazier was interested in anything else. You can ask anything, he will answer. The prince said that he was not a holy demon and had never drawn angels. He doesn't need anything more from him. Lazier said that he just wasted his time on him. Asked him to wait. He asked the prince a question. Doesn't he wonder why he sent an invitation and called the demons here? All his life he dreamed of seeing demons in real life and drawing them. Angry, Lazier asked what Gina saw in him. He just wants to draw a real demon, and not the one in the dream. I asked to be allowed to draw just one drawing. Lazier said that he was tired of him, let him leave him alone. Korn asked then if he could go behind and draw. He wouldn't get on my nerves. The prince said he could do whatever he wanted. He asked me to wait for him. Now he'll quickly collect his tools. The prince told Hwaian to wait at the foot of the mountain, but for some reason he was delayed. They're finally back. But who is the guy in the mask with them? Is it really Korn Yuan? Walking next to Lazier, Sedna asked him whether it was possible to take such a suspicious person with him. Suddenly he is in cahoots with the holy demons. Lazier replied that that was why he took him with him. The only way to keep an eye on him is to keep him close. In addition, he has a special talent, so perhaps he will come in handy somewhere. Sedna said that this is also true. Lilith and Aries will be very happy when they see him. Now they will have a new object of study. By the way, silver blue-haired, he turned to the prince with the question of what his name should be. You can't constantly address him as hey or you. Laughing, the prince thought that he would see what would happen if he found out his real identity. The prince replied that Lazier, or more precisely, Lazier Lu Jerira Rodville, heir to the throne of Jerira, they swam to the island. Caswella welcomed guests to her swift island. She said that here was a carriage that would take them to the palace. Tay said that Aref and Swift were so close that they arrived in just half a day. Lazier asked the girl how long it would take to get to the palace. She said that they would arrive soon, he could see him through the window. The guy showed Lazier 2 fish, he asked what they were. Korn said that these were fish demons, he pulled them out of the drawing. Well, Lazier thought that he would be scared when he found out who he was. But nothing like that. The prince of some country does not bother him at all. If you didn't like it, you could say so. Why throw it away right away? The prince said that he wanted to draw demons, why doesn't he draw? He said that he has no inspiration now, he can't draw like that. It also conveys something about inspiration. Caswella asked, do they see this? That's where the palace is located. She finally brought the god of the ocean to her lands. Why is he so surprised? Won't he accompany them? She is the owner of this place. They are now officially the secret guests of Shuhel Ta Swift Leon. Officially secret, Lazier said that the words matched the current situation. She said that she would lead them to the right place, let them follow her. Having stopped, she asked the guests to wait a little. The fairies immediately began to admire the beautiful fountain and crystal clear water. They said that it smells nice here, it makes your soul feel warm and cozy. She asked Lazier to wait a little and we would bring him that child. The prince replied that it was good, he could go, now His Highness will find out whether he is the real heavenly king or not. At this time, Lin and Lun were already splashing in the fountain. Approaching Lazier, Sedna asked why he didn't force Lin and Lun to take part in the construction of the tunnel, but took them with him. The prince replied that this was an excuse. Sedna looked at him questioningly. He said that he promised the fairy queen that he would show them his world, so he takes them wherever he is in order to keep his word. Then something began to happen to Sedna. She told Lazier about it. She began to feel very dizzy. At some point, she stopped responding to Lazier altogether. Losing consciousness, she fell into the fountain. Something began to happen around Lazier himself. He didn't understand what was going on. A magic circle appeared from the sky. Tay, Wyan and Ray rushed to his aid, but Lazier shouted at them not to come near. What magic circle? His Highness realized that this was not a magic circle at all, but a calling circle. Most likely they figured out Sedna, which is why they came for her.